Maha.
Shirika, Shirika. Do. And yeah, we're live allegedly. Gonna see if I got the notification. Everything seems to be good on my side. We've been live for like a solid 10 seconds.
173467231.
We are good.
Very good. Yep. I'm just going to mute myself real quick so I can actually hear the stream. Oh wait, no, I can't. If you guys can do that, because it's gonna just sound weird on my end because my microphone's gonna pick up my phone. Hi Shandy,
Sorry,
hi
what?
Borim, hi Mr. Ty Cobb. Have goose. Do we sound alright?
This will be my test, I guess. Test.
Test,
Good
test, one, two,
evening.
three. Good evening! I've increased my gain on OBS by like 6 dBs or decibels, so I should be significantly louder now compared to the other streams. Hello, Mr. Llama. Not sorry. When was the last time we streamed? It was about 3-4 weeks ago. We did the
I
Anna
think so.
stream. So yeah, we are back today with a Mandalorian season 3 Smackdown because that show is bad and the season is bad and the entire thing is misery. This entire thing was basically organized by my co-hosts Borin and Uvu, who will be doing the majority of the talking today with a little bit of input from myself. So feel free to introduce yourselves. Borin, you may start.
I'm Borin, the Andor enjoyer. I think this season is quite bad. It's just like particularly confusing because a lot of the decisions that are made are like almost unexplainable. Like at least with season 2 and the Luke payoffs and thing, or not payoffs, but the Luke showing up at the end. I understand why they did it. A lot of the decisions in this season, I don't understand why they chose to do what they did. It's very weird. Excited to talk about it though.
Okay, Uvu, your turn.
I'm Uvu. I make videos. You may know me from Uvucast, which we haven't done in a while, and this is probably like a stand-in for the same thing, but mostly the same as Borin. It's just baffling how off the rails this show has gotten. It's from a simple premise of bounty hunting man, and now suddenly it's like Filoni and Favreau go, oh, we want to dump in our OCs and make it some big Mandalore thing and bring back Gideon 3 times, and it's just old at this point. And I think people are getting sick of it, which is why we want to do this rundown.
Yeah, no, it's we've seen a few instances where like normies and typical Star Wars fans, like Star Wars Theory, basically say the show's either mid or just straight up not good. Angry Joe's been like a very vocal voice in that group of just people who think the show is just absolute doggy doo. And it's quite funny because these same people who watched something like Andor and thought, oh, it's alright or it's not that good, they've since retracted those statements and been like, oh, we kind of like want something like Andor back because the show is just garbage.
Which
Borin,
is good.
you've got more info on that kind of information than I do, since you religiously kind of
Um,
track it.
yeah. It seems like Star Wars Theory and his co-host Josh didn't really like season 3. They started off at the beginning very much liking it. Um, and then it kind of petered off in episodes 5, 6, and 7. Just I think because of how silly it was.
Mm. I think
Um,
6 was a major turning point for a lot of those people.
yeah, and it's usually the things that people get upset about is like the mismatching of atmosphere for Star Wars, like the Vespa bikes from Boba Fett or Lizzo and Jack Black showing up. It's like these things that are so obvious and apparently bad,
Even the
that
normies
finally gets
can't
people
ignore
to
them.
kind of turn, and then I think
Yeah.
that makes them kind of rethink the previous episodes. Like when we got to episodes 5 and 6, it was like, okay, what are we doing? Like, where are we going? Who's the villain? What's the season about? those questions started coming in.
Yeah, especially when we're 6 episodes into an 8 episode season, have no idea where the main plot is going. The villain is just mentioned offhand, and then we finally get him like the last 2 episodes, and that's when some people turn back. And I know some people enjoyed the finale episodes, but most people were just so black-pilled by then that they were just nah, it's all over.
Yeah, I think the kind of sad and depressing part is that this doesn't seem to change any of their hype for like upcoming projects. They I think they went from episode 6 to being like, what the fuck is happening? Why is like Dave Filoni's writing credits on this episode, or maybe it was 7, and then they see the Ahsoka trailer and they're just like, oh, this is gonna be so crazy and good, and it's like you're seeing the quality of what they're releasing now. It seems weird to still be very hype, or not realize that you did the exact same thing for this season, and the production quality and writing and special effects is just all going down. It's weird that it hasn't really turned hype for future shows.
What do you mean? Everyone's super excited to find out how Moff Gideon comes back to life in season 4 again.
He
after
didn't have a
basically
mustache.
exploding at the end of this season. Spoilers,
Like,
by the
Yeah,
way. Andor
it's not
spoilers.
even
They will
possible.
there will probably be some mild Andor spoilers, just in case we end up covering something like that. But I think it's going to be majority Mandalorian.
I love how you're like, hey, this is what happens at the very end. Anyway, spoilers. But yeah, this is a cast covering the entirety of the show, so we will be talking about it in great detail.
No, it's just Hero Speed was asking
Yeah.
Andor spoilers. So
I'm just fucking with you.
don't do that. Protection needed. But yeah, Boorin and Uvu have basically been doing a lot of homework with regards to the show now for like the last week and a half to 2 weeks. I played catch up as much as I could. Haven't seen all of it yet. I've done about 80% of it. I've seen the majority of season 3, so I'll be able to contribute to that pretty well. But yeah, you guys had a plan on what you wanted to do, so I, get started on that if I were you. Where would you like to start first?
At the beginning.
At the beginning, right.
We're going to go over the recaps as well. Not just because they're in the transcript, because they inform the majority of the episode. And it's actually quite interesting because you can see them grabbing plot points from different seasons and different things and saying this is how the plot's going to go for this episode, and then utterly shitting on any information that was given in the past seasons. It's like, yeah, we have this IG droid. Like that's the first line in the Mandalorian season 3 is talking about IG's manufacturer's protocols and how he needs to destroy himself completely so that if he's compromised, he doesn't, people can't copy his designs and people can't steal his memory and things like that, steal his circuits. And that's what season 1 ended with, the complete obliteration of the IG unit. And then they're just like, yeah, this is what happened, and they show it. And then we immediately get him back. Like, the majority of his parts are still intact. It's very strange. But yeah.
We also go over, like, the Navarro plotline. We redo the conversations between Mando and Bo.
Mm-hmm. And there's also the first inkling of Mandalore's state, which is in flux throughout the entirety of the season and the entirety of the show. We've got conflicting information from Mando getting something from the planet. We've got conflicting information from the armorer saying it's poisoned. We've got conflicting information from Bo saying, I don't know, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. And then they go there and no one's ever been back there, and the planet is completely fine. It's very confusing. That entire Mandalore is cursed. We know this somehow. Plotline is just, I don't even know what they were going with for that, and people were trying to make theory. It was actually bloody hilarious. People trying to make theories at the end of episode 7 because it's called The Spies, despite containing one spy. People are like, who's the other spy? Is it the armorer? Which makes no sense. But her actions are just unexplainable in most of the scenes.
Okay, I've got Disney Plus going on in the background with a filter on, so we hopefully don't get picked up by the bots. I can show specific scenes
Yeah,
if we
yeah.
need to go through them, so just let
Maybe
me know.
just skip to the, I guess, Ragnar getting his helmet. Because that's
Ragnar, which episode was that one again?
that's the first one. So it's
The
like the
first
first
scene.
scene of the first episode.
First
Yeah,
scene,
we're just gonna
first
be going
episode,
plot point by plot point through the whole bit.
yeah. Okay, well, excuse me while I go through the intro.
Yep.
I,
For when
yeah,
it comes on screen, the first thing that I noticed when I saw this was I don't understand how these people live in this cave.
yeah. The state of the Mandalorians is confusing to say the least. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, we'll get into more of it as we get through probably to episode 6,
Mm.
but we don't see any living quarters. We
They
don't
have no
see
ships?
any no ships, no place for them to eat, no sleeping quarters, no like gathering hall, no anything. It's basically
Yeah.
just there's a cave with a
cave.
forge in it.
And they all just
And the
sit in
only
there.
thing
I
on the
guess.
wall is a mythosaur skull.
Yeah, it's really strange. They don't do anything to try and explain this as a covert. It's not like the one in the sewers that was meticulously built up over years, and they fucked that up in season 1 too. But still, they actually tried there. Here, it's just like we found this cave. It's on the beach of Terra, basically. There's nowhere else for them to go because they don't have ships. I don't even know how they got here. And the state of the Mandalorians is always confusing in the show, because in Book of Boba Fett there were 2 of them left. In the first season, the majority of them died, and then in this season they've just got a bunch of new people. Did they convert them? Did they have to go to the Living Waters? Did they just put the helmet on and never take it off and take the vow? If so, why is Bo-Katan so special? It's just it begs so many questions.
So Shandy, pause it on this bit and probably just pause it every once in a while so the bot doesn't pick up on stream. When they walk out into this area where the water is, the first thing is just like none of the Mando's color schemes are correct. They're all super jumbled. As
like
well as like the backgrounds do not look real.
Mhm.
And it's a common thread in the show. You'll start to notice that everybody is always standing in a circle. Which is them using the volume. In certain shots, which we'll get screenshots for, you can actually see the edge where the screen meets the ground. And they just don't do a good job of hiding it, and it feels like they're using it in almost every single scene.
Yeah, they're really abusing this technology, or at least leveraging it to the fullest extent, but not in a way that's particularly concealing of the fact that they're using it. And if you're unaware, I think Boorin's better explaining this than me, but the volume is basically 3 sets of varying sizes, giant TV screens or LED screens that the actors stand in front of. They run a game engine in the background, which is why the depth of field looks so fucking weird in most of the shots. And they place a couple of real objects in there to make it look like it's cohesive, but it's very easy to spot once you do. And it's compared to something like Andor that has actual sets, it's jarring. It's horrible.
Yeah, this was actually something that I noticed, like, just as a casual observer of the show. Andor is fucking majestic to look at. It's really, really, really pretty. And then you watch something like Mandalorian, and even on this scene specifically, I don't know if you guys have been noticing, but everything looks so fake. It looks so low budget, and, like, I'm pretty sure cosplayers put more effort into their costumes and just general, like, environments when they take photo shoots than these people did on this like multi-million-dollar budgeted show made by Disney. Like, look at this helmet. I'm just gonna press play here for a little bit, but like,
this
helmet is
weird.
just
the Hasbro
so
helmet
bad.
Also,
the
I think one of my
is so thick.
One of my favorite comments on this is, I hope that Ragnar, who's the little kid, I hope Ragnar stays a manlet forever, or else he's never going to be able to grow into that helmet. It's like, does he put another helmet over this one? Like, how does it even work?
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
The show, even since season 1, it has done a really, really bad job at like explaining Mandalorian culture and how this shit works. Like, you get snippets of it, and then the moment you feel like you're learning something about the culture, you get something like season 2 introducing Bo-Katan, who like can take off a helmet. Because I didn't watch like most of Clone Wars, I didn't know who Bo-Katan was. So I don't really care to do my homework on this kind of thing. I feel like if you're introducing characters to a universe like Star Wars, you shouldn't be expecting them. You shouldn't be expecting audiences to watch like 7 seasons of an animated TV show that came out on Cartoon Network since like 2008. I feel like you, as a studio and you as a director, need to do a good enough job introducing these characters to a newer audience that doesn't know who Bo-Katan is, that doesn't know who the clone troopers are. Like, when the fuck was there a
Yeah.
giant crocodile?
Oh, that's
just
coming.
after
But
this, yeah.
I want to talk about like the kind of tragedy of the volume.
Yeah.
It's such a neat piece of technology.
It's really powerful.
Yeah, basically what they do is they use I think it's Unreal Engine. They use video game engines to project backgrounds onto the screen, and the backgrounds on the screen move with the camera so that it looks like a natural background. And it looked a lot better in season 1. I don't think it looks particularly good in season 1, and it's a lot once you know what to look for, it's really easy to see.
I think season 1 gets away with that kind of thing because it had a lot more like emphasis on making backgrounds and environments look realistic. Uvu has been commenting
Exactly.
on this like a lot. Like season 1 is lit relatively well.
Yeah, if you go back and watch season 1, it looks like a different show, and the lighting in that show does most of the heavy lifting. In the volume shots, everything's really overbloomed, like super high ISO.
You can probably see
or
it
like
in this
high.
example here.
Yeah,
Like everything
it's
looks...
just there's everything's super well lit, and it just looks super fake.
Everything's also very fuzzy, like
Yeah.
hazy. Like you can tell that
If you can back it up to the shot of all the Mandos, I think it's probably just better to talk about it now. Where the fuck did all these Mandos come from?
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, in Book of Boba Fett, they state that they're the only ones left. In season 1, they all get killed by the Empire, or most of them do. You see all the body armor there, and then the armor has a throwaway line of like, hopefully some of them escaped. But it's really weird that all of these Mandos are just here all of a sudden, and we get no explanation of like how they were found, where they're from. Are they from the original covert? Are they new just stragglers that got brought into this clan? It's really weird how they're all here. We'll get into like more specifics because it falls apart even more as the show goes on, of just like how exactly did all of these people come here. And that leads into the discussion of the timeline, because John has said there's like 2 years, like the Mandalorian season 1 and 2 takes place over 2 years, and then there's Grogu stayed with Luke for 2 years, which doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
At the end of season 2, Grogu leaves with Luke, and then we see Boba Fett sit down in the chair for the teaser for Book of Boba Fett. And so that means that the entire story of the Book of Boba Fett took place over 2 years, or like there's a 2-year gap, or whatever. Which it's just no. It doesn't work like that.
It doesn't make sense. There are plot points in it that fall apart either way that you look at it, with either amount of time skip. Like the whole Navarro thing falls apart if it's a smaller time skip, but then there are things in the show that should be happening right after this end of season 2. And then there's no Grogu development, even though he was with Luke, apart from maybe in the finale, which was just an ass pull anyway. But it really just the lack of information, I think, is the problem in the show, and it's straight off the bat coming off of Andor, which gives you all of the information.
No, that's not entirely true. Andor does something a lot of other TV shows in this franchise don't do. It has subtext, and it doesn't give you all the information straight away, at least like verbally. You kind of like need to pick apart what's going on in order to understand the scene completely. Me and Boorin were having the issue with I think it was Godric the other day. No, it wasn't Godric, it was someone else. In Star Wars General Chat or an EFAP podcast chat, where he was like breaking down the first scene of the first episode. And he's like, oh, I don't understand like why this person would do such and such a thing. And me and Boren had to like explain a few of the nuances that were going, and they're like the reason why Andor was smiling at them. He didn't really understand why he would do something like that. So you're right in saying that the show gives you all the information, but it doesn't like give it to you outright. You kind of like need to do a little bit of work to understand what's going on.
That's the kind of thing that I was trying to point out, is that it gives you the information in the subtext. This just doesn't have any text. You can't even delve deeper
There is
into
no
it.
book.
You don't know what's happening. You don't know why it's happening. It's just happening, and that's a really fucking pertinent plot thread throughout the entire thing, where it's just like John and fucking Dave just don't give you any information. They're just like, this is happening, deal with it. It's really fucking annoying.
Because
To
the
comment on
moment
what
you like
Darth
do
said,
the moment you do any sort of like work yourself when you watch this show, it just falls apart. And then you mention this to people online on like Twitter and YouTube, and then you get something that Madvocate says, yeah, but unironically, y'all are mad over TV show Cope and Seethe losers. Like, people do not like it when you point out problems in the show. Like, even the last episode with what's his name again? Baby Yoda, Grogu, like tap dancing on top of like a chandelier looking thing while he's fighting Praetorian guards.
Praetorian guards,
Yeah, people point out how that stuff looks like a skit from what's the name of that movie? Team America. The Team America movies, which is like those puppet movies made by the same guys who made South Park. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if you've seen the movie.
I have not, but I know well of their work.
Yeah. So if you're familiar with that kind of thing, people have been pointing out how it looks very similar to that, and I mean, I cannot blame them for thinking that. The way that they use Grogu in scenes like that, where he's just like jumping around, you can very clearly tell that they just threw a puppet, like an actual puppet, all around the room, trying to make it look realistic, quote unquote. It looks so goofy and just so out of place in a show like this that's trying to take itself at least somewhat seriously. And I mean, people who try and say Mando is not taking itself, it's very clearly taking itself seriously.
Yeah, I mean, you come straight off the heroic sacrifice of Paz, in air quotes, giant air quotes, and then you have the same three villains fighting Grogu, and he's just like dancing around like a little mofo, and it's like, what happened?
And that's
What
directly
happened?
after Paz like absolutely annihilates an entire armada of, or at least a small army of stormtroopers who were all wearing their own Beskar armor, who all have their own jetpacks, who are all shooting at. He single-handedly takes out like a squadron of them with a headshot with a Gatling minigun that doesn't spin.
We'll get to the ridiculous plot armor in the seventh episode. It's genuinely ridiculous.
yes.
How it just ebbs and flows with the wills of the writers. But anyway, we getting ahead of ourselves at this stage.
Yeah, before we get to the crocodile scene, to comment on what Darth said, I think when Favreau, he came out and said it probably as a timeline, and then he walked it back saying real life time, and then he like re-walked it back again, and then walked it back again. It's like, it's really confusing on what he even thinks the timeline is, and I don't think they thought about it. Which is really concerning, but also not surprising given how many things that the season retcons from the earlier seasons or shifts around to make previous lines not make sense. It's weird.
Didn't Jon Favreau say that each season is supposed to be representative of a year? Something like that?
He might have said that. I'm not exactly sure.
Pretty sure I read that somewhere.
It's just it's interesting that we have three people on the podcast and no one knows what the fuck is going on.
Well, that's because I barely pay attention anytime I watch the show.
I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying it's the show's fault. It does not try to rope you into it. It just takes you along for the ride, which some people enjoy.
I think we'll talk more about the timeline when we find out about a certain somebody's son, because that's the main thing where you're just kind of like, wait, what the fuck? What are we really doing here in terms of timeline? Because the only realistic time jump that makes sense is like a decade, but we did not jump a decade. There's no way.
Yeah, and even if we didn't, and he's like a foundling adopted or whatever, like we need more. But they just kind of don't care about Paz or his son, and just sort of breeze past it. So I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on there.
Is there anything specific?
The crocodile fight.
The crocodile fight, yeah, let's go back there.
They're doing like the ceremony for little Ragnar, and the crocodile just pops out of the water.
No setup.
It was just laying down in the bottom of the water, I guess, and they couldn't see it because if you can see like how it's kind of set up, or like how the cove is, it's kind of like a bay.
She like actually walks out of the cave.
Yeah, where this crocodile would be super shallow. Like you could see it. the water is pretty clear as we see. Like it's clear enough to be able to see it, but it just appears out of nowhere. And then the Mandos just start shooting blasters at it. It's blaster proof for some reason.
It's more blaster proof than the Beskar armor in episode 7. It's like
no, you see, they didn't shoot the crocodile underneath the helmet.
That's why they run towards it with blasters. No one uses their jetpacks until like I think like a minute and a half into the scene, maybe a minute into the scene. They're like running around in the water, and then they just keep shooting it, even though it's blaster proof. They just keep shooting it. There's like 50 Mandos on the beach that just stand there and keep shooting it despite it doing literally nothing.
Yep.
They climb onto its back and try to blow up its like shell with bombs, which doesn't work for some reason. The armor runs around with her fucking tongs, like saving people from the water. And then Mando just flies in at the end after like what? 3 minutes? Yeah, 3 minutes of fight scene, and just one-shots it with the N1.
Do we need to bring up something with regards to how these Mandalorians got here? Because I'm pretty sure it gets mentioned in season 1 that they don't really have ships. They're kind of stranded on Tatooine, whatever planet they were hiding on.
Oh, they were on Navarro in season 1. There's no line, as far as I recall, about not having ships, but they seemingly don't have ships. So the only way to assume that they got here was Din ferried them one by one in Grogu's pod on his N1 onto whatever planet this is.
There's a line when the New Republic guy comes in and he says that we don't have ships.
Oh, I see. In episode 7?
Yeah, whatever episode it is. I think 5.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's 5. I don't know why they wouldn't have ships, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know how they got there. I think you said in season 1, there's one line that the armorer said, and it's like, some may have escaped off-world, and it's like, that line does a lot of fucking heavy lifting.
It does power lifting, and if they escaped off-world, they had ships. So, like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, I don't know. Generally.
I'm just paying a little bit of attention.
Yeah, Shandy, Madovic's right. If you just keep playing the stream for long segments of time, the stream's gonna get hit. For sure.
Okay, right. I'll just press pause. Hopefully we haven't get hit yet.
Yeah. We'll probably just have to like skip through it and just play short little 8-second segments or whatever.
Yeah.
If we get blocked and then have to restart the stream again, that's fine. We can just start it again and keep going, and then I'll just play it for like short segments. I don't think we've gone over something or anything that's like particularly important just yet, so even if we lose out this bit, it's fine. But yeah.
I mean, yeah, I can always just tape this to the start of the next stream and re-upload it for you if you want, but yeah.
Yeah.
Just basically in like the first 7 minutes of the show, not counting, or that's including the previously ons, like we're already just in what the fuck territory. We have like a completely nonsensical action scene that takes you completely out of the show, and we get 2 wee-woos.
Yeah, the wee-woos. Wee-woo! Yeah, that's something that you'll notice with this season, and increasingly with the earlier seasons as well as you rewatch them, is that Mando has a problem with the attention span of its audience. It really just likes shoving in random action scenes. Like in this one, we get the crocodile, then we get like IG becoming a Terminator robot, then we get the one with there's obviously the Gorian Shard guards, and then the Gorian Shard fight, and it's just like, it needs to just pump action into the screen because it doesn't have any plot. It's it's quite noticeable. The mandated 10-minute Mando moment.
Just look at
what was
these
pointed out in the
environments.
chat of this crocodile is blaster proof, including on the inside of its mouth.
Yeah,
which is weird, but it gets hit by a grappling hook, and it's just the grappling hook hits and goes in.
It's Beskar.
It's Beskar grappling hook. I just love that entire thing of you've got these fantasy worlds that introduce like these nigh invincible armor pieces, and then they like don't bother explaining how these armors are forged with this like near indestructible metal, or how they like operate when you use them as weapons, or what exactly can break them, and if you can break them. And it's like apparently lightsabers can go through Beskar, but only if you like stab them or something. But Mando can still block 2 lightsabers at the same time with his gauntlets, but apparently you can still stab through like the weak points, but no one ever does because reasons, and it's like, ugh.
Also, the Praetorian weaponry goes straight through Beskar too.
No, I'm pretty
I don't
sure
think it goes
just
through there. I
goes,
think
like,
they just
through
go
the...
around the plates.
They stab Paz straight through his breastplate in one of the shots.
Oh,
Ooh, do
Yeah.
I need to go and find that? I will go
I
find that
can-
we'll
quickly.
get that.
Yeah, we can get there and see if I'm right or not, but I'm pretty sure that's one of the shots of all time.
One of the shots of all time. I will
Um,
find the fight.
We get the two wee woos. We get title card, and then we get our. Do you remember Book of Boba Fett scene
Do you
where
remember?
the armor just basically re-explains the previously on? It's really weird that they would include it in the previously on and then like not trust their audience to watch the previously on, and then they just included it in the episode regardless. And if there's a time jump, why the fuck are they having this conversation now? This is a conversation you have right after you get back.
Yeah, this is really strange, and it starts the problem that I was talking about, where they have this conversation, and it's the first thing that we talk about between the armorer and the Mandalorian, and it's literally him saying, "Hey, I got this piece of armor from Mandalore," and then the armorer is like, "All was destroyed in the Purge," and he's like, "What about this thing?" And then the armorer's like, "Wait, what? Where'd you get this?" And then they're like, "No,
And
no,
it's-
no, the
he got
planet."
it from a guy, right? He
Yeah,
got it
he got it
from
from a
someone who
trader,
had
a
been to
traveler.
Mandalore.
A traveler who claimed to have visited the surface of Mandalore is the line in the show.
So I've got to press pause there. I'll just open up the thing a little bit so people on stream can see. He is very clearly being stabbed in the Beskar plate because it looks like his breastplate or his chest piece wraps around his waist, and they are very clearly stabbing him in the armor in this frame.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah, that shot there. That
yeah.
shot there is the one I was talking about. It just goes straight through.
they have anti-Beskar weaponry, but I don't know if this is like a fatal thing yet because he still fights for like a little bit. I'm just gonna put the fade to black thing. Yeah, if my OBS would actually just function,
working.
please. What?
I mean, we can see the shot here.
No, I'm trying to make it fade back.
Oh, skill issue.
Maybe?
Where did it go? Where's the nut?
There we go. I just had to.
But yeah, it's just like he goes to the armorer and he's like, "Hey, I got this thing off the surface of thing. It's probably not poisoned." And then she's like, "Oh, but this just proves that the entire surface has been crystallized by fusion rays." And it's like, "Wait, what? How? What do you mean? What are you talking about?" And this starts the whole stupid like apostate thing where he's like, "Oh, I need to go have a bath."
Yeah, I need to go to the living waters.
This is such a very strange fight to witness because it looks like they're aiming for his weak spots, but they very clearly stabbed him in the actual armor itself. And like you don't see any kind of like singe marks or burn marks implying that they actually like cut through steel of some kind. It's very clearly just like a rubber stick going up against a rubber piece of armor because there's like no attempt to be at all believable with the show. It's very childlike in the way it uses its sets and armor and weaponry, and just everything looks like it's made out of the same sort of plastic you'd find on toys when you go to like Toys R Us to find a quick birthday present for your 5-year-old cousin. Everything just looks so shit. Like, I'm gonna go back here a little bit. I was looking at the sparks flying off. Like, this guy just got stabbed in the neck. Yet you won't know that when you see his body, like lying down on the floor. Like, there's no sort of damage. He looks completely fine. Nothing.
Yeah,
Just
I don't
just
know.
nothing. It's so bad.
Also, two things. One, your description still says link to Star Wars Girls videos, and
Oh,
two,
right.
the link to my channel doesn't work.
Well, I'm glad someone's clicking those to find out if they work.
Hmm.
I'll fix that later.
Yeah. It didn't in the last one either. I just never told you.
Wow, this man does not like to get promoted.
I know.
Okay, I'll go back to episode 1 quickly, and we can carry on talking about that.
We get a quick like hyperspace whale thing. Which is like, okay. They
Hyperspace
show
whale?
them. It doesn't lead anywhere. They just kind of show them. I imagine it's the Ahsoka tease of some
Where would
sort.
this be? Still episode 1?
Episode 1, yeah, it's right after the armor scene where he talks to the armor about being an apostate and having to go back to Mandalore.
Right.
Oh, we see the space whales.
I assume it's
Those things.
It's
here
before this bit, before we get to Navarro.
before we get to Navarro, right?
Yep.
Okay, so we're here with the armor, the hyperspace traveling. We'll probably see a whale. Just full
Looks like
disclosure,
you're
I have
Wait
not
for
seen
it.
episode 1 or 2 of this season. I think I've seen episode 3 onwards. So
I see. It's right there. Yeah.
That's the hyper whale scene
Yeah.
on stream right now.
Seems like just Ahsoka bait. It doesn't really lead to anything in the show, at least. They're
No,
just kinda
we've
there.
got like
Is that
tiny
really
little
just a
bits of
whale?
Thrawn and tiny bits of Ahsoka and things like that happening that are just literally just breadcrumbs leading to their next piece of shit that they're going to release.
It must be really comfortable flying in this ship all the time, unable to move.
Yeah, I don't know why he went for this ship. What's he been doing
He
for
got
the
conned
last
into
year?
it.
Oh,
Imagine,
yeah, he did. You're right. Fucking Pelimoto gave it to him. The
Yeah, but
biggest
she's gonna con him
grifter.
again.
The biggest grifter in the entire fucking universe.
imagine he like does something similar to what he did at the start of season 1, where he goes around the galaxy getting bounties for money, so he can basically get paid half the amount that he was promised, so he can pay for like really ridiculously hyper expensive fuel. But he needs to transport his bounty somewhere, so he just sticks them inside the boot of this thing in frozen carbonite, or like shrinks
Yeah, I
them
don't
into
know.
like a packet or something. Because how else is he gonna fit them in there?
We really don't know what he's been doing for the last year or so. We don't know what he's never talked to the armor about his apostate thing. It never bothered him before now, and I don't know.
You don't really like get any sense of how this person is actually capable of surviving because he's got no money. He can't buy for repair. He can't pay for repairs. He can't buy food or like other sort of like resources that he would definitely need, like tools to repair his ship or his armor, or like maybe a new pair of shoelaces for his boot, maybe some food for Grogu. Ammo, definitely needs some ammo because I'm pretty sure these blasters don't have like unlimited ammo supply. I think you have to like replace the fusion coils or something in them. I don't fucking know. Um, I just know that they do have ammo requirements. Maybe it's like a battery or something. But yeah, he's just vibing in space for like allegedly 2 years with no form of income. So I think he's just been like bumming off of everyone else, like just getting them to pay for everything he needs. I mean, his one friend that he made in season 1 ends up being like a magistrate for an entire town, so he could probably like give him something from time to time. Or Bo-Katan.
Yeah,
Or
we
Boba Fett.
just don't know. We like Bo-Katan's been sitting in a castle, lounging around for a year after a fleet left her. Navarro's suddenly a trade hub. Brief Cargo's done an entire 180 on his like personality in the first season, and I guess the second season does some work there for that. But like, it's just don't
Yeah,
get it.
and that kind of brings us to like the next little bit of him getting to Navarro, and this is the formula when you enter the planet. It's ship flying in through atmosphere, you get your CGI shot of the town they're in, and then for the rest of their time there, you're locked into the volume with terrible backgrounds, terrible lighting,
Oh yeah, I remember that during the Jack
and
Black
just like bad special
episode.
effects.
I think the Jack Black episode was the worst for that. I don't know what it was, but everything in that episode just looked atrocious. Like, it might have been the worst looking episode of the season, in my opinion. Like, I don't think there was anything else that I've seen from this season that actually looked as bad as the Jack Black episode. I think it was just completely oversaturated. Like, the colors did not mix with what they were going for at all. Everything was just so incredibly bright on this planet for some reason. Yet the tone of the episode is supposed to be like a combination between like lighthearted with the Jack Black stuff, but then also kind of like semi-serious with like the dude who's trying to dispose of someone who he thinks is just like a really bad leader for the planet, and like he's somehow managed to get control of all these droids, and the droids are like the previous antagonists for the 3 prequel movies. So seeing them on screen, your first initial thought is like, oh snap, these are battle droids. These guys are like responsible for taking over entire planets and fighting off entire clone armies that number in the millions. Yet they're easily kicked over by a dude who's like, I don't know, annoyed at you for existing for some reason. And then they run. Oh, you guys want to mention the sprinting battle droid at one point? I'm pretty sure that's not going to be like super relevant to any of the previous movies. The fact that
Oh
these
yeah,
battle droids can
we'll get to that
sprint.
when we get to it.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah.
Hey, Tromby.
Hi, Tromby.
Also, hey, Camly.
It looked
And
like
all
a
the others.
commercial. Yeah, it did. It really did.
And we can kind of talk now that we're at the Navarro plotline. Grief is just a completely new character, it seems. They try to like he's the leader of the Bounty Hunters Guild, and for some reason, I think they do it slightly in season 2. He's just like this really altruistic person who cares about like kids' education, which is kind of weird. You would think like I mean, Vane says it in this episode. He's like, "You paid us for murder and mayhem behind these doors. Like, what the fuck, man?" And
Who
like,
are you?
I'm fine with him changing. I'm fine with character growth. That's cool. It's just we get nothing to explain how he just radically changed his mind. The only thing I'm supposed to infer is like, oh, he was saved by Baby Yoda. He was healed at season 1, episode 7. So we're good. That's
Correct me
pretty
if
much
I'm
it.
wrong, but didn't he kind of like accept the Empire's money in season 1 to basically attack Mando and get the kid back? And then the Mandalorians like helped him like fend them off? Is that what happened? I can't really quite recall if Grief Cargo helped him or not. Pretty sure.
He was going to kill him, and then he was like, "No, I'm actually on your side." Then a bunch of
Because
people
Baby
died
Yoda
to
healing him.
yeah. Then a bunch of because of Baby Yoda healing him, he like did a 180 because some random birds attacked them out of nowhere.
Oh right, yeah. He did the 180, but on that planet, like the finale. But
Yes, he was
beforehand,
going to take him in, and then they
Yeah.
have this plot where they're like, "Oh,
yeah.
you
So this
pretend
is
to
this
take
is a
us
guy
in."
who was like willing to sell a kid into slavery, which is probably what he was thinking. It's like, oh yeah, no, they definitely want this kid for something. It's evil galactic empire. They probably don't have any good intentions, but I'm still going to give them this kid who's currently under the protection of Mandalorian, who's like one of my long-lasting friends, who's like a pretty decent guy, and he like does his bounties really, really well. So the fact that he like rejected your offer, well, not really rejected, he still accepted your payment and then like stole your kid. But he's doing it for like a reason. I'll just go behind this dude's back and then give you said kid for money. So yeah, now he's apparently like changed his ways to wanting to look after kids' education and like being a magistrate of this town. So yeah, maybe Baby Yoda injected him with a little bit more than just force healing. Maybe he just injected him with an entirely different personality.
Opium.
Injected him with copium.
Yeah, it's really odd. And then we get Grief like basically offering Mando like a plot of land to stay with Baby Yoda, and we get a bunch of like comic relief, I guess, of him like force spinning him in the chair.
Mhm.
And we get it's just the dialogue in this show is so clunky. It's such a shame that they have the actors they have, and they're just completely wasted on a dogshit script. I don't believe that like any of the characters are actually like saying their lines. It almost feels like they're just reading them off of just a telestrator or something. It's probably a mix of bad script and bad direction, or like the director's not having a lot of control for direction. It is so weird.
I mean, the idea
But
that
we
every
get
episode is directed by a different person doesn't really make a lot of sense to me because they all feel the same. I can't really point out anything different that's meaningful in these episodes where I could be like, oh, I could definitely see this being directed by this person and this being directed by that person. They have a very distinct style about them. I don't get that. Like ever. Meantime, if I look at something
yeah.
like Breaking Bad, I can definitely tell which episodes are directed by different people because they have a different feel to them. Like The Fly, for example, is one of my favorite episodes, but that does not at all feel the same to something like um, Felicia, which is like the finale of the season 5. Like they have very different feels going for them, mostly because The Fly is like a what's the word I'm looking for here? A filler episode, but besides that, like they have very different approaches to how they use the camera. With this show, that's not at all how it feels. Everything just feels the same. And I think you mentioned the entry from space into planet's atmosphere all kind of like looks the same, and they have like the same sort of formula for that. It's it's basically just the same. There's nothing really unique about it.
Yeah, that's kind of how this season feels. It feels very formulaic. I don't think it was written by an AI, but it's almost like you have this set criteria of things you need to achieve. Now write your script around these things. And not even like just concepts. Just you need to have your 2 action scenes. You need to have, coming into the planet CGI shot. We get to the planet, and then that's when we're like locked in our volume. We have to have the start of the episode action scene that leads us into the side quest of the episode that brings us back to the closing action scene. Perfect example of that is episode 3. It's the pacing in the show is so weird. Like episodes just go from episode 1 is 38 minutes, 45 minutes, then 59 minutes, then 33 minutes, then 44 minutes, 46, 53, and then 42.
So episode 3 is almost twice as long as episode 4.
Yeah, and it's almost like it includes a separate episode. Like
Yeah, it really does.
That storyline is part of a different show almost.
Yeah, it never comes back up again.
Yeah, it does briefly in The Spies, right? Just you see her talk to
Kane, yeah, but
that's it.
And then it's sort of it's in the intro, it's in the recap to episode 8. And it's literally only there to say that Moff Gideon has been cloning things. They do not care about Pershing. They don't care about the plot line that they did with the lady who left someone in the room and killed them, or lobotomized them, or liquefied their brain. That never comes up again. She's just fine. No one talked. It's just like it's really weird.
It is strange. But then we get to our epic standoff of the pirates that want to drink in the school.
Oh, the PNG Yoda as well.
Oh yeah. Can you grab the screenshot, or do you want me to grab it?
If you can, that'd be good. I don't have it open right now.
It's like he's a PNG added into scenes. Sometimes he has no shadow. Like it's so odd. I'll grab the screenshot, Shandy, and I'll send it to you. Just give me a sec.
I'm assuming you guys are referring to the scene that I've got on screen now, yeah?
Yeah, it's when they're walking around the town with Grief, I believe.
Okay, well, if you guys can just grab screenshots, I'll pull them on.
Yeah, I'll grab it right now.
One thing
it's even worse, because in the shot he doesn't have a shadow. The shot right before shows him having a shadow.
One thing that really annoys me about this show specifically is that you would think that just normie audience members would look at something like Mandalorian, even season 2, really, really pushing it in season 3, but season 2 would be fine, and think to yourself, wow, this kind of looks lame, because, again, the lighting is just really off. Most of the people are wearing like really low budget cosplayer outfits. The scenery is not that enticing. The CGI is kind of hit or miss most of the time. And then you watch something like Andor, where it's like they actually put a lot of effort into set design and environments and characters and just general CGI making things looking nice. And then you still get people going on Twitter like, oh, I really liked Andor, but I think Mandalorian looks better, or I prefer Mandalorian because it's a lot more fun, or it looks better. And it's like, but why? What about it exists in this show that makes you go, oh, this definitely looks better, or this is definitely more exciting? Because for a lot of people, especially with me, if something looks boring, I'm not going to be that invested, which is why I really like movies that like go just over the moon with how much silly stuff they have, which is why I like things like Pacific Rim or Dragon Ball Super Broly. I really like that kind of spectacle that goes on. So when something like Mandalorian comes out where the spectacle is just flaccid, I'm bored, like almost all the time. How do these people do it?
How do they can't keep getting away with it?
They can't keep getting away with this.
If you put up the shot that I just put in...
Yep. I'm gonna copy Copy link.
It just makes it very apparent compared to like the first season just how shitty the lighting is post season 1. No one has a shadow in the shot. Like there's no lighting to be seen of. It's like all fake. It just looks horrendous.
Yep, and I will grab you a screenshot of a different part of the episode that shows everybody having a shadow.
Okay, so here is number 1. So that's screenshot number 1. Baby Yoda floating apparently does not have a shadow, or no one has a shadow.
Yeah.
And
No one has
then,
a shadow.
okay, so we'll grab image number 2, or if I can just copy the link. There we go, link number
Yeah, and
2.
that's the thing, Paul. Like, you even like one short story from Tony Gilroy talking about like the origin of the song that they're singing during the eye scene is just infinitely more interesting, and the visuals as well do justice to it. Whereas this, it's like there's no plot to prop up any visuals, so they just fall flat.
Well, I'm assuming that there is no plot to go alongside these visuals, because if there was, and you still had visuals like this, it would still be pretty fucking bad, but if they had no plot going alongside it, that just makes it even funnier. So on screen we've got example number 1 of believable shadows being shown underneath them, and then next image, there's nothing to be seen at all, except maybe these 3 guys here on the left, and then image number 3, which is what I showed earlier, there's just nothing, like, at all.
Yeah, it's a technical mess for the show. Considering how much money it had pumped into it, it's a technical mess compared to the. I don't know how they made the first season of this and then made this.
No, but
How
you
did they
see,
get worse over 8 years?
no, but you see, in episode 4, Stormtrooper hit his head when he walked underneath a doorway, and they kept it in. So it's just like Aldani.
True, it was
Mm.
just like Aldani.
But I mean,
Mhm,
there was another example of something like this happening in season 2. I don't know if you guys can remember, where a crewmate was seen standing in the background of one scene, and I think he had like a Starbucks coffee cup or something, or a camera, and then they kind of like just brushed him out,
Yeah.
and then like updated the episode. They gave the episode a patch because you can apparently do that now, which is really fun. So they'll probably end up doing something like that with the show when they notice more and more mistakes or things get pointed out to them on Twitter or on YouTube. So I wouldn't even be surprised if like a few months down the line you do end up seeing shadows underneath these characters during this point, because I mean, this is kind of sad. It's it, why? How do you
Yeah,
do
just
this?
it's just very obvious that nothing
It's
in
really
this
weird.
show is real.
We're watching shows as if they're like early access video games. It's like, no, we'll release it like kind of bare bones so you can like get it, and then we'll just update it after the fact to make sure it's fine. It's like, wait,
Why? Just make a good show.
I know Albedo's joking when he says this, but I know some people are also going to be genuine when they say this. I don't think this is a nitpick. When you are this lazy to remove something like shadows, which is like just basic, what's the word I'm looking for here? Just
Yeah, just shot composition and lighting in general.
shot composition, lighting. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. I was thinking of something else. I can't remember what it was. Um, everyone's got a fucking shadow. You've got basic lighting in this environment. Everyone's lit up to kingdom fuck. Yet everything doesn't look like it belongs. And the reason why it doesn't look like it belongs is because there's nothing to ground them there. I mean, Baby Yoda is very clearly floating, but so does Mando. He kind of looks like he's floating in the scene. He doesn't look like he really belongs there. And you can make him feel like he belongs there by incorporating something like a shadow, which is something that they do here. These people look like they are a little bit more present, but here, not so much. And yeah, I can definitely see what you guys mean with the PNG thing. Baby Yoda looks
Yeah.
like he's just like
Pasted
stuck
in
on
there.
top.
Yeah,
I don't know how to explain
and
it.
I don't know if it's just the tile that he's on, but if you look around the edge in that other shot, Shandy,
Yeah, I'm grabbing it, we're grabbing.
the one that Uvu sent,
Oh, the one that
Yeah.
Uvu sent, yeah.
yeah, the wider shot from the top, it almost looks like the tile around him is warped slightly. Like it literally was added and edited. If you look at the tile around the bottom of his cradle,
Can I zoom in here? Just one sec.
Yeah, and to come back to the nitpick argument, I don't think it is, because this is just a symptomatic of the problems that are throughout the show. They're everywhere. You can spot them if you know what you're looking for, and it's just laziness, basically.
Yeah, and it's not a nitpick in the terms of like when you're talking about the visuals of the show. And especially when you're watching a show, there's going to be things that happen, and you'll be like, okay, it's going to lose like 1 point of believability. And then when a thing starts to show you so many things that are unbelievable, like it becomes justified to just start pointing things out. Like even though it's small, it's not like this isn't ruining the show, right? But it's adding to the larger point of just like there are so many errors with how the show looks.
This is a $200 million season of television from Disney. Like, they are a behemoth when it comes to the media industry. Even if it is just one or two small problems like this, I'm sorry, I still expect better from you. You have so many resources, you have so many people working for you who are underpaid, overworked, super stressed. So when they start producing stuff like this, I'm not really going to be blaming them. I'm also going to be blaming you as a company for pushing out such mediocre work.
Yeah,
And
there are definitely like multiple different layers to it that people, aim a shotgun at Disney, and then a couple of the bullets hit. And what you really need to do is laser focus in and say, what was the production behind it like? What was the direction behind it like? What was Disney's timeline? What are it's information that some of us will never have, obviously, but we can see the result, and the result isn't good. It's not good at all.
I've been seeing a few articles popping up here and there on Twitter, with regards to a few of the VFX artists coming out and saying, well, we kind of like don't get as much time as we would like. A lot of the projects that we have to be working on end up being rushed as a result because we have to meet such stupendous time frames and timelines
Yeah,
that we don't have
and
time
then you
to
get
work on stuff like this. And then you get stuff like this. You get stuff like She-Hulk, which just
yeah. I was gonna say I was just about to talk about She-Hulk, because it literally in universe contextualizes the fact that the CGI artists are underpaid and working on other things, and that's why their show looks shit. And it's like, bruh.
That was so crazy.
Yeah.
that is fucking sad. But
Unbelievable. But do you see around the tiles though? Like it almost looks sunk, kind of.
yeah, kind of like it's warping into him rather than just being like another part of the floor. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be it's uneven tile and it's just a coincidence. I don't know. It's just weird.
If you watch, I've been just watching that scene over and over and just checking it. The shot pans down from the IG statue, and you can't tell where Yoda is in the shot because he has no shadow. You can't tell if he's floating as high as Din's shoulder. You can't tell if he's like in the background but lower down. He's just like a quantum object in this scene. We don't even know. He could be floating at Din's shoulder height, which he's never done before. It's really weird. It looks super off.
He's everywhere all at once.
Yes.
Basically. Paul mentions that season 2 came out 3 years ago, but something you have to keep in mind is that 2 other Disney shows had come out after that point, which was Book of Boba Fett and Obi-Wan Kenobi, or just Kenobi. And I am pretty certain a lot of these VFX artists worked on all of these projects. I don't think all of them did, but I'm pretty sure quite a few of them did, because there has to be some sort of continuity between these shows on like making them at least look somewhat familiar with each other, especially with like Boba Fett and Mandalorian. I feel like those 2 shows would be the most tied together. Maybe not so much with Obi-Wan, but there has to be some sort of connection with the visual effects between these shows. Maybe not with Andor, because it's like the only show that actually looks good, but these other 3 definitely. Most likely going to be the same with Ahsoka.
Kamui said he looks like he's floating in front of the statue, but really small. Yeah, he's just up by IG's gun.
Yeah.
Just inspecting it. Just giving it a sniff.
So, pirate drinking fiascos.
Yeah.
Pirate
Next.
drinking fiascos. Yeah, just give
We are
me
moving
a
on.
quick moment.
That's actually before these
I'll
shots.
give you a screenshot to show on screen, Shandy, while we talk about it.
Yep.
Oh, another thing that we want to point out as well. Mando does this every single time. Every time that it wants to establish something or go into it's always someone flying into the atmosphere. We get a broad shot of the thing. we get an establishing shot of the thing, and then he lands, and it's like every single time it's the exact same shot. We don't get anything on the ground, and then him coming in, always from his POV. It's once you notice it, it's like, oh, okay, they're doing this every single time to do their establishing shot, and it feels formulaic. It's really odd. Like, you can have, like, compare this shot of, well, you can't see it, but there's a shot of him coming into Navarro, right? If this was Andor, you could start on the ground in Ferrix, and you'd know it was Ferrix because you know what Ferrix looks like, and then you can have the main character come in. But in this show, there's no pre-established version of what we're looking at, so they have to do an establishing shot of every single thing that they come up to, and it's super noticeable. I don't really like it.
So I've got the screenshot up if there's something that you wanted to say about this specifically, otherwise I can just pull the scene up.
Yeah, just
the backgrounds. Like, you can see that Grief is not standing in this environment.
And I just want everyone to be aware that this is actually a screenshot Boorin took from the actual let me just scroll it down just a little bit, yeah. From the actual media player from Disney Plus. Like, this isn't like some sort of bootleg pirated website. This is actually officially what was released on Disney Plus. And yet it still looks like that. Like, this is very... I'm pretty sure you can even see like the green outline or blue. I don't really know what kind of color that they use there, but there's something surrounding him that does not look like it's part of this environment. Even here on like the right side of his face. Let's go, yeah, so that people can actually see. On the right side of his face, the color doesn't really match the background. The background's got more like of a pale yellowy color, but then there's like something green, like a green tinge here on his face and in his beard that I don't know where it's coming from. You don't get any of the sunlight. Yeah. You don't get any of the sunlight from behind him shining over here on his hair, on like the side of his face. The lighting kind of looks like it's coming from his side and a little bit from in front of him, but there's nothing coming in from behind him. It's very weird.
And that is usually when you can see it, is the lighting does not match the lighting that they're showing in the background. Like, the lighting of the character in the background, just, they don't match. It's very odd.
Like a green screen? I mean, this was shot on the volume, right? I don't know if the volume uses like typical green screen tech.
It doesn't. It's just a wall screens. They specifically used it to avoid having to edit out the green reflections in Mando's armor during season 1. That was the whole point that they used it.
Well,
was to create more natural reflections and shiny surfaces and things.
I don't know what they've done as a replacement.
The actors really like it because
they don't have to do anything.
I said I don't know what they used as a replacement because there's some sort of green tinge in his beard. I don't know if I'm the only one who can see it.
No, I see it too. There's a chance that they used green screen, even though they had the volume. Like, maybe it was a reshoot and they didn't have access to the volume. It was being used to shoot other things, and they needed to do reshoots before it released.
Like, I just had to clean my glasses to make sure that I'm not the only one seeing this. Yeah, as long as you could see it too, then we're fine. But like, yeah, I mean,
it's coming off that medallion on his neck. I think you're just nitpicking, honestly.
The medallion shines a brighter light than the background does. The actual sun. My God, it's a powerful medallion. It's probably the time stone, to be honest. That's why his face is so green. He's one of the 14 million possibilities. It's just Grief Cargo shows up with his own time stone. But yeah, I'm going to play the scene as a whole just so we can all see this a little bit better. I was
going to say that this also gives us an opportune moment to bring up the costume design as well. Vane's is good. They actually give him full control of his lips. He has a pretty decent prosthetic. It's well done. Everyone else here is wearing some sort of mask. They all look just really off. And you'll notice as we go through the episodes that they just really do not care about matching what the person is saying to the actual voice lines. It's really fucking bad in some scenes, especially with the Ugnaughts.
Gorian shot.
And Gorian shot, I guess.
Gorian shot. Gorian shot might actually be the worst example of this, because at one point he was like saying so many syllables that none of them actually matched up with his lips. His lips were like saying 1 or 2 words at a time, meantime the actual actor was saying like 15.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
episode
think
5 is so silly when he
Yeah.
is on that hologram and his
another
lips are
one
just
is
like
oh yeah,
opening and smacking together.
that's awful.
It's like Sesame Street puppet. It's
Yeah.
so bad.
And yeah, another one is the Ugnaughts in episode 6. They are
Yep.
very off.
I don't know
Vane's
which.
the best just because like his lips move with the actor's
Yeah.
lips and he has like some facial expression, but it still doesn't look that good. It
Yeah, I
still
mean
looks
comparatively, yeah, comparatively to the rest of the ones, it's a standout. But yeah, he's not used for much, and even then, it's like you can tell the prosthetic is inhibiting him in some ways.
But don't you guys understand that they did this all practically, and that we should be thankful that they use practical elements, because everyone's complaining about too much CGI, but then when there's not enough CGI, they still complain. That's a real thing I saw
See, like
today, by
it
the
needs
way.
to be a mix of both. And there seems to be like a large section of the fan base that thinks that the OT looks bad, and like, oh, it's okay because it's campy and it looks bad, and like it's like the OT. This is what Star Wars is. But the OT didn't look bad.
The OT
it was
looks
revolutionary for its time.
It still looks really good if you watch like one of the despecialized
Oh my
versions
god,
in
no,
4K.
hold on, I need to go back here for a little bit. Unless this is the same screenshot we shared. The green tinge looks worse now. I just noticed it.
There's a few shots of that background with his face. So
Yeah,
Like, look at that. I think it is just the same screenshot you shared. You said, shared the words, but it just stands out so much more now. His face is not. I don't even think his face is there, to be honest. I feel like it's a different fucking creature, and that they just
Yeah, it
slapped his
looks
face
odd.
on top. I don't know what it is.
I saw
but
it immediately, and it's just like he is not standing in this environment. He's not
Mhm.
here.
It looks like someone like took a bit of green paint, put it on their thumb, and then pressed their thumb onto his entire head. That's kind of what this is giving me. The kind of vibe it's giving me. He's got green thumb energy. Look
yeah.
at
All the
him.
shots of grief in this exchange are very odd.
But yeah,
I'll say that much.
gonna keep it playing. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that just looked hideous.
That's all right.
So Vane basically is like, I want to drink in this school. And Grief is just like, sorry, bro, that's a school. And he's like, well, to me, it's a bar. And it's
'Cause
just
it
like,
was,
okay,
yeah.
Like I don't know what's causing the mayhem. I guess I know like these pirates are supposed to be under authority of Gideon, right?
I mean, yeah. There's a line in episode 7 that links the two of them. Like, I think the lady says, "Oh, the thing on Navarro didn't work." But it's
So,
like, how
what
did
is
he
their
plan?
goal
How did he
here?
plan this? Like, did he plan for his guys to go in and die? Why didn't he just attack Navarro off the bat? He has like problems with Navarro, right? Because he got fucked over there in season 1. So I don't know what his motivations are.
Moff
Yeah, like
Gideon
what's his
just did
goal?
not
Like, what
plan
if Grief
for
is
his
just
drinking.
like, okay, he just like kicks everybody out of the school, lets him drink. What then? Like,
yeah,
what,
well, like-
what are they trying to achieve here?
Grief tries to give him options. He says, "You can come back to my office and have a drink." Like, he literally offers them to come to the magistrate's office. And they're like, "No, we want to drink in the school." It's like, what?
No, but you see, if they actually
Um,
like had that kind of outcome, we wouldn't have this old Western style shootout in the middle of the street right outside of school.
Yeah, we do the attempt at tension of like having the Western standoff. Vane tries to pull his gun, gets shot in the hand, and then they just kind of stand for a little bit, and then like all of Vane's men like try to pull their guns, and then they just kill them all except for Vane.
They do.
You're just like,
I'm
okay.
I'm gonna play that just so we can see that. That sounds funny.
You're like, I guess, okay. And then they're just like, no, we're just gonna let Vane go. He's gonna tell the other people we mean business. It's so obviously stupid, and what's even worse is that the direct consequences of it, of just letting Vane go, come in this episode.
Yeah.
And like Mando knows it. Like Mando's like, "Are you sure you want to do this?" And Grief's just like, "Absolutely." He's gonna tell him we mean business.
Yeah,
Like,
he's
Grief is a
definitely not going to
fucking
go to
idiot.
his. He's definitely not going to go to his like pirate overlord that he just mentioned and tell him.
Vane's definitely not gonna tell Gorian shot. Bro, they killed a whole bunch of people outside of school. They were kids and shit there, man. They saw the whole thing.
Well, these
Yeah,
kids
it's
are just
not
like,
really on Vayne to like, even if Vayne goes and tells Pirate King Gorian Shard, "Yo, all my men died,"
yeah,
but like
he's just
they
gonna
mean
get mad.
business. Yeah, he's still gonna get mad and he's
Yeah,
still gonna
like
retaliate.
what's better here? Killing all of them and then Gorian Shard going, "Yo, where's my like lieutenant?" Or killing 4 of them and then going, "Oh, here's my strategic officer. We're just gonna hire 4 more pirates." It's like what?
Shut
Yeah,
up,
Would
just
be
like
it's
Aldani
really
couldn't be
odd.
there to help. Yeah, a lot of things happen conveniently in the show. Like he shows up on the one day that this happens, and oh yeah, and this is another thing that we bring it up, and it actually becomes a plot point. Hilariously enough, Navarro has no law enforcement. It's a trade hub. It's a booming city and business, and yet it has remnants of the old town still wondering about the bounty
What
hunters
do you
guild.
mean? Isn't Gina Carano or whatever her name is like a marshal? She was that in
No,
season 2.
she left.
She left?
No, she
Oh.
went to the New Republic and had her own show, but didn't because she talked about, I don't know, Nazis or something.
I will screenshot because hold on.
But surely they
This-
have a new marshal, right?
No, they get one at the end of the show with IG, who becomes a literally just a shell of his old self.
Damn.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
No law enforcement? Megamind?
So this is all of the defenses that Navarro has. Is that one gun?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll,
Just like episode
That
6.
gun stands between Navarro and defeat.
I'll pull that up real quick. Okay, so
That is it. That is all of their defenses.
Oh, whoops.
I don't get, like, it's supposedly been years. They have absolutely no defense force. No one has invaded them. Is it simply just because it's Outer Rim? Because
No, because they like he brings up the fact that they're booming business, construction boom. They're a hub in the trade wheel of the Outer Rim. Like,
oh yeah, so people would absolutely
Yeah.
know about them.
yeah, like why? And it's the Outer Rim as well. So like, why wouldn't it be a hub for like pirate attacks? And we get that with the Shadow Council in episode 7, where one guy is literally just like, "Yo, we need to do more pirate attacks." Lol. It's like, why wouldn't you target this town? It has no defenses.
Before Mando showed up, there was only one person with a gun in this town, and that's Grief Cargo. When Mando showed up, there were 2, and then when Mando
Yeah, he
left, there
doubled the
was one
law
again.
enforcement.
But apparently, Grief Cargo is like so confident in his abilities that he thinks he can take on even more pirates if this person just comes back with like
Yeah, exactly.
reinforcements. And it's
He
like,
deliberately kicks the hornet's nest. I mean,
and
he
then he's
tries
like
to provide.
surprised when he gets stung. Yeah.
Well, I
Ooh,
mean, to be honest, the guy drew a gun on him, but still, like, I don't even know. It's just forced conflict.
yeah, I feel like if I was the only person in town with like any means of like defending said town, I probably wouldn't want to start fights with 4 to 5 pirates who very clearly make it clear that they are part of a group of other pirates, that there's more of them and that they can come in if they feel the need to. Like, is this town not like on the Outer Rim? Shouldn't he
Yep.
be familiar with these kinds of people already and how much trouble they can cause, and how if you don't have a well enough defended town, they can cause significant problems for you? Has this guy like never heard of the Huts?
No, it's almost like he wasn't a bounty hunter, you know? And wasn't
But
in
where did all
control of
those
the bounty
people
guild.
go that were loyal to him in the Bounty Hunters Guild? Why didn't he hire any of them?
They were all fired from Disney for posting pro-Nazi rhetoric.
Surely, as the leader of the Bounty Hunters Guild, you had a couple right-hand men that you
Yeah.
would at least carry over to like help establish your new city.
Nope.
They all became
like,
teachers and fishermen.
Even if not, like it's fine, but just give us a reason. Like the bounty hunters left because he was too soft, or something.
Yeah, exactly. Which is what they're trying to establish with the scene, but it's backwards. We need an explanation first. We need an explanation
yeah.
afterwards. We need something.
But basically, that happens. They let Vayne go.
Yep.
And then they walk over to the statue of IG-11.
Yes.
And Mando's like, "I need that droid."
Yeah. He
It
needs
doesn't seem like Mando's been here since the end of season 1. I don't know how this droid, like how he knew the droid was here, because Uvu, you have the GIF of what happened to IG-11 in season 1. He got absolutely, and they show it at the beginning of this episode. He got absolutely destroyed, 100% completely gone.
We've got plot to tell us that destruction was complete.
Yep.
Not only is it intended to destroy him completely to make sure that he isn't compromised, but also he's sitting on fucking lava. He is drowning in a lava lake.
I will grab.
Yeah, he's over
the
lava,
destruction of-
and the thermal detonator that's supposed to destroy him explodes in the middle of his chest, and his self-destruct initiative is there so that his designs are not compromised.
Yep, we get plenty of information throughout the season as to why this exists, why it should happen this way, and season 3 just kind of ignores it because they need the season 1 droid to be here.
It was popular and people liked it, so we were bringing it back.
But they do it dirty.
So I'm currently showing the scene on screen right now. IG-11, this is... So for people who don't know, this episode is Season 1, Chapter 8. It's the finale of Season 1. This droid walks out into boiling hot magma in the middle of several stormtroopers with a detonator in his chest, and he blows himself up, killing like about 20 stormtroopers. So this was
violently explodes.
They don't even shoot him either. It's just like, oh.
This was framed as like a valiant sacrifice to like make sure everyone inside the tunnels escapes.
Well, that's the thing. Like we get a lot of stuff in IG. We get his original plan to kill Baby Yoda, and then we get his reformed version that Mr. Ugnaught, I forgot his name, Queel. Had created, and then by the end of it, he becomes like a loyal servant and does the sacrifice, and it's just completely underwritten by this season.
No Queel statue, by the way.
No Queel statue.
Actually, a bit fucked up, but you know, it is what it is.
So that creature that just blew up, you would expect, would probably not be well. What's the word I'm looking for here? Maintained, or like he wouldn't look too great. But this is apparently what he looks like in Season 3.
He would be completely eviscerated and gone.
The bomb that blew up was in his chest, and I'm currently pointing where his chest is on screen.
It's just funny because the thing that survived was the thing closest to the bomb.
Yeah, the thing that was still there is the one that's like the closest in proximity towards the bomb. Yet the thing that was like furthest away, meaning his legs, is just completely gone. So maybe he crapped it out before it blew up? I don't know. He just ejected it like an egg out of his anus, and then it like blew up his legs, and then everything else around him, and then like his torso went flying into the distance. And they somehow
This is
him up
like
and,
the first gigantic retcon. Actually, I think the first gigantic retcon is all the fucking Mandos showing up. This is the second one, and we're only halfway through this episode. Like,
that's how you start a season of television, right there. You started with 2 major retcons, one of them completely undermining the supposed sacrifice of a minor character from the start of season, from the end of Season 1. Your finale to like this new hit show that everyone really, really enjoys. We're just going to completely counteract that entire sacrifice and the entire point of that episode. So yeah, that's a good way to go. I can only imagine why everyone does not like this season or thinks it's mid, including Star Wars.
And then because we've only had one action scene and it's the middle of the episode, Mando fixes the droid, which is a bit strange considering he doesn't like droids and spends no time with them, but he can fix this one. Turns it on and it just is evil. It's, for some reason, everything Queel did doesn't matter. It's just back to assassin droid.
It's not even that. Like, there's... Yeah, it is that, you're correct, but there's just so much wrong with this entire premise. When we first see him in the first episode, or whatever episode it is, second one, I think, he's an assassin droid, right? And he's part of the Bounty Hunters Guild, so he has some level of sentience or sapience or whatever, and he's been programmed for this task, or at least given this task and willfully taken it. So his protocol is to be an assassin droid, to assassinate people. To assassinate someone, you need a target. I don't know why, after Queel's reconditioning, after him blowing up, and after all of that, he still has, of one part of his memory, out of everything, out of all the bounties he's done, out of all of the learning he's done, out of all the growing he's done, he has one piece of information left, and that is kill Baby Yoda. And I have no fucking clue why. Why did that survive out of everything else? Why is that the piece of information that he is he's reclaimed out of everything else. And it's not his base programming, because his base programming, obviously, he's an assassin droid, and you need a target for that. So you need to program the droid first to give them a target before they start killing people. But he's just like, nah, Terminator droid, because we need our action scene. It's just,
It's so strange. And then it also, Mando just like acts like a bumbling idiot, can't kill it. He shoots it like 4 or 5 times, and all the shots bounce off, which is really strange because he kills it with 1 shot to the head in episode 1.
That's true. However, this is the same droid that survived an explosion in its chest with its chest like still present. So,
Yes,
maybe
that
you're
is
just
true.
nitpicking.
That is true.
Also,
clearly
this is
established
less
3
boring than
times how
Aldani,
powerful
so I don't know what you're talking about.
And
It's
they
fine.
kill it by Grief pushing over a statue and
hitting him.
crushing its head.
No, it
Yeah.
wasn't Grief. It was Grief's C-3PO droid.
Oh, right. My bad.
Yeah,
Even
I
better.
just showed it on screen. It just nudges over the statue while Grief is holding Baby Yoda, and he looks at the robot like, "What the fuck? You just broke my statue." It's great.
And then we get Babu Frick cameo.
True. We'll just go.
They really
through
are
all
just
this.
taking like, oh, this was our most popular thing from the thing, so put it in here.
Put it in here,
Like,
yeah.
I think Babu
Like-
Frick was like one of the only things people liked in quotes from The Rise of Skywalker. They're just like, oh, he was kind of like neat, I
Interesting.
guess.
And he went
And they're
woo.
just like, put him in,
Two of
put him
them.
in.
Also, yeah, they explain in this scene right after they do this sort of reviving of IG. They're like, "Oh, that didn't work. Don't worry, we've got the greatest droid smiths in the Outer Rim." And it's like, wait, why didn't you go to them in the first place? Like, what was why did you think that you could do this alone? Like, why would you do this? I don't understand.
Yeah, we get a bunch of like silly comic relief of Baby Yoda trying to brutally
Way.
squeeze him to death.
And then the whole mistranslation that isn't a mistranslation for 3 different separate lines.
Yeah,
Very-
like they're
yeah.
still speaking basic. It's just kind of broken basic, but like
Yeah.
you can understand what they're saying. And then Din is just like, I don't understand what you're saying, which is confusing because fucking everybody does. But I mean, Din's a moron, so it's fine.
Baby
And
Yoda's
then
just
they
going
try to do like
him.
the Grief explains the thing that is clearly said, and then Mando's like, yeah, I got it. And then he does it again, and Mando's like, yeah, I got it. And then he does it again, and Mando's like, yeah, I got it. And then they go to the next scene. It's just like, wait, was this like supposed to be funny? I'm confused.
Way.
Wah.
Or rather,
And
you
then
should-
Mando leaves. He needs a memory circuit that is
Yeah.
very rare and specific.
Yes.
Um,
This one IG unit, which is claimed to be old tech.
And yet
That's
you
why they
find
can't get
out
it.
that there's just like another IG battle unit in the finale of season 3. It's just hanging
Yeah.
out in a bar.
Yeah, they just have one, and they're like,
It's just-
"Oh, this should be our
just
marshal."
Bing chilling. Dave Filoni's in the background drinking his space milk. And he's just like looking at this IG unit like, yeah, that's a super
this is
rare
it.
battle droid, boys. We got one. He's just chilling here in our bar while we're drinking our space milk. It's very good, very nice. Also, since I haven't seen episode 1, you're telling me that they start this new season of television off with the fucking side quest of him going to find some sort of memory
Yeah.
unit for a droid that
Yeah, and then it's
Oh,
it's
completely,
even worse than that,
yeah,
Shandy.
it's completely undone in the next episode.
yeah, it is crazy. We'll get to it. It's so
Yeah.
silly.
Yeah.
So
So, yeah,
Mando
we-
gets in his ship and he leaves, and then
Yeah.
we get random pirate encounter for our last action scene. I guess we forgot to mention there's something really weird with this season. Pirate King Gorian Shard. He was mentioned in the previous altercation, but for some reason they feel the need to say his full title every fucking time they address him, and he has so many of them. He's
Pirate
Gorian Shard.
King.
He's Pirate King Gorian Shard like 6 or 7
Pirate
times,
King.
and he's also Captain Gorian Shard.
Yeah.
Lord of
It
the
just
Seven
comes off as so
Kingdoms, protect
clunky.
us
Like
the
Grief is like,
Andals from
tell
the
Pirate
Rhinar."
King Captain Gorian Shard that I mean business. And then
It's like, would
Bane
you
is
not
just
already-
like, Pirate King Gorian Shard is not happy with you. And you're just like, why are you saying the full title? Like, I don't even think they reduce it at all. It's either Gorian Shard, Pirate King Gorian Shard, or Captain Gorian Shard.
Look
They
at
never
this
just say like Shard
entity,
or
this
Gorian.
powerful creature, this Star Wars equivalent of Swamp Thing.
Oh yeah, and one other thing that Darth just reminded me of in the comments is that he can't even fit the IG unit in his ship. It's
he
too
can't.
big.
Yeah.
He's got no way to transport this guy. Like he has the thing to transport droids has to be bolted on in the next episode, and it wouldn't fit him anyway. Just weird. Also, yeah, don't play for too long.
Oh, I've been skipping.
Mm.
We haven't been picked up yet, and we've been going for a while, I'd say.
Okay, fair enough.
We
I'll
get
let
our
you handle
like
it.
5-minute ship chase scene of all of the ships missing Mando, and then Mando killing them all with one shot.
Yeah.
They're just like completely ineffectual. He like teleports throughout the scene.
Yep.
To get to certain places. We get like 8 fucking wee woos.
Wee-woo.
And then we get His Grace, the one, the only Pirate King Gorian Shard, who just looks fabulous. Absolutely
does.
flawless
Yep,
costume
great,
design.
Great practical work there.
Yeah, no issues. He looks perfectly great.
Just gonna unzippy this, so we all get a nice good look at Pirate King Captain Gorian Shard, Lord
Yeah,
of the
I got a
Seven
screenshot.
Kingdoms, Protector of the
Also,
Realms, and the Rhino of the First Men.
The way the scene ends is hilarious. Mando's just like,
Yeah.
"Hey, I've got a target lock on me," and you're like, "Oh shit, that's pretty serious, right? He can blow you up at any time," and then he just leaves. He's just like, "Nah, bye." It's like,
And
what
then
the fuck?
Gorian Shard grunts in anger,
Yeah.
which is really weird.
Hey man, if I had a face like that, I would have constant phlegm in my throat. He just looks like a guy who's got constant phlegm in his throat. It's probably why his beard is green. It just like leaks out his nose.
Why'd you have to do Captain
It
Gorian
baffles
Shard like
me how this gets through, like, approval. How does this get approved?
How does what get approved?
Because
Gorian Shard, like, whatever costume designer, John costume designer, it makes this and brings it to the team, and he's just like, yeah, this is,
Yo,
we can
this
do
is my
this, right?
pirate.
And they're just like, yeah, this is fine. What?
Yeah.
Where are your tractor beams? I'm assuming this is because big ship trying to find Razor Crest or whatever the name of the ship is that Mando's flying, but they don't pick him up with their tractor beams. Something that was introduced in episode 4, or rather the first movie, Star Wars.
Oh yeah, not only tractor beams, but later on we get a funny technology that can literally control your ship.
Really?
Very funny.
Yeah.
Very funny technology, but we'll get to that.
Very funny tech. Okay. Well,
yeah, Mando kills basically all of the fighters except for Vane, and then escapes completely unharmed. And then we get to Bo's castle on random planet. Din walks in and she's sitting very comfortably. She just spends her time in this random room with nothing in it but a chair. She just
Alivala.
hangs out here sitting like this.
Yeah, and we don't know how long she's been here. Presumably since the dissolution of her fleet, which would have happened quite soon after she didn't have the Darksaber. So she's been here for what, a year? Just lounging around in this fucking castle right next to Mandalore, which we know from further events is right next to Gideon, and Gideon doesn't care. Gideon doesn't do anything. He's like, oh, the leader of Mandalore that could like probably like bring back all the people if she gets the Darksaber, which I gave to Din. She's just sitting there, and I'm not going to do anything until he shows up, and then I'm going to bomb her house to make her arc happen.
Question: do these people ever like shower or like clean their armor,
No.
or like wear any sort of other
They can't.
outfit? She's busy Bing chilling on the stone throne in the middle of this empty room in her Mando armor. Like, surely that is just uncomfortable as fuck.
Yeah, well,
Like,
she doesn't care.
Where's
She's
the
lounging
big
around.
woolly
She's
slippers?
depressed.
Where's the like grey robes and like the blue little floppy ears that she puts on her hair because it makes her feel funny? Like,
She took them off
bro.
because she heard someone was coming.
she,
She got out of her sad bath with her Chardonnay, and she was like, oh, okay, someone's here. Put her helmet on, and then was like, okay, now I'm here. I'm sitting on the fucking... I'm not crying anymore. I'm sitting on the fucking throne.
We don't see anyone else here, right? It's
Just droids.
only her.
Yeah, we saw a droid at the start when Mando like walks in. This big blue fuck off droid, and I don't think there's anyone else.
Yeah, so she just hangs out sitting in the throne room of a castle for nobody.
She knew he was coming. She's got like main character side quest NPC vibes.
Yeah,
What
and
the
then we
fuck did they do
basically
to
get a
her eyebrows?
conversation between Din and Bo, where Bo says she doesn't care about any of the religious shit. It's all bullshit.
Yeah.
Mandalore is poisoned and purged.
But not really.
Yeah, she says that her fleet
yeah.
doesn't follow her anymore because she doesn't have the
Doesn't have the
Darksaber, which is
Darksaber.
confusing because she didn't have the Darksaber in season 2 when they were with her. But...
Yeah, she like formed this fleet somehow, but then they're like, wait, you don't have the shiny sword? Like, what are you doing? Who are
One
you?
thing I need to know is why do they think Mandalore is poisoned? Has anyone been there?
No one knows. Like, this information
No
comes
one
out of
knows.
thin air. No one's ever been back to check it. No one's ever been like, oh, we should probably go back to our ancestral homeland. It's like, no one cares.
None of the Mandos have. Someone else has gone there.
Yeah, apparently
They
random
picked up
people
the
have
thing.
picked up Beskar off that because it's a fucking gold mine, and why wouldn't you go there? But, you know.
Yeah, and no one... They didn't tell anybody. Like, word didn't circulate that it's not actually poisoned. Hey,
Nah.
this planet that has, like, one of the rarest resources ever...
That's super powerful.
Yeah, nah.
With the only possible equivalent being kyber crystals in terms of like usability and rarity. Yeah.
Yes, Darth, someone has been there. They went, grabbed Beskar off the surface, and then left. And yes, they literally live next to the same planet, which is like my next thing. Why, if the Empire is going to try to exterminate Mandalorians and glass their entire planet, how the fuck does Din survive on Concordia, the moon right next to it? And how do they not check the surrounding planets for Mandalorians? And seemingly they haven't done it for years. Because Din says that he grew up on Concordia and lived on Concordia for quite a while.
Yeah. And, like, Gideon says had a presence here, like, presumably since the Purge, right?
Yes.
But I have a question.
So-
Why isn't the Empire itself just farming this planet?
It is.
Gideon does it. No.
Gideon
No,
is.
No, you don't understand. Gideon's doing it now. I'm asking,
Yeah.
why didn't they do this post Siege of Mandalore? Like, why didn't they just get straight
no,
in there?
They did. That's why
They
he's
did,
there.
and they made ingots of currency out
Yeah.
of the strongest metal known to the
That's
galaxy.
Excuse me?
why. That's why Din gets the Beskar in the first episode.
Ingots. They
Yep.
they used it to make ingots out of the what?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
used it
and
to
they-
make money.
I just think it's really funny that, well, first of all, Gideon has like infinite resources, right? He has access to one of the most powerful
No.
pieces of currency in the entire universe. Not only that, but he's just like, hey, Din, have this armor. And then it becomes a pain in his ass for the rest of the fucking show. It's so funny. He's like, this one fucking Mandalorian I gave a bunch of Beskar to made armor out of it, now I can't kill him.
You had access to the most powerful metal in the galaxy that could literally turn you invincible. You had a pet project where you were making dark troopers whose entire job and purpose was to be invincible, and you turned it into money.
As far
Yeah.
as I'm aware, it was the Empire that turned it into money. Gideon was the
Yes.
only person to try to use it for
That's
weapons.
Yeah,
bullshit,
it was the
as far as I'm aware.
yeah,
That's
it was an
bullshit.
empirical forge.
There's no fucking
Well,
way
yeah,
of
of course
believing
it's
that.
bullshit.
That's stupid. There's no
Yeah.
no that is so fucking stupid. No. How the no. No, I'm sorry.
It's all over.
That's all Jover. Yeah, no, we are not Barack. What? I just
Holy-
thought that they had like piles of it that they just like wanted to do shit with, but they couldn't because the Empire was basically disintegrated. I didn't realize that they just like kept on farming it and then just made it into money for some reason. That just sounds really fucking lame. God damn,
Yep.
this franchise sucks. That's stupid. It's like if someone went into Marvel Comics, saw the material that turns Wolverine fucking invincible, and then like, hey, you know what? Instead of taking this armor and making like silver samurai outfits and like giant cybernetic robots, let's just take it and make fucking umbrellas
Well,
out of it for
Like, they
funnies.
do, but they don't, and then they do, but they don't. And then by the end, only Gideon has, like, a suit of armor that's worth anything, despite the Dark Troopers existing in the season before. It's really strange.
No, but you see, he improved it with the one weakness they had. They didn't have him in it.
The weakness that they had was that they had someone in it, and then he puts people in it, and then he's like, wait, why are they weak?
It's really funny. Like, we'll talk about it more when we get to that episode, but in season 2, in the tragedy, when he's talking about the Dark Troopers, he says, this is the third iteration of Dark Trooper. They no longer require a pilot. And then in 3X7, he's like, I have perfected the Dark Trooper. It now has a pilot. And
Yeah,
you're just like,
it had
wait
the
a
one
second.
weakness that it was lacking, me.
Also, I just want to point out how funny Gideon is as a character in this season, because he basically turns himself into the Tumblr OC, if you will, like the super edgy Tumblr OC. He is the main antagonist. He has access to a weapon called the Dark Saber. He is in indestructible armored suit with cybernetic enhancements that increases his strength and durability, and
Only sometimes though.
it's called the Dark Trooper outfit. He's got access to his own flamethrower, his own grapple hook, his own jetpack, and maybe he's even got knee rockets. I don't know.
He looks like he has knee rockets, but he never
He
uses
probably
them.
does have knee rockets, to be honest, but he's too fucking stupid
Well,
to
the
use them.
armor has a couple of like circular charge-looking things on his knee. Yeah.
And then to top that off, he was going to make clones of himself, and
With
then he
the
was going
Force.
to give these clones the Force. And those Force-powered clones, if they worked, probably would have had access to fucking lightning, because why wouldn't he? He's the Tumblr OC character. That is so lame.
Yeah.
I'm
Gideon is very lame. It's a complete waste of the actor's talent.
They
Yep.
also removed his mustache.
Yeah, it's a clone.
So we'll talk about the mustache when we get to episode 7, because there is some great copium about that.
Is there anything that we want to talk about this episode before we like splurge on?
No, we're pretty good for episode 1, I think.
Just the
Hour and a
exit
half, not bad.
just the exit of Mando. Just we've got a target lock on him, and he's like dank Farrick, as in this is a bad thing, and then he just leaves. It's like why is it a bad thing if you can just fuck off? Like this show is so fucking apparent with the ebb and flow of plot armor and stakes and things like that when you notice it, you can't unnotice it.
I kind of wish I didn't notice it, because
Well, a lot of people don't. A lot
yeah,
of people don't. They think it's good.
yeah,
Like Dinner
that's-
Nerds.
it's probably why they think it's good. It's because they don't pay attention.
Oh yeah, Paul, I can talk about the scene transitions.
The
Every
wipes.
single scene transition in this show is some sort of fucking 2004 PowerPoint.
Yeah,
It's
the
so
wipe.
weird.
And
I
like
feel like this didn't happen all the time with the OT. Every single one is a 2004 PowerPoint slide.
And
It's
like
so weird.
it's like it's just comes from like a complete misunderstanding of why that was so influential and hard to do back when you actually had physical film that you had to splice together, and why it was so like good. And now you have technology that can literally just fucking do that in a schoolboy's computer, and you're like, yo, Star Wars.
Yeah, it's the black hole of the Star Wars IP. Like it has to incestually devolve into itself. Like we can never escape the 70s for some reason. It's so weird.
Because shows like Andor, they take the vibe and then they build upon it and then they use it really consistently. Like I think Tony Gilroy was talking about how he specifically wanted the tech to look like it does in Star Wars, but it doesn't overstay its welcome. It's done really well. Like the thing that Nemec has and all the props that they have as well. They showed a good prop showcase in the Star Wars Celebration Andor panels. And it was just really good seeing like all these little pieces of technology and things like that. Whereas this, it's like we need to look like Star Wars, but not feel like Star Wars, and that's the main problem I have with the show. And which is hilarious when people say that Andor doesn't feel like Star Wars.
Yeah, it's hilarious. And then they like turn around and say that this is peak George Lucas or whatever the fuck. It's like, man, what do you think Star Wars is? It's like that same thing of people saying, oh, well, the OT looked bad, so like, you know, it's fine. It's like, no, it did not. How dare you?
It looked really good. It still looks really good, and it looked amazing at the time. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, episode 2. Only an hour and a half for episode 1, you know?
Not bad.
It's not bad. We cut to Pelimato, just everyone's favorite Tatooine ship receiver person.
She's
She runs
scamming a bunch of fucking Jawas.
Yeah. She's not scamming the Jawas. She's using
Sorry,
the
she's
Jawas to
scamming
like
the
steal
Greek.
parts from this guy and then
Yeah.
sell them back to him, I think.
Yeah.
She's basically just scamming the Rhodian. She
Sorry, the
is
Rhodian,
actually
yeah.
a piece of shit. I hate her.
Okay, I'm back. What are we doing?
Episode 2.
I'm on episode 2. It's currently showing on stream. Where do I need to
Yeah.
go?
Just the start. I mean, we go straight back to Tatooine because everything in this universe happens in Tatooine.
Yeah, for some reason we have to keep
I'm
going
currently
back here to
showing the Junker
Pelimato.
lady from season 1 talking to a blue squid-looking thing.
Yeah.
I don't
That's
know
later on.
why he would go here for the droid part, by the way. Isn't she like a ship person?
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know.
Why does he go here?
But yeah, like in my notes, I've said, did you know that this place, farthest from the bright center of the galaxy, is the nexus for practically every event ever known to mankind? Yeah, it's true. This guy goes here so fucking often for no reason.
And then she scams him again.
What did they do
She,
to
she dupes him
Jawas?
again into buying the thing that she has that he does not need or want.
Yep.
He came here for an IG-11 circuit, and she's like, well, I have R5, and he's from the OT, so he's going with you, I'm sorry.
No, but you see, if they didn't have him, then how would they have a droid to scan Moff Gideon's base at the end of season 3? This was all planned. I'm sorry. You're just wrong.
Like, our entire setup of episode 1 is, I need IG-11 so that I can go to Mandalore to get the thing. And she's like, actually, you don't. You're gonna take this guy. And Mando's just like, alright. And then we leave. Like, it's literally just how it is. The little, like, tube thing is retrofitted to hold the R5 unit, and then they leave. And then we
This
cut
creature
to,
just do a
he's at
fucking
Mandalore
flip.
already. Like, we move so fast in the show through things that should be, like, entire seasons of development.
Well, yeah, I mean, even season 1. First episode ends with him finding Grogu, like, just off the bat. When that would have been, like, a multi-episode thing in any other show. Fucking Andor would have made that at least a 2-episode thing, and every episode would have had just, like, a series of build-up to get to that point. Meantime, over here, it's like, no, I'll go on a side quest for the first 10 minutes. Then I'll start the quest for 10 minutes. Then I'll go and do another side quest for 10 minutes where I have to learn how to ride a fucking land whale. Then I'll find an IG-11 robot, and then I'll find Grogu. 5 different plot points all in the same episode. That's like season 1 stuff, so it's always been like that. No time for, like, any sort of setup or build-up. It's just bullshit after bullshit. But it works, because season 1 was great, right? It was really good, yeah? Geek Star Wars?
Next scene is Din landing on Mandalore. You get your standard over-the-top CGI shot of the landscape, and then it cuts to him sitting in a ship in the volume, probably the bigger volume that they have.
Yeah.
I think it's either in Australia or the UK. There's 3 of them around the world, I'm pretty sure, of different sizes. And he needs to send out R5 to go and scan the atmosphere. So
Yes, to
he
make sure
sends
it's
out
not
R5, and he... Oh, wait, hold on. I think I skipped over a bit. Yeah, I did. As he's arriving on Mandalore, he says the line, every Mandalorian can trace their lineage back to the home planet of Mandalore.
Except for
And
him.
that's just really weird, because literally he cannot. He is a foundling. He can't. And there are... I think there's a line later by Axe Woves saying that he doesn't have a drop of Mandalorian blood in him. So, like, why the fuck would he be saying this? He's also
Mandalore is just
explaining
the
things to
Africa of
Grogu as if
space.
he's, like, can understand what the fuck, like, ship dials are. And it's really inconsistent with when Grogu acts like a person who is conscious and when he's just like a little stupid baby. They just kind of shift in and out of it whenever they need comedy or they need Din to, like, explain something to him.
What, didn't you like the part where you just spammed no repeatedly in the IG-11 unit?
That was really funny, to be honest.
D12.
I don't know if any of you guys know who Zanny is. He's a YouTuber, makes like gaming content. I follow him on Twitter. When that episode came out, he said Grogu spamming the word yes repeatedly is the funniest thing he's ever seen, and it made me sad to see that. Because I don't know if he's like being genuine or not, but I didn't laugh when I saw that. I died, like, internally. Love you, Zanny, but what the fuck, man? Bad humor. Disgusting. Not like it's gonna ever see this stuff
R5
either.
turns around the corner and goes off the scope and gets lost. And so Din's like, alright, I need to get out. I'm gonna pressurize my helmet and go out there. And then you're just like, okay,
so
you
we can do
didn't
that.
even need the fucking droid.
Yeah. Like the droid gives him an analysis of the atmosphere later on, but it's like, yeah, you could have like
You could just
know.
seal your helmet and leave.
I don't even know why the
he
fuck they would need
seals.
to do this. What the fuck did the Empire hit Mandalore with? Where they were like, oh, the atmosphere
Two
itself is
fusion bombs.
toxic.
2 fusion bombs, which don't create any toxicity whatsoever.
Fusion bombs?
Yeah, that's what they say
I say fusion bombs, yeah.
In this episode?
in the last episode.
Oh, again, haven't seen it yet, so that's what I'm asking. I've seen from episode 3 onwards, I'm pretty sure.
It's very odd. So Mando tells Baby Yoda to get in his pod because he's gonna get out, which doesn't make any sense because the pod has been retrofitted, right? So there's nowhere for Baby Yoda to go to where he would be safe when Mando pops the lid of the ship. So if the planet was poisoned, Baby Yoda dies
Would
when
just
Mando
die,
opens
yeah.
the cockpit of his ship. But he leaves. He goes out, goes and finds R5, and then we get our next random encounter of blaster-proof cave trolls.
Yeah, yeah.
It's really, you can kind of tell in these episodes, they seem aware that guns are really OP, but they never have their characters use the guns, and they always try to find the scenario for the gun to break or get stolen immediately, so that they can do like cool hand-on-hand combat. It's fucking dumb. I hate it. The aliens don't look good. They look really stupid. And this is kind of like your first implication of like, okay, so like this place isn't poisoned, like at all, because there's clearly living beings here. Also, where did these living beings come from? Were these things living on Mandalore before the Purge?
The only
Basically,
line
like-
that we get is that the bombing caused beasts to move into the areas where the Mandos were.
Yeah, but
and
like how?
awaken stuff.
Maybe
Yeah,
they're
I
just
know.
super mutants, like from the Fallout universe. They're just normal people that like mutated into these fucking cave trolls. You don't know.
Lol.
Yeah,
From
Mando
poison.
Mando
The
fights
poison.
them in a god awful action scene. And then he gets R5, goes and grabs R5. R5 scans the atmosphere, and they're like, "Oh, it's completely safe." So
Wow. That's
this
how easy
entire
it is,
time-
folks.
yeah, the whole planet has just not been poisoned. No one went to check. No one cares.
You apparently
no,
can't
it's
figure this
so
shit out
odd.
from
and
orbit.
Homeland.
Actually, no, this is Star Wars. You can fucking send out scouter droids. Darth Maul does it in Phantom Menace.
Mhm.
You could have found this shit out even if you didn't go to the surface. You could have just sent them out from orbit.
Yep.
Hell,
And yeah, the
There was an entire
comms thing
faction
doesn't
of
apply
people-
because they can just come back up.
there was an entire faction of people where their only military was just robots. They could have been farming Mandalore for fucking ages. You didn't even need to like decommission them. Just use them
True.
as like worker droids. Give them all a whole bunch of shovels and just come and fucking mine Beskar.
Like everyone's aware of Beskar and the strategic importance of Mandalore, yet no one ever goes back there to check.
I guess they had enough money. They didn't need more.
Well, I mean, Gideon clearly didn't.
No, he was burning money. He's a bad man. That entire thing
Yeah.
still just sounds really strange to me. Like, they used Beskar as a currency rather than its intended purpose?
Yeah.
How the fuck?
Well, because it's worth a lot, you know?
I know, it's worth a lot because it's a fucking invincible armor piece. You don't use the thing that costs a lot as money. The fuck? That's very silly.
But yeah, Mando descends into the mines of Mandalore.
Oh boy.
They walk through, looking at the scenery. Baby Yoda babbles and coos his way, floating beside him. And then all of a sudden, Mando finds a Mando helmet in the ground,
Yeah.
and then gets trapped by this giant spider bot thing. It injects him with something and then takes him off.
Yeah.
Really weird. I guess this thing hunts the Ammonites, I think is what they're called. Somebody said in chat.
Yes.
And then it cuts to like there's like a little being inside the spider robot that comes out, and there's like a little being inside the little being that's like his eyeball or whatever. This guy is like unironically the coolest thing about this season. He's like
True.
the only thing that looks kinda neat and is kinda intriguing.
Shandy, the only
You
way
get
that makes
nothing.
sense if you need a Mandalorian to forge it correctly. If they need a Mandalorian to forge it correctly, just capture them instead of killing
Also,
them all. Just
Gideon
fucking no,
Gideon
no, hold on, hold on.
forges it
Instead
as
of
well.
yeah, I mean they forge the best guy anyways and make their own armor, so that's not true. But if you actually needed a Mandalorian to forge it, just capture one, torture them, and then have them make it for you. Hell, there's a mind control thing that they do. Was it in the Clone Wars where they just like force people to work for them under mind control? If that's the case, then just use that fucking thing. Or just, threaten their family or threaten to blow up their planet. Just do something. Evil Empire, they can come up with something. Or just,
We'll
find their
talk more
sacred
about Clone
Mandalorian
Wars.
texts and then copy them. I don't know.
We'll talk
Just
more
ways.
about Clone Wars and Bo-Katan specifically
Mm.
when we hit later episodes, but it is kind of funny when you rewatch Clone Wars that Mandos just die left and right, taking bullet shots to the Beskar all the fucking time. It's like it was never supposed to be this
Infinite, yeah.
indestructible metal. It just got made to be that in this show, and then it kind of just fucks everything. Like the Siege of Mandalore is so silly now. Well, I mean, it was silly before, but like it's more silly now that Mandos just die left and right. Like I think in 2X13, the introduction of Pre Vizsla, he just walks up and shoots one of his men in the chest, and he just dies of cringe. And you're just like, nah, I mean, he's wearing Beskar, so surely he doesn't die there, but I guess he dies.
Have you considered maybe they had
Um,
a thin coating of Beskar?
the defense for it, unironically, is that it's not pure Beskar. Is that it's
It's
Yeah.
an alloy.
Beskar mixed with other things, because Din is the only one that has pure Beskar, which I don't know if I really even believe. Plus,
No.
like the armor they have is armor that's been in their family for generations. Is it really like it's not pure Beskar? And that's enough to just die to one blaster shot to the chest?
Yeah, like they have access to a like impenetrable metal, and it's like Gideon has
Apparently,
access to the purest form of Beskar he can.
apparently the way regular Stormtrooper armor works is that they don't actually die when you shoot them. Apparently what it does is just it protects you enough where it just knocks you out, but it doesn't outright kill you. You can still survive a blaster shot when you get hit while wearing Stormtrooper armor. So even if that's true, I can't really remember. If that's true, then just regular fucking plastic, whatever the fuck the Stormtrooper armor is made out
Plasteel.
of. Plasteel, yeah. If regular plasteel can protect you from blaster shots and just knock you out, then I'm certain just pseudo Beskar would still do the job. I don't see why it would kill you.
Yeah, but it don't.
Yeah, but it do.
Yeah, and exactly. They live on Mandalore. They have access to all of the pure Beskar they could ever want. There's
Yeah,
no
not
reason
only
for it to
that.
be diluted
Oh, are we
in
talking
any
about the
way.
Mandalorians that actually lived on Mandalore? I thought we were talking about the ones that like lived on the other
No, we're
planet
talking
with
about
Crocodile.
Well, I mean, I'm mainly talking about in Clone Wars. The defense is that in Clone Wars they die because they don't have pure Beskar armor, but that makes no sense. They live on Mandalore. They have access to all the Beskar they could ever want. I don't know why they'd dilute it.
Yep.
Just want to
I
look
mean, if
up the
Gideon can make
video.
like 10 Dark Troopers and all the suits that he gives to his armor, to his Clone War armies, or his clone armies, or his normal armies, or whatever, it's just like.
Um,
The spider bot comes out and he's gonna like fuck with Mando. Baby Yoda walks up to Mando and Mando gets out the words like "get to Bo-Katan" or whatever. Baby Yoda runs off in his little pod thing
Yeah,
and gets
so
all the way back to the ship.
he's fully cognizant of speech and complex instructions as well.
I'm currently
Yeah, which
reading
is a
up
change.
Wikipedia on Stormtrooper armor durability, and apparently it says here while wearing it, troopers can still be knocked out with one punch to the head and killed with one shot from a blaster. So yeah, what I mentioned earlier was either wrong or a fan theory, and if this is true, what I'm reading now, that is both sad and pointless.
Both Catan.
That is both Catan sad and pointless. So yeah, that just
So Baby
that
Yoda goes all the way from Mandalore to the moon that Bo-Katan is on, or separate planet that Bo-Katan is on, gets Bo-Katan, and then goes all the way back to Mandalore, and Bo-Katan gets to Din before the spider bot has done literally anything with him. They also have another fucking fight scene with Bo, where they fight more of the stupid cave trolls, and she loses her blasters almost immediately and has to fight him with blades. After which, she says the line to Baby Yeed. She says, "Did you think your dad was the only Mandalorian?" She literally saved him in Season 2. They've met before. On top of that, Din is part of a whole, like, group of Mandos. The question makes no sense. This is what I mean with, like, the weird decisions that I can't even rationalize. I don't know why the fuck you would even put that line in there. It's so obvious that he's met other Mandalorians. And he's met you. Like, literally you.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the gif you have now of the lady slapping a stormtrooper in the face and then knocking him out. That's fucking funny.
The Kenobi one, yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It's not even just Bo. It's also Bo and Casca and Axe, because they're all in the
fleet.
in the room in 2x8.
And Boba. Boba's there too. No, he's not.
Yes, was also saved by Mandos in 1x3. But, I mean, Bo doesn't know that, right?
Baby Yoda met Boba in the tragedy.
That too.
Yeah.
He's met so many Mandos, but like even just that Bo is aware. Bo has met him, and people Bo was with has met Baby Yoda. They've been in the same room.
Yeah.
So...
it was the episode where Baby Yoda got like thrown into the water, and then Bo-Katan comes and saves them. Yeah.
Yep. 2x3.
Yeah. Okay, then that's a really stupid line of dialogue, but... Okay.
Yeah, they sit down and have dinner or whatever. Like, they sit down and eat. They've had plenty of interactions with each other. The line makes absolutely no sense. And then Bo gets here, grabs the Darksaber, and Slay Queens the giant spider dude. Rest in peace.
Yep.
He was briefly the owner of the Darksaber, I guess. Because he beat Din. This is a tool we will use later.
That's
also just the whole thing about like Baby Yoda's cognizance and how he tells Baby Yoda about like ship controls, and that's enough for him to be like, oh yeah, point to area, like giving Baby Yoda any sense of like cognizance just fucks over his morality in the entire show.
Darth,
like,
I don't...
fully aware of what death is. He's fully aware of what the consequences of it is. He lived through Order 66. He, like, it's just all this ridiculousness, and then he's like, yo, I'm gonna eat this fucking... I'm just gonna genocide this lady's family line. And it's like, what?
Darth mentions over here that he thinks the Stormtrooper armor was meant to be more of a dictatorial unification as opposed to practical armor. When I said that that's sad and pathetic earlier on, I wasn't like meaning that towards the armor itself. I was more meaning so that now they have access to this invincible armor piece or metal that you can make armor. They didn't make any sort of specialized units using it, where they'd be like, oh yeah, we need a series of stormtroopers who are like experts in their fields who need the extra protection because they're like really valuable and we spent like a lot of money training them up and making them. Instead, it's all just regular stormtroopers with their own regular armor, which is fine. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. If the stormtrooper armor was supposed to be like extra durable, then it makes the OT worse as a whole because they get killed by single blaster shots all the time. That wasn't the point I was making. I was just saying that it's even more sad that they use the Beskar as money. That's what I was meaning. So, yeah.
We get Bo leaves with Din and gives him some pog soup. Which he tilts his helmet up to drink, which will be important later. And then they basically have another conversation where she's just like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about any of this religious shit or any of this Darksaber shenaniganry.
Yep.
And then Din's like, well, I need to get to the living minds. And she's like, all right, I'm going to take you.
Hold on.
And
no,
like,
I want to go back to that. That looks fucking funny. Because it doesn't even look like the cup is going into his face. It looks like he's pouring it down his chin.
Yep.
Like, I'm sorry. I do not believe that that's going anywhere near your mouth. That's going down your chin. You pouring hot soup on your chin.
Yeah, silly straw cuisine, man.
He's he's got a silly straw attachment in his helmet. He just like
Yeah, they all
connects the
do.
soup to the straw, and then he drinks it out the straw. Oh, that's great. I mean, yeah. I mean, if they can pressurize their helmets, then they might as well install silly straws. But then that just makes it like, why tilt the helmet? Why not just like have the mod poking out through the helmet, and then you just like connect your helmet with the mug? Just do that. Pretty sure Iron Man can do that. He's got a mod in his armor that lets him pee in it, so he might as well just have silly straw inside his helmet too. He has a chin hole. He has a chin hole. Also,
You're
that
a
yeah.
shithole.
does
Bo
it
goes on for like 3 to 4 minutes about how she doesn't care about any of that shit. And then Din's like, well, I need to get to the living waters. She's like, well, I'm gonna take you.
Yeah, I don't care about the Doxy.
And then we get our exposition, which is the only reason she's here, is to tell him the histories of all of the shit.
Yep.
Which adds a kind of conflicting thing to Clone Wars. She mentions her father, and that he died during the Purge, I think, or like her father. Whatever she says, her
Yeah,
father
yeah,
would have
yeah.
been alive during Clone Wars.
Yeah, she says, yeah, he was the valiant last defender or whatever, and
Why was this guy not the king? Why was Satine the queen? Why did we get no mention of any of this guy in the Clone Wars?
because team rhymes
they
with
made him up.
Steam Queen.
Yeah. Why
Satine
can't
the
she talk
Steam
about her
Queen.
sister here or something? Why do we have to like add something that fucks the continuity of
I
something
think it
else?
might be
I
because,
don't like the Clone Wars, but I
as
mean,
far as I'm
it's
told,
just
based on what
unnecessary.
Sheev has mentioned on Twitter and in your server, her sister was like anti-Mandalorian like heritage and culture. She like wanted to make the planet a little bit more peaceful, and she wanted to like get rid of the traditions. Meantime, she's like, oh no, the only way I can actually rule Mandalore is if I follow the tradition of Mandalore by beating someone in combat with this fucking glowing stick. So while her
Yep.
sister like died to get rid of these traditions that she felt like was holding back Mandalore, her younger sister Bo-Katan is like embracing it and like using it as a means to secure her heritage. And it's like, oh, that's probably why she's not mentioning her sister, because if she did, people would remember Clone Wars and be like, oh, this is bad, because why would her sister like care about this at all? She's doing the exact opposite of what she wanted.
Yeah. And we get no mention of Bo-Katarist's terrorism that she did in the Clone Wars.
She did.
She
Yeah.
talks a lot about this season about how Mandos would just like kill each other over nothing, and that needs to stop. But there's no reflection that she was literally burning her own citizens alive and laughing about it. Like, it's so weird. And Filoni has come out and
Insane.
said things like, "Oh well, I'm not gonna like redo character arcs. I'm just gonna try to like add things to like make sure that people don't need to watch the shows to understand it, and it'll still be good characters, and like the essence of the character will be there." But the issue is like Bo-Katan has gone through the same arc 3 times now. In Clone Wars, she's trying to become the ruler. In Rebels, she's trying to become the ruler. And then in this, she's trying to become the ruler. And it always ends, like Rebels ends with her getting the Darksaber, she's now the ruler. And then now in this, she had lost the Darksaber, and then she's getting it back to become the ruler again. We're just repeating the same arc over and over and over again.
Nah, you're nitpicking.
It's so weird. But she takes him down the exposition tunnel, and they get to the living waters finally. There's a plaque on the wall that explains what it is and why they're there. It doesn't really make too much sense. Like, I don't know why someone would write those words on a plaque there. It's simply there for the exposition.
Yep.
And then he starts taking off parts of his armor, and he falls into the water, and somehow falls all the way to the bottom of this chasm. Before
passes out.
Bo-Katan gets to him, she jumps into him, or jumps in right after he falls, and jetpacks downward.
And he's on the seafloor. He's on the floor of the
and
cave.
he's just all the way at the seafloor. He wasn't grabbed by anything.
No,
he just fell.
No, you don't understand. He's heavy. He sunk.
Yeah, it's his armor is
No, that was unironically. I brought it up.
I
To somebody.
know.
That was their defense: is that his armor is heavier because he's wearing pure Beskar and she has Beskar alloy. It makes no sense. The only reason this is the case is that she can swim down here and see the mythosaur, which she sees, and then she flies up and takes him out. It's just like completely unbelievable that this would happen. And also, like, he gets knocked out, but I don't know what from.
Yeah.
He
water
just
pressure?
fell. Like,
He's got a
It would
pressurized
be
helmet.
really
like,
funny if he
crazy.
hit his head and knocked himself out, considering what happens to him at the end of season 2.
And in Boba Fett, and in this episode, and in the season, yes.
Yeah.
He gets fucking backhanded by a B2 battle droid and just shrugs it off after launching halfway across the room.
yep, exactly. That armor does not make him sink. He swam with it before when he gets pushed into the hole.
Oh yeah, in season 2, right? Episode 2 or 3?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's nonsense. And that is the end of episode 2. Just
That is the end
rancid.
of episode 2. I just find it really funny how there's a fucking mythosaur just being chilling at the bottom of this place and no one noticed.
And the whole season, we don't know what the fuck it even signifies to the Mandalorians. We just know it's important. But we don't know anything about what it means for their culture, what it signifies, why they were even gone. Nothing. It's just this means something. We're not going to tell you what. We're going to wait to explain it in the 4th season, maybe. And eventually retcon stuff that happened in this season. Probably the case. But, now we move on to episode 3, which is 60 fucking minutes.
Yeah,
Oh,
boy!
Episode 3.
I'm down for long episodes. I don't really care about the length. It is funny that you basically have 2 episodes mashed together with the start and finish of this, and then you have the whole Pershing subplot stuff.
I'm just thinking about the line from the guy from season 1 where he basically, what's the word I'm looking for here? He gaslights Mando into riding the fucking land whale because he's like, your ancestors used to ride mythosaurs and you can't seem to tame one land whale. Because
Word.
apparently he like needs to learn how to ride this thing so he can not take his ship to go and find Baby Yoda. But now looking at the size of that fucking mythosaur, it's like, hang on a fucking second. How exactly did you people ride this thing? It's not exactly like it's a fucking dune worm. The hell? How did you ride these things?
I didn't
How-
even know the Mythosaur was like an underwater creature.
Neither.
Yeah.
I didn't know what the fuck it was. It's never really explained until like now, I think. I don't even know why it's important to their culture, or if it's maybe just like a really powerful creature that's like native to their home world that they just associate with power. That might just be it. It might just be that. It's the same way like how you have specific animals like dragons and griffins on house crests in like uh powerful houses in Europe. It just could be that thing. Just association with power or respect or whatever. But yeah, unless that guy was like just memeing, I don't see how the hell you could ride one of these things because, for one, it's an underwater creature, so maybe you can surf it.
Maybe it's an amphibian.
Maybe, or maybe he was just telling snotty lies, stinky snotty lies, just to get him to ride a whale. Maybe he was bored and he just wanted him to ride a whale with him. It's like, I haven't seen another person in ages. Just ride this whale with me. But yeah, Born or whoever's
Are we
doing
ready
the
for
portrait.
the episode 3?
Mm-hmm.
So, we start with Bo saves Din, and then they leave Mandalore, and on their way out, random Imperials spawn a bunch of TIE interceptors, which they say are much stronger than TIE fighters. And boy, do we really see that as they permanently miss every single shot. Their shots are completely ineffective, and then they all just get bodied.
I just love how we've got 3 TIE fighters against Andor, and it's one of the most tense stakes-wise in terms of like Star Wars in general, and then 40 interceptors. Nah, who cares?
Yeah, how did they get here? How did they know Bo was here? Why are they here? Who knows? But they appear, they start shooting at Bo. She's like, our shields aren't going to hold up. We need to get to the surface, and you get in your ship. Despite the shields holding up just fine. Yeah, interceptors are a lot tougher than TIE fighters.
I kind of
so
wish there was an
silly.
indicator to show like how strong their shields are, because I don't think you can really see that here. You get something like that in Phantom Menace, I'm pretty sure, where they like show you how durable the shields are before R2-D2 can fix them up. But you don't really get that here. And it's not really plot relevant or anything. I would just like it if they had those sorts of details where it's like, oh yeah, I can see why they say the shields are going down, because I can see like this little meter going up or going down, or it's like turning red or orange, and that's an indicator of getting weaker or stronger. Just something small. You know, I don't think you see that here. I was paying
No,
attention
you never
to it.
do.
She just assumed the shields were going down because reasons, I guess. Also, does the
Well,
number
yeah.
of TIE interceptors like decrease? Because I think there were like 6 during the actual chase. Yeah, let me go back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, and then on the planet itself, there's now 5 or 6. Did I miss one? I think no. I think there's still 6. I think I'm just blind. Yeah, there's still 6. Never mind. But yeah, Boorin, you were saying about the actual fighting.
Yeah, it's just mostly shit. Like, you just have ships missing terminally.
Despite us knowing
Bo-Katan's
they
ship
are
isn't even really
targeting.
like super fast and maneuverable, and she just kind of like sways from side to side, and they just never hit her. We get our like cliche Mando shot of him flying all the way up, killing the power, falling down, and then shooting again. None of the TIE interceptor shots hit him, and then he waits to shoot the TIE interceptor like right before he gets to it, and like flies through the explosion. It's just like the dumbest shit ever. Because like you're generally just gonna destroy your ship doing that. Like that's not something you can actually do.
It kind of just reminds
But they
me
don't
of what
care.
they
It looks
did
cool.
in the A-Team. Uwe, if you remember us watching that movie, where the dude's like, "That's how you deal with heat seekers, chaps. You go cold," and he just like turns his helicopter off. I don't know if you remember that.
No, but that sounds cool.
It really wasn't. You hated it. You thought it was
Sounds
very
cooler
stupid.
than what they've done here, is what I mean.
I mean, sure. But yeah, uh, bad fighting. Anything else?
Um, all of the TIE bombers show up and they blow up Bo-Katan's castle for some reason. We never learn why. And then Mando shows up, starts trying to help Bo. Every single time he shoots a blaster shot from his ship, it plays the wee woo sound. It's so insane. The wee woos, I think there's 7 wee woos in this episode. We
Jesus
counted
Christ.
when we watched it. It's so silly. And then Bo flies towards like a bunch of TIE interceptors, and then a bunch more show up, and Din's like, "We got to get out of here." So they just leave, and nothing else comes of it.
Yeah,
And then we
we
cut to
never get
Coruscant.
any explanation for who sent them. Maybe it's Gideon because he's right there, but that begs the question: why didn't he do this sooner? Why on the exact day that Din decided to show up? Like what? Also, like, did he not scan the planet? He's on the planet while Mando's there, and he's just like, yeah, nah. I mean, I guess he's in jail, but he would tell people to do it. Like he'd have ticket and commands, right? Nope. They're all just fucking troopers. Yeah, and then the Pershing thing happens.
Yeah, and then we cut to Coruscant, and we get the Pershing plotline, which was described as Diet Andor or Andor Light, which I think is like kind of fucking disgusting. It is clearly probably the best episode of The Mandalorian that there is, but it still is not good. We'll talk more about that at the ending. It opens with Pershing's speech to the like this large group of people. I don't know if it's like all senators or if it's just like a public speech or whatever.
Yeah.
Talking about
Like,
his research.
It's like from the information that we get before and after it, it's like kind of intended to be his like defense or his amnesty speech that he's giving to people about what he was actually doing and why he shouldn't be considered a bad guy. But it just falls apart when you get further into the season because people under that same program can have entire outer rim planets like Jack Black does. So it's like I don't even understand why they keep them in this like housing and this random block where they have a person come up to them every day and go, "Hey, are you doing all right?" and then don't do anything with the information. It's just like very strange.
I'm just gonna pause here for a little bit just so I don't have bot problems. Also, I'm just noticing that this set or the scene as well, again, just same old problem, just different person, different area. It looks like shit. I don't know what it is, but this is giving me PS3 rendered cutscene vibes. It just looks very floaty and very fake.
Pershing is giving his big speech. I'll kind of like jump forward to talk about something else. I feel like he's inconsistently characterized. Later on in the episode, when he goes to the carnival, there's like people around, and he is like almost non-functioning nervous. And he's like, "Oh, there's just so many people." Like, but they're not paying attention to him. They're not looking at him. The tension's not on him. It feels really weird when you open your episode with like him giving this like pretty confident speech and telling the story about his mother in front of thousands of people. But later on, you're trying to like go for the sympathy points of like he's nervous and doesn't really know what to do because he's at the carnival and people are looking at him. It's just like a bit weird to me. It's not like a giant issue. One issue I have is how they portray like senators. I don't know if it's a senator or if it's just a rich person, but like this rich guy goes to talk to Pershing and he's like, rebels, empire, new republic. I can never tell the difference anymore.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, man, you live on Coruscant. You absolutely would be able to tell like when these things are changing and how like the different things would function differently. I don't believe that you would believe this. And what they're going for is just the rich people don't give a fuck and they're like so pompous and whatever. They give his like draft story or whatever, and it's just no. I much prefer the political talk in Andor of having just like the 5 senators kind of like give their talking points basically, like that short little conversation about the PORD that Mon has with like 5 other senators. It's just so much more meaningful. Tells you more about like how different people from different places would feel than this shitty attempt at it.
Yep. And we'll get into it, but the New Republic is just fucked.
Oh yeah,
Beyond
it's just nonsense.
Like, you can understand how it fell in the sequels, because it's just abysmal. We never get to see who's at the top of it giving the decisions, but all of the decisions are bad.
We get, like, almost Atomic Heart level exposition delivery throughout this episode.
Oh, that sounds terrible. I remember you just raging when you were playing Atomic Heart.
Yeah, if anyone's played that game, the entire opening 30 to 45 minutes is just a long cutscene of exposition, and there's a part where you get ferried around by like a tour car, and it shows you around all of the things and explains everything in detail. That's kind of what this like droid is. And later he's like listening to a like holo tape thing, like explaining stuff about Coruscant. Didn't really feel needed, but it's there. And then he gets to Amnesty Housing, and he is greeted by Amnesty Officer M34. Really odd these people refer to each other as numbers.
Yeah, it really just dehumanizes everyone who was involved with the Empire. And you'll see that they really hate the Empire to the point where they like literally ignore their technology despite it being superior. It's very strange.
Like, even if these people are given numbers, I don't think they're referring like in casual conversation
to that,
they're not referring to each other as their numbers. That's so weird. It just makes them feel like less human, I guess. And people praise this for like, oh, we have like real characters and real humans, but like I don't even believe that these interactions are gonna play out this way. Yeah. It's very weird. He sees Elia, I think her name's Elia Kane, right?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. He sees Elia Kane, who's person on Gideon's ship, and he gets like nervous. I didn't know anyone from Gideon's ship was here. Understandable. And then they sit down and they have like their little talk, which I think is like mostly fine. Some of the delivery is like kind of poor, but like they're making like jokes and small talk, and then the I don't think they give him a name, but the Asian dude says like, "What do you miss? Like, what do you miss about the days of the Empire?" And then Pershing's like, "Oh, I don't good riddance, whatever. And he's like, nah, like the small stuff, like the food, the day to day, and that's kind of neat. Like
Yeah,
I like
I don't
the
mind
attempt
that.
to do that. It's kind of
Yeah.
neat.
Like trying to give, like, well, considering they're trying to humanize the Empire when they, don't do that and everything else that they present, but at the same time, it's welcome.
Yeah, they also try to do like this. The people are very aware that they were being indoctrinated, and they're just like, oh yeah, I was just like, totally
Yeah.
sipping the Kool-Aid and just completely indoctrinated. It's like that's
Good
not.
Good days.
Yeah, that's not really how people who come out of like indoctrination really talk about like their situation. I bet these people would be like giga traumatized.
Yeah, I mean, I had to do
and it's-
horrible things for a galactic empire, like.
I was listening to something about the lady who escaped the Westboro Baptist Church recently, and she talked about how like when you come out of a like very
Cultish.
like super religious communities or cult communities or whatever, you start to gaslight yourself and doubt your own ability to trust yourself because you were bought into
You
something
lied
that was
to
so
for so
clearly
long,
not
yeah.
true. Yeah. We don't really see any of that with these people though, which is kind of depressing. And then Pershing is kind of like sitting in his room. He's talking, he's listening to the recorder basically tell him about Coruscant.
Mhm.
And then he finds the little like wafer snacks that he talked about in his
Ration
room, which he got
biscuits.
from Eliakane. And then it cuts to him at his desk job, and
Yes.
he's basically taking old Imperial files and just destroying them.
Yeah.
Because the New Republic just wants to destroy everything Imperial, which is the dumbest fucking thing ever. Like, you have perfectly good information, but you're simply destroying it because it's the Imperial.
Yeah.
Because it's the Imperials. And, like, what they're going for is basically the Empire and the New Republic are kind of the same. The New Republic isn't that great. They're kind of doing things poorly as well. It's just, like, the fucked up part about this is, like, the New Republic is the good guys that won in Episode 6. And they're just
exactly.
shit. They're just, like,
Just-
almost evil and, Orwellian in a sense. It's so just odd.
Yeah,
that you would do this with the good
they're
guys.
really stuck in this sort of problem where they have to justify the losses that happen in the ST, but they're doing it so fucking early and so badly that we don't even want to root for the New Republic. They like deserve to blow up because they're terrible.
Yeah, and like what Darth says, they don't want to use Imperial technology, but they'll repurpose an Imperial mind flayer.
Exactly, yeah. So we'll get rid of your conditioning by using this thing that's literally a torture device, and Pershing gives information on what it was, and we have another scene in season 1 that tells you that the mind flayer exists and it's something to be feared. And he's like, yeah, you've literally just like repurposed this to deal with the Imperial remnants. Yet your trade routes are falling apart. You can't deal with pirates. You've got like 2 X-wings in your entire military force. And you've got a bunch of Star Destroyers that you're just blowing up and just destroying because they're Imperial tech. And it's like, what? And we don't even get like we don't have the, manpower to run all of these different ships and things like that. Because fucking Axe Woves has one, and he can do it with like 20 Mandalorians. So it's like, come on.
Yeah, they
Apparently
also
none
talk
of
about
the-
how they're decommissioning their fleet, so they're just gonna run this large galactic government with no military, which is just... I don't believe that this is something that they would do. And this is what... it absolutely terrifies me, because Mon Mothma is at the head of all of this in the NU.
Yes.
And she's gonna be in Ahsoka, and they're just gonna go for that type of story with her, which it's just... I'm just gonna ignore it. It's just not real.
That would
Viable
suck.
leaks.
Imagine being the actress for Mon Mothma, going from something like Andor to Ahsoka and being like, "Oh, I'm actually shit at my job now. Why? Why did you do this to me?"
Dun 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 dun.
I hope Tony gets more shit after Andor season 2. I hope it performs well and they actually get something that's good, or they get to like make more stuff. But it depends.
Probably.
I think it's gonna depend on, because there's the narrative, right, that Andor had like super low viewership, which we don't really have good viewership numbers for it, so I don't even know if you can really claim that to be the case. But if it did perform poorly and Kathleen wants to giga interfere with season 2, I can imagine Tony not wanting to come back afterwards and just
Yeah.
being like, nah, you're trying to mess with my stuff, I'm out. Because it was apparently really hard to even get him to do this. Like, they had to really convince him and give him all the resources that he wanted for him to make that show, so. But our next bit is the carnival, which has that little bit that I talked about. And then they walk up to the mountain.
Rock. Yeah.
Umate. It's kind of, like, neat, I guess, that it's, like, the only,
Land thing left, yeah.
Yeah, it's like the only land thing that you can see on Coruscant. But like, what I don't understand is what is under it. Because it's the
More
only spot on
Coruscant.
Coruscant you can see the surface. Is it surrounded by structure so that
It
the
must
only
be,
spot
yeah.
you can see is here? Because there's plenty of space under Coruscant.
Yeah, it's another piece of information we get nothing on. It's just there, and you're supposed to make up a cool story for it.
Why are these popsicles glowing?
Yeah. Space.
LED popsicle. Love to see it. But yeah, something I wanted to mention earlier on is that I would not believe a situation where you have all of these former stormtroopers and Imperial network officers who were basically just doing a 9 to 5 job most of the time, being like, oh yeah, we're not going to rehire you people to basically continue doing the exact same jobs that you were doing, but under the New Republic instead, and just maybe be a little less, authoritarian about it. We'll just fire you from your jobs, give you increasingly shittier positions, basically act like the Empire did to you anyways, but under the guise of being the good guys. Because reasons.
It's just weird because you've got people like Pershing, who is like a genius medical scientist who can literally create his goal in life is to create cloned organs so that people can survive, and they're just like, yeah, we'll put you on a desk job. It's like, wait, what?
He can reclone a Jedi army just using Grogu's blood, apparently, according to what's his name, Moff Gideon. He can create like a fucking series of super troopers for the New Republic to make sure something like the Empire never happens again, Order 50, or sorry, what's the name? Order 66 never happens ever again. But they're like, nah, it's fine. It'll be fine. You can go and just burn pages in a fucking office desk job for the rest of your life. Like, even if you wanted to turn them super evil, you could still have them using this guy for relatively good projects. Like, as I mentioned earlier, cloning more Force users or just cloning organs so that they can fuel, I don't know, the equivalent of Star Wars Space Marines. Just superpowered beings with like 2 hearts and 3 lungs and a whole
I mean,
bunch
the
of
point is
silly
that
shit.
like people, it's a medical thing. Like
Yeah,
his
yeah.
mother
What I'm
died
saying is
because of
that
an
if you wanted
organ.
to turn the New Republic into like the pseudo bad guys for the stupid plot that's going on, you could still have him being useful for something silly like that.
Yeah, yeah, it's just really weird how they handle the entire. Like, there would be a lot of remnants. Like, there was a galactic empire, and they suddenly want to downscale it into a nothing. So they have just all this block housing of all these numbered people. Really weird. They all work office jobs, destroying the stuff that they could use to help people. And you were supposed to see them as the good guys. It's okay.
Like, I mean, this is something that gets done with Cyril's character in Andor, and it's like you're showing just how authoritarian the Empire and the systems really are, because you've got a guy who's like really good at his job and he's really passionate about the position that he's in, but he gets squandered and he gets like used for these meaningless side activities. And then you're like, oh, so this is just emblematic of how the Empire operates. They don't value the things that they have control of, and they end up just like discarding it to never be seen again. Now they're doing the exact same thing with the New Republic, and it's like, wait, guys, did you not learn your lesson about why this was a bad thing for the last 20 to 30 years?
Oh.
Our next scene is the interview with the New Republic bot.
This guy.
Which seems like more of a robot than a droid. But it's basically just asking him like very surface level questions. Are you able to maintain a consistent schedule? Are you feeling any harm towards your coworkers? Are you feeling any harm towards the New Republic? I don't understand the purpose of this really. Like, such easy questions to answer, and as we see, he gives like really sus answers and acts
Yeah.
super sus in the follow-up interview, and nothing happens.
Yeah,
like, it
it's
doesn't
just
warn
really weird.
anybody. It's
Nothing
not like,
comes of
hey,
this.
wait here, man, we're gonna like double check to make sure this shit's all right. It's
Yeah,
just like it's almost just like a red stamp that you just
like
read
surely
through.
this guy would be like a prime candidate for your mind flare thing, right? Considering he's still quote unquote like manipulated by the Empire, because the droid could literally just easily pick up on facial recognition and tone to be able to be like, yeah, this isn't quite right, but nothing ever comes of it. It's just,
Yeah, and if
they
it
don't
couldn't,
do
that's an
anything.
issue. Like, you would
Yeah.
want a droid
Yeah, that's the
specifically
whole
to do
point.
that.
You'd send
Yeah.
in a protocol droid or something.
He then goes
Really
back to
weird.
talk to Elia Kane about like his research, and she slowly tries to motivate him, or not motivate him, but like gives him reassuring answers to do what he wants to do, basically. We get another shot of the office where he's talking about like a C1023 request. I think this is the earlier is just the scene of them decommissioning the Alliance, but this is where we get the line of them like destroying all of the data, which is just stupid.
Yep.
And then he goes back to the bot and gives all the sus answers. He's like, basically asks the bot, "Our main objective is to help the New Republic, right?" And the bot's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "And that supersedes everything?" And the bot's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Okay." And then he walks away, and the bot's just like, "Yeah, this guy seems fine, you know."
Fine. He's all right.
He just breathes heavily.
But like we have real world examples of, like in World War II, there are a couple of German and Japanese sects, or I think the one in Japan is Unit 734 or something like that. Horrible human experimentation, like stuff that the Empire probably would have, and the US was like, "Hey, we'll grant you amnesty if you give us all that data." Whereas here they're just like, "Nah, we don't need information. We don't need to progress. We don't need to understand why the Galactic Empire was so successful for so long." And they just want to shred every piece of information about it, which is like the way that you get the sequel trilogy happening is if you destroy all mention of why it happened in the first place and why the Galactic Empire was so powerful. It's like, oh, we'll just get rid of that. It's really stupid.
It just seems really odd to me that they would want to continue canonizing the sequel trilogy after like the almost universal hatred that it faced from like general audiences and critics alike. Like, why would you continue making this? No one likes it. Stop. Why would you continue working within this boundary? People like the prequels, people like the OT. People even say, oh, if you make something set hundreds or thousands of years before or after that point, that would be great. Why are they like so adamant on canonizing something like this when no one really cares about it? It's just very odd.
I mean, it's clearly intended that all of these pieces of information are going to lead into some. Well, not only that we know that there's another sequel movie, but also Ahsoka and the Project Necromancer thing, which is going to be the beginnings of Snoke. So they're trying their hardest to give any sort of explanation for the sequels making sense, but they're just making it worse.
Yeah, I mean, if you add more context to stuff that happens in the sequels, it kind of just like, yeah, no, you're just further explaining something that was already shit. So now I have more reasons to think that it's shit. Thanks. Dunk says, in our world, we are basically decided if it was okay if we use the data to help people and don't repeat the original methods, but I'm willing to humor that the Star Wars world decided differently.
But this isn't even just like data that was gathered from like coerced means. At least we don't know that. It's just seemingly all Imperial data is destroyed because it's Imperial.
Yeah, and
which is like, you're probably destroying all of the Republic data as well, right? Because it's technically the same establishment.
He's also like snowed under with the amount of stuff that he has to destroy as well. Like they're getting rid of fucking everything. They're really
random sidetrack. I fixed my audio. There was a volume wheel on the phones that I didn't know was there. And so it's just a fucking skill issue.
Nice.
But Pershing goes back to Kane, basically tells her, "I'm in, let's do this shit." they sneak out to catch a train because they're going to go and raid the ISDs that are just sitting in a shipyard full of food and medical supplies that are seemingly useful. And they're just like,
Yeah,
we don't need any of that.
There's Imperial medical equipment that's years ahead of what they have now. There's entire ship systems that they could use. There's like literally the ships themselves that they could use to reinforce their fleet. And we know they're having fleet problems, so it's probably a good idea. But they're just like, nah. And we see later, it's not like you can't just paint the underside of it so that people know it's not Imperial. Like, X-Woves does it.
I don't understand why you have access to all this useful technology that most people probably wouldn't have been able to use under the Empire, and then be like, oh, you know this useful stuff that you probably wouldn't have been able to use under the Empire? Well, we've got access to it now. We're the good guys. You guys can trust us. But we're still not going to let you use it because we're the good guys.
They're hypocritical because they're hypocritical because they use it themselves with things like the Mind Flare and some of the most sus things they've fucking possibly done. It's very confusing.
Very strange. Very stinky. No good.
Yeah. They're on the train, and the tickets please robots show up. And they're like, tickets please. And they're just like, oh shit, we don't have tickets.
And then they leave.
So they start moving to the backs of the trains, hopping across the cars, and the tickets please robots stop asking passengers for tickets and just start following them. Which is kind of odd, because if they're not taking tickets and they're just following them, why aren't they alerting anybody that there's like clearly people trying to like
mooch
train hop? Yeah, train hop basically. And if they know that, they're not running at them very fast. They're still just like slowly walking through the cars. It's just weird. It's just false tension. That's the only reason.
By the time they get off, they're at another stop too. So anyone that got on at that stop didn't have their tickets checked either.
They jump off the back of the train moving very fast, and the shot of them landing is just not convincing whatsoever. Yeah, we'll get more egregious examples in the next episode, but
the next episode.
This one is a bit silly. So they walk down and they start going through the ISD. They get to the medical bay, and they start like grabbing the mobile lab station. Pershing gives her like a story about his mom, which I think is kind of neat, about like where he grew up and things about him. All great.
Yeah, it's a shame that his character just dies.
Yeah, it's a shame he just fucking dies for no reason, and it's just not handled afterwards. The New Republic show up, and they're like, oh, we gotta run, let's get out of here. Maybe it's just like a small nitpick, but I don't know why Kane like tries to leave. Like, you have Pershing cornered, basically, in the ship. I feel like you should let them come here, and arrest there, but she's trying to like hold up the ruse, I guess, so it's not like a huge deal, but they get out, and then she like turns around or walks in front of him and picks up the case, and that's the reveal of like, oh, she's the spy, or not spy, but like she basically ratted him out. And
we've been ratted out, boys.
A bit odd. It's kind of weird. She picks up the briefcase of stuff. It's almost like she's working for like an employee of the New Republic. I don't know if they'd let her do this, or like this would be her job. It'd clearly be a soldier's job to come up and grab all this, like, basically illegal paraphernalia.
Nor why they trusted her anyway, considering she's part of the whole amnesty program thing.
Yeah.
We've got no information as to why any of this would happen.
And then we get the very silly ending that kind of just like fucks the whole thing. Of the Mon Calamari is gonna hook Pershing up to the Mind Flayer, and they're gonna set it at 2 to try to just like remove his traumatic memories. And he's like knows what it is. He gets clearly upset, and then he's literally saying like, she brought me there. It was a trap. She set me up. And they're just like, yeah, we don't care. Anyways, they put it on him, and then everyone leaves the room. Literally everybody.
Synchronized
the medical
toilet breaks.
Staff. Yeah, the medical staff, the people in the viewing area. But Elia Kane is just like, nah, I'm gonna stay. I want to stay. He relapsed, but he's a friend. And he's just like, okay, the guy with the very real Twi'lek headdress, he's like, yeah, that's fine. And then he walks out. She's the only one in the room, and she turns it up to 11 and fries his brain.
Yep.
So, like, the doctors come back in, and they are like, oh, he's fucking dead. It's Jover. And then they go and look at the dial, and they're like, why is the dial set to 11? That's kind of weird.
And then they look
And
at
then
the
they're
only
like,
person
wait,
that was in the room.
you were the only fucking person in the room. What did you do?
Never
But
comes
she
up.
faces no consequences for
Yeah,
this. It
never
is
comes up
completely
again.
fine.
Yeah.
And my whole thing, so she's working for Gideon. Why does Gideon want to kill Pershing or eliminate this information from his brain?
When
That
he's
doesn't
like the only
seem to make
person who
much
knows how to
sense.
make troopers who have like cloning ability. I mean, force
Yeah.
abilities. Sorry, I had two different thoughts going on at the same time.
Yeah. Like, why do you want to kill him? It feels like you could easily just capture him.
Yep.
And
Just
keep
force him
using
to work
him.
again. Yeah.
Like, I guess you can say, oh, well, Gideon already has his work done. It's already
Yeah.
completed, so it's fine. But, like, what if there are any complications? You've just
Yeah.
fried the only person. And he was literally the person that worked on your program. Like, he's going to have the most knowledge and insight onto, like, the specific sciences of those clones.
I mean,
If
Gideon
there's any
even
issues,
says-
or if
Yeah,
you maybe have like some thing that kills them all at the press of a button, and you might need new ones, maybe you're gonna need Dr. Pershing. You should probably just capture him, not fry his brain.
Yeah.
True. Thankfully, that never happened, right? In the finale of the show, with the one character who was like meant to die several different times, but never did because Gideon's a fucking idiot. Surely that character who somehow escaped for reasons unbeknownst to us didn't press a magical little button that killed every single one of his clones that was supposed to have force capabilities.
Life works.
Yeah,
Some-
Reason why he's
Sometimes-
doing anything in the entire show.
and then she
sometimes
Reason why he
eats a
captured
have
wafer
Grogu
at
in the
the
first
end.
place.
She like eats a wafer menacingly at the end, and it's just like, man,
Man.
it wouldn't be cringe if it made sense, I guess, but it doesn't.
And then
The
we
whole
cut
ending is
back
kinda
to like
fucked.
the actual Mandalorian show with the Mandalorian
Oh yeah,
characters.
and we cut back to the wee woo.
Weehoo.
Din takes Bo-Katan to the covert in this very real area that is 100% not a volume shot. And they don't know who she is. She says she's Bo-Katan Kryze. They say, "Oh, your house has fallen from the way," etc., etc. And then Din is like, "I've been to the living waters. I have proof." And then they just let him in. They go into the forge. Din shows her the proof. And then Bo-Katan's basically like, "Yeah, I was there. I pulled him into the depths, let him out." Armor's like pours it in the giant bucket of water.
Blows.
It's like he speaks the truth. You're redeemed, basically.
Also,
And then she's like, Bo-Katan, you're also redeemed.
yeah.
And Bo just like, I was waiting for Bo to just be like, nah, fuck you, because we've spent this entire season and last
Just
season
saying that.
explicitly saying that she doesn't give a fuck about any of this. But she just accepts it. It was really funny after this episode came out because people are like, nah, like she's not gonna stay in it. Don't worry. She's gonna reject it eventually, but she just doesn't. She just
No.
completely buys into it, and we don't get like any justification for why she would drastically make this change, other than she saw the mythosaur. But
Well,
we don't know what any
yeah.
of that means
Exactly,
for her
yeah.
or the Mandalorian culture. We just know it means something.
Yeah.
It is not.
It's like
in fact,
it could be
Jover.
just as important to her culture as it is to Din's.
Well, it's the same
It's their
culture.
icon. Yeah, well, it's not, but yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it's
no,
like a
it's not. It's like
different sect
subcultures of the same
sect.
culture, but like I mean, they all came from the same planet. Like
Yeah, it's a subsect that has its own things going on, but even then, we don't know why it's important to either of them, other than that it's their symbol.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
she was technically part of the parent group that the Children of the
spawned
Watch
it.
split off from. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's episode 3, and holy fuck.
Also, like, one other thing I want to mention, if the living waters are important for, like, Beskar production, and that she quenches them in there, that still doesn't explain why Gideon's troopers are shit, because he has access to the living waters, he's on the planet.
imagine if he just had every single one of his stormtroopers baptized in the living waters, and then they all just become honorary Mandalorians. And then she's like,
I mean,
"Well,
yeah.
you guys are all accepted into the covenant now. Now we're
Yeah,
fucked."
there's no reason why that wouldn't happen.
He
No
just
reason why that wouldn't be a thing.
Moff Gideon just dips himself in and is like, "You can't attack me. I'm an honorary Mandalorian."
I guess he has to say the words, and he doesn't know the
He
words.
just has them written down on a script or like a holographic script. He pulls up the holograph and he starts
He was
reading it out in
watching-
front of them.
He was watching the crocodile scene from the first episode and was like, so those are the words.
I am the one who released the crocodile so I could understand your words from the safety of my ship.
Yep.
Like, yeah, I mean, very funny, very good show. Nothing wrong with it at all. What do you mean? We're just waiting for Boorin to come back because he is like the one who wanted to do the stream. So, but yeah, so far, do you think this season is worse than season 2? Because I do. Or do you think
Season
it's
2
close?
Season 2 feels really aimless in what it's doing. In the
Would you
first
say
like
it's the
3-4
same thing
episodes.
here, or do you think it's a little bit
I'd
better?
say it's bad for its own reasons.
Right.
Like they're bad in different ways. Like season 2 is bad because it's doing the whole baby Grogu thing, and it's like trying to do the whole we need to get the child to its father and then doesn't, or to its parents, and then doesn't do anything with that like the whole episode, the whole season until the very end, and then with the Ahsoka episode as well. But even that's just a fucking like it goes nowhere. Whereas this, it's like it's just a collection of random things that happen that don't progress anything, and then it dumps everything at the end. Really fucking strange this season.
I just read the chat in the call group. He's just gone to go and use the bathroom real quick. So did you want to use this time to go and grab a drink or something?
Yeah, I'll use the bathroom. I'll be back.
Okay. Chat, I'm going to be right back too. I just want to go and grab a drink, go sort myself out. We will be back shortly.
Did you get? Huh?
I woke up pretty early.
Okay.
He's tired.
Good. Did you have lunch while you're out?
I am back, chat. Yeah, Paul, like, if they say that it's funny, it's not totally consistent with the scene, though. Like, that's not what that's trying to portray, is hilarity. It's supposed to be menacing.
Oh, yeah. I was just gonna order some. I'm back.
I'm also back. Hi, back.
Lol.
I'm wondering, like, if we have to fucking two-parter this shit. Because we haven't even hit the episodes that require the most discussion.
Mm-hmm. We'll see.
Oh, the bird episode. That's what's next.
The bird.
The
Oh, the
fucking
bird episode.
This is gonna take a while. This episode is so fucking silly.
Yeah, it's got problems in, well, set design, set composition, lighting, the things we talked about earlier with the volume, the choreography, like the Mandos jumping around are just hilarious and sliding everywhere. Like Paz looks like a fucking goober sliding
Yeah,
everywhere.
the landing shots are really
We are
funny.
Barack. So,
Hi back.
It's
what are
not
we talking
Jova?
about?
The bird.
Oh, just the upcoming episode we're gonna talk about, and that we've outpaced the show.
Okay, so where do you guys want me to go?
We're going to episode 4.
Yep.
Very beginning.
Already there, so where exactly on episode 4?
Very
Just the beginning, the first opening fight. We see a bunch of Mandos standing in the volume. I mean, the planet that they're on.
The cave.
They are practicing, it seems, by shooting onto open water. I don't know what they're shooting at. I don't know how they're like gauging their accuracy or whatever. And then we just see a bunch of fist fights, people punching helmets. There's a shot of 2 people shooting flamethrowers at each other. That's very silly. It like cancels itself out. Just very goofy. Other just like generic training style scenes, but a lot of the choreography in the background is just quite poor.
Terrible.
Yeah.
I like how
Um,
they're shooting
re-
over open water after recently being attacked by a giant crocodile.
No, exactly. Yeah, the crocodile came from exactly there, and they're just like, yeah, let's just like cause a bunch of noise on the top of the surface.
They got rid of it.
Also,
killed
likes to
the
just
nest.
shoot explosives and grenades and like rockets in there.
I don't even know where they're getting like fuel for their flamethrowers or rockets for their jetpacks. I mean, rockets for their jetpacks, yeah. But like, none of this makes any sense. It's just
They pick them off of the Z6 rocket tree.
They haven't had anything to drink in such a long time that their pee has just turned into acid, which they use as fuel for the rockets.
Hey, base.
I love acid pee.
Reuse, reduce, recycle.
Din decides that Grogu needs to 1v1 Ragnar for reasons. Ragnar is upset because Baby Yoda can't speak the creed. And we learn later that it seems to just be your ability to speak that allows you to take the creed. When this episode came out, I thought it was like you have to be able to
Understand the words,
comprehend and
yeah.
understand what you're saying. But given what we learn in the later episode, that's just not true. It is just your ability to speak. So I guess Ragnar just learned to speak at the age of 10 years old, which is a bit fucking silly.
Yeah, well, they've just found him, which would give credence to why Paz is like my son, the foundling, but like at the same time, it's like they never explain it, so it just seems like a
Yeah.
plot error.
So I
Ragnar
imagine
chooses
Wookiees
darts.
just wouldn't be allowed in here because they can't speak basic.
That's why we don't see any Mon Calamari. Kick W.
Can Mon Calamari not speak basic?
No, they can. I meant just like random aliens that can't. I
Oh.
just picked the wrong example.
Well, we won't talk about Mon Calamari. Let's talk about Mon Prawn.
Mon Thrawn.
Mon Prawn, yeah. They speak prawn. Anyways,
Ragnar
paintball fight.
chooses darts. So they put this stupid little dart wrist launcher on Baby Yoda.
Yep.
And they explain the rules that you can fire the darts in any order. You can seemingly like you don't have
Rapid
to
fire.
Yeah, you can rapid fire at any point. And so they go for some reason there's 3 rounds though. Round 1, Ragnar shoots 1.
Instantly.
Yeah, he just shoots 1 instantly. Grogu does nothing. They're like, "Oh, point. He gets a point." And you're like, "Okay, nice. Okay." Again, Ragnar shoots immediately, hits Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda does absolutely nothing. And then they're just like, "Point." Okay. And then we get to round 3, and Baby Yoda jumps over Ragnar, jumps back over the top of Ragnar, and then just shoots 3
Twice
all at
3
one
shots.
time and wins instantly.
Yeah, they're like, "Yo, he did it." It's like, what?
And it looks so shit. Like, it's filmed poorly. It literally looks like they're just moving a puppet with strings. There's no attempt to make it look even believable whatsoever. And either Grogu cheats or Ragnar's just an idiot, and he just didn't shoot all 3 for no reason.
He's
He
arrogant.
just wanted to lose.
So the first time I knew anything about this episode is when I was on Twitter. And I just saw a random clip of this. being posted. And when I saw the Yoda flip, I almost bust a lung from how hard I was laughing. Because this was some of the chilliest shite I have ever seen in my stinking life. I do not understand how everyone just didn't just pack up and go home directly after seeing that, because that was just so fucking stupid. It looks significantly worse than any of the Yoda flips from Attack of the Clones or Revenge of the Sith. They somehow tried to CGI the puppet jumping, but still keeping him like puppet looking, instead of just making it full on CGI, which would probably have been a little less jarring than what they did here, because it just looks fucking stupid. It looks like you're watching an episode of Sesame Street by that point. I do
Yeah.
not understand what.
Sorry, yeah, what Dunk said in the chat is like, only way I can read Ragnar in the scene is that he fires once because he doesn't respect the challenge, but we can't see his facial expressions. Yeah, we know nothing about him, and he doesn't say anything, and there's just like nothing around it. And we can literally write scenes in the show off the top of our heads that are better than the ones that we got, and that's not a good sign.
The thing is like, doesn't he say start at the like beginning of each time they shoot? It's almost like there is rounds.
Yeah. Yeah, and
he
then
shoots
it's
one, he's
ignored.
like, okay, he gets a point, and then they're like,
Yeah.
okay, begin, and they do it again. It's not like he's just waiting and doing it 3 times. It almost is like it is round based.
Yep, and then Yoda's just like, yo, I win. Very strange.
He had
Very,
the
very
style in him.
strange. And then Ragnar gets yoinked by a fucking pterosaur immediately after. Yeah, he gets abducted by a giant flying burb. They chase off after it with jetpacks. Chase it for a little bit, and then they slowly fall down in some of the funniest scenes you'll ever see. You can probably show it on screen, Shandy.
Yep, getting there now.
From like 7-11 forward, like a few seconds. It's just so goofy. The way that they try to show them like falling on the ground, it's very clear that like you have your CGI shot of them either on a wire or whatever, and then it cuts to the shot of them where they're gonna land, and it's just so fake.
Yeah.
Like, you can see as well the backgrounds aren't real. Like, they're landing on rocks, and then everything else around the rocks they're landing on is not real.
Yeah, it looks super giga fake.
It
Also,
looks
a couple
really fake.
A couple of dialogue lines in there as well, is that Paz says, no blasters, it will kill the child, fully aware that this is his son.
Yes.
And also Paz, I am out of fuel. It always gets away. It's
This
like,
is
it's
something
done
that
this
happens
before.
consistently.
It's done this before, and you're living on the beach of death for some reason. We have no reason to believe that they're being hunted, that they couldn't just move somewhere that's less shitty, other than the fact that they have no ships for some reason, which they should have. And then it's just... And the fuel thing comes back later when Axwoves literally flies into space with his jetpack. Like 40 to 50,000
God.
kilometers worth of distance on his jetpack in a minute. It's like, okay.
Yeah. And then flies out into unpressurized, or out into space with an unpressurized suit.
Yep.
Pretty neat.
No, but you see, he's wearing the backpack from the other
Beskar.
faction of Mandalorians.
He's wearing Beskar. Yeah, the other faction has like better jetpacks than the guys that have like the ultra. It's like it doesn't make any sense if you try and say, oh, the cult that Dinzin has like more refined processing of their Beskar, when it's like, but then the Beskar and Axwoves' cult is better, and then it's like, wait,
No, but
then
you
the
see, the
jetpack
one
they have a
for
better, but
the one for Axwove is made of a Beskar alloy, which is lighter, which means he can fly faster.
they're
There you
all
go.
Beskar alloys. They're Beskar steel.
No. His one's a lighter one because he's alpha.
What?
He has to be faster.
Do you think he floats in water, unlike Din?
Do I think he's buoyant? Yeah, maybe. I think what he does is he takes off his armor except for his helmet, and then like he goes into the water, but his helmet has like a floaty device, so he kind of just like bobs and weaves in through the water with his helmet on him, and he's got like a little chin strap on, So he's
You
kind
can
of
take
like
his helmet off though, right?
yeah, you can
'Cause
take
he's
the helmet
out
off,
of
but
the way.
he keeps it on because it keeps him bouncing in the water, and he kind of looks like a crocodile as his head just like
Shark
bobs,
fin, Mandalorian.
just the shark fin Mandalorian as he bobs and weaves through the water. I think that's what he does in his spare time.
Yeah, like Darth said, it's like the child. It's like, did he just adopt him? Like, did he forget that it was his son?
Maybe he adopts him the scene after without his
Maybe
consent.
he just adopted him, and that's why he's getting his mask on, his helmet on, and they haven't figured out whose it is yet. And then he's like, "That's my son!" 'Cause maybe he claims him in that moment.
He's like, only my child would be uh, stupid enough to be grabbed by this thing after it's kidnapped other people already. It's got to be mine. I don't know. Was there anything else that you guys wanted to mention about this? Because you guys are the ones
Not
planning this.
particularly.
Nope.
They get into Bo's ship to plan the hunt basically. And Bo's like, I've done this all the fucking time. I climbed mountains like this in basic training. Paz refers to the kid that gets taken again as the child or the foundling, which is still just weird when you'll see when we get there.
Yeah, because
And then
in
we
episode
get
8, Mando has to make it like publicly known that he's adopting someone as his own. So
Yep.
this everyone here knows that it's his kid, and he's just like, yeah, I'm not calling him that. It's a surprise. It's a surprise tool that will help us later.
and then Grogu gets taken by the armorer and gets memory forged.
Yeah.
For people who know the memory store meme, it is just that, but the forge. The forge almost like canonically draws memories out of people.
Yeah, your most
Uh,
traumatic memories.
yeah, which is I guess what season 1 was. It was just drawing those bad
Parents
memories
dying.
out of Din. It's very odd and strange, but
Never,
also
never
funny
brought
just
up.
because of
Yeah.
the relation to the memory store. And then we get flashback to Baby Yoda at the temple with Ahmed Best.
Mhm.
Ahmed Best, I guess it's cool to see him back. Sucks he has basically a nothing role, but I
Yep.
guess he got to be a kind of cool Jedi for 5 minutes.
Yep. Good on him.
But the clone troopers show up. They look very weird. Almost like kind of shiny or like they're not in the scene. He also looks kind of weird flinging his lightsabers. And then he takes off in the speeder and he's getting chased by a gunship that's just shooting shots into him and just killing people.
Yeah, just
Like
blowing up Republic City, like Coruscant's buildings and shit.
you can't see most of it because the shots are coming. Like the shot is from Kelleran's front and the ship's behind him. But every shot that misses, which is all of them except for one, is going into a building somewhere and killing people or causing millions of dollars in property damage.
Structural damage, yeah.
Yeah, like Jesus Christ, man.
Our glorious
also-
empire.
This
Right,
bark
just press
speeder
pause here
tanks
quickly.
a shot from a gunship.
Doesn't
No,
give a fuck.
as far as I'm aware, I don't think barks have shields. It just tanks a shot and it's completely fine.
Yep.
They chase him all the way to the platform, and then he escapes, basically with Grogu. And that's it. We go back to him being made this really weird circular chest armor. Looks very goofy.
Yeah, the buckler or the whatever it is they put on his chest.
Yeah, quite silly.
I don't understand why they give
Um,
him that piece either, because it never comes up in any sort of valuable way. It's
Yeah,
just
it doesn't-
literally like, oh, we can sell a new Grogu toy now because he has this thing. It's like, what?
Oh yeah, that is probably what it is. It's funny they made the drastic mistake in season 1 of going from completely unarmored Mando to completely armored Mando because he hasn't really changed.
Yeah.
Like I work in the toy industry, so I know a lot about like the figures that get released. The only versions of Mando and 6 scale are the first one, the second one from the end of season 1, and then there's an updated one with the Pedro head sculpt and the Beskar spear. But like this season, what did he get that was new?
He removed his
uh,
Biscuit spear.
Yeah, like you can't release another figure. It's just the same.
Yeah, forget all of the whole reclaiming the ancestral armor and metal of my people that he does. Forget all of the forging and stuff like that. It's like, nah, he has his suit of armor now. He's cool.
I'm probably gonna get hit with a whole bunch of dating website spam now because I've changed the filter on the chat. Just so
Oh, no.
Darth can swear.
We then cut to the hunting party. So, when the bird left, it was sundown, because we get the shot of Bo flying the ship into sundown. We then cut to the village and it's morning. Sus.
Yeah, it's
Or
been a whole
midday.
day.
Yeah, and then we get back to the hunting party and it's now sundown again. And you're like, okay. So it's been a full day. They get to the bottom of the hill and they're just like, alright, we're gonna wait until morning.
Yeah.
And Paz is just totally calm, just like, yep.
All right.
So
I'll
it's
let my
been
son-
it's gonna be 2 days of this kid being captured. That is very important. Just keep that in your brain. That it has been 2 days.
It's not
since
like
the
this
kid
bird
was
that
taken by a
captured.
wild animal.
It's not like this wild animal that captured him for food to save its children, to feed its children, is going to feed its children. It's nah. Just silly.
Why
So
would
they
the
have
bird capture
the
Mandalorians? Doesn't it understand that they're people?
What has Mando's arc been throughout the season? Nothing. It's never been anything throughout any season. The only inkling that we get for any type of character development is the whole droids hating thing, which goes back and forth in this season as well. It's like he likes IG, and then in the episode 6 with Jax Black, he is like murderously intent on like threatening these droids, even though they're not the ones that he hates, because they're not the B2s. They're just random like droids standing around in the droid bar. It's very strange. Like, there's no development for any characters.
He's become more monotone.
Yeah, he has. He just doesn't care anymore. He was less monotone in Book of Boba Fett.
Like it genuinely sounds like they replaced the actor with an AI. Because anytime he speaks, he just sounds the exact fucking same. Like there's no change in how he delivers his lines like at all. Genuinely makes me think that they didn't even
Pedro?
get Pedro Pascal. I actually think
no, they got Pedro. He just doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, he's doing those lines over Zoom.
It seems like there was some credibility to the rumors that came out about his blow up in season 2 on set. Seems like he doesn't care about this production whatsoever, and he was not on screen for anything of this season at all.
All his stunt double.
Yeah, he was supposed to have a helmet off scene and couldn't do it because he was filming The Last of Us. I wouldn't be surprised if he was recording the dialogue for this, like on the side of doing The Last of Us stuff.
Yeah, Darth even mentioned it in chat. I started re-watching season 1 just to get some like sort of notes going for the stream. I only got to episode 2 and then gave up because I hate it. He even in like the first episode, he has got such a vastly different range of emotions.
Oh
Like
yeah.
you could definitely tell he's like acting. Like
Yeah, he's actually there in the suit, which is brilliant, because in this it's completely toxic to everything that he's not there.
Like if he's pissed, he sounds pissed. If he's chill, he sounds chill. If he's annoyed, he sounds annoyed.
Yeah.
You know, there's
like
like
when he gets
one
his
scene where like he
Jawa-
threatens
Jawas.
the Jawas with the flamethrower, and he's like, "How do you like it when I do this?" And he just like fucking lights them on fire, and then the other just like, "Dude, calm down, man. They're gonna give you your shit. Just give them an egg." It's like,
Just
yeah,
get
he
the egg,
he
bro.
sounds like a person again. And then you watch season 3, and it's like, this is the way.
Yeah, he's like, Bo-Katan, your song is not written yet. I will help you. It's like, okay, cool.
I don't know if he barely talks. He says enough. I don't know if there's like a difference in like the amounts of dialogue that's spoken. I probably need to like check that, but he speaks enough.
They definitely have a lot of other characters around him doing a lot of leg work, and maybe that is the symptom of Pedro just not being there. Because they try and force in Bo's arc, they try and force in stuff with like the Mandalorians in particular, and it's not just him walking around places. He's always got someone with him, other than like the first 2 episodes.
We get the campfire scene.
Yeah.
The campfire scene is
Oh yeah,
our
I'll
next
go back to
scene.
the campfire scene. Yep.
Where they explain the silly rule of
Oh
everybody
yes, this is great.
who's gonna once it's time to eat, everybody goes off in their own little, everybody walks away, and then you take your helmet off and eat.
And you
then
just
come back
eat
later.
somewhere else. You come back when you're like done, and you hope that they haven't, put their helmet back, haven't taken their helmet off or whatever. It's so fucking funny.
Yeah.
It's just silly.
And she gets to stay, like, the only person who stays at the fire is, like, the war
leader or
party
whatever.
leader. Yeah. It's so goofy. And my first question was, like, so how do you know when to come back?
Yeah.
Like, because there's one person eating with their helmet off at the fire. Like, is there a set, like, amount of time that they wait to come back? Is it just, like, John Mando sticks, like, kind of sits behind the corner. He's like, "Hey, yo, you good out there? Like, you got your helmet on? Can I fucking help you out?"
Can I come
Shoots
back?
up a flare and then like just signals to everyone, guys, it's time to come back. And my helmet's off.
My helmet's on.
Oh, my helmet's on. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Just fucking weird. You didn't need to do this. Like, it was already confusing enough. Just leave it unsaid.
It just makes it even funnier when they provide a feast for people in episode 7. They're like, we're going to provide a feast for Axworth's group. And then you don't see any of the cultist Mandos eating because they can't. It's like, they all fuck off and just like grab a piece of steak and leave. It's so dumb. You can see why these people are like incompatible, and then they're just not because, the show sucks. And it's not really going to deal with the tensions between them after this, I doubt. They had the chess scene, that was enough.
Oh, the fucking chess scene. Oh, what a waste of time that was.
They wake up the next morning, and
start scaling.
We get another line from Paz. Now our hope is that the child is still alive.
The child.
Sorry, no, I think that was Bo. Paz says if it will kill the foundling if attacked.
Yeah,
it has happened before when it has taken others.
Yeah, the armorer said that as well. Like, don't shoot at it; it will eat the child or kill the child.
Yeah.
So there's like this pre-existing condition that they have to do this like in this weird way because they know how the bird works.
And yet, despite that, they still kept training on the exact same beach where this has happened before.
Yep.
Yeah, no jetpack, so they have to scale the side of this rock. It looks very real, 100%. Paz decides to bring his giant-ass fucking minigun and, like, enormous jetpack.
Yep.
And he just looks so goofy. And, like, they don't even do a good job of showing them climbing, like, well. They look so silly. One guy's, like, literally fumbling on himself because he's so dumb. He doesn't know how to get up. But they get all the way to the top of, the mountain. There's a giant nest. Din, like, turns on his heat vision, and he sees a heat signature, and he's like, oh, there's a heat signature over there. And then Pez just fucking Leroy Jenkins in, and he just starts running in. Din is like, no, what the fuck are you doing? And then Pez is just like, oh, he's my son. They're just like, wait, what? He is? Huh?
Seems so apathetic towards him. Took 3 days to find him.
God damn, he's your son. Interesting how you referred to him as the child. And the foundling. And you're just super cool with waiting 2 days to save him. And then the giant-ass pterosaur shows up, flies up above, and then spits out the child. Completely fine and alive.
I don't even understand. Like their ship can travel faster than this bird, so they probably could have got here before it. Like, what's it been doing in the meantime? Finding more food? Why? It's got food now. Could give them to the children that it's trying to feed.
And it's not like
just fine. He's been in the belly for 3 days, and he's fine.
Yeah, the belly, not just like in the mouth or in the claws, completely in the belly.
Yeah, like. The whole point would be to break it down so that you could feed it as goo to your little babies, but it's like
he's not even wet.
Maybe it's because of the Beskar, like in the Marshall episode when he survives the acid, it's because he's wearing Beskar. It's the same thing.
Yeah, true.
Idiot, we've got
wet.
We've got lore.
He's not even wet.
He's not. He's completely dry.
Yeah, we saw him bringing Ragnar into the ceremony in season 3, episode 1. Yeah, instead of the armorer doing it, if Paz did it. Like,
oh yeah, he just gets dropped from like 60 feet up in the air, no jetpack, and he just falls on his knees and is completely fine. Yeah.
Exactly what Dung said. Paz's attachment would be so much more meaningful if we, say, saw him bring Ragnar to the ceremony in season 3, episode 1. It would just effortlessly show. Wait, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Gaslighting
shut
him
up,
to
Dunk.
think he's wrong.
Shut up, Dunk.
Yeah, shut up, Dunk.
But yeah, I agree.
So they take off and they start fighting the bird with like flamethrowers and shit. You get a bunch of more awful shaky cam shots. Like there's literally a shot of I think Paz Vizsla's like body double standing and waving his arms, like just standing on a flat surface and waving his arms, and they shook the camera to make it seem like he was falling. It's so bad. Like all of it is completely unbelievable. There's a shot of him, Shandy. It's at 2313 of him landing on a rock that just looks not real whatsoever.
2313, did you say?
Yep.
Yeah, I was just there. I'll go back 10 seconds so you see the actual like shaky cam thing.
Yeah, you'll see
Yeah,
the
there you
shaky
go.
cam,
Yeah,
and then
I see it.
he goes and lands on a rock. It literally looks like he's standing, right? Like he's just standing
Yeah.
and waving his arms. Like there's like even more terrible shots of other people landing on rocks. And then another dinosaur. This has to be a separate dinosaur because the other one died. Jumps out of the water and kills the pterosaur, and they fly away with Ragnar.
Yeah, even more evidence for why you shouldn't be training your children next to this lakeside.
Or living here in the first
Living
place.
here, yeah, exactly.
And then they fly back. Everybody is in Just Bo's ship, the whole war party, and the 3 of the pterosaur babies
Yeah.
somehow
also fit
fit
in
these
there.
guys in there without them like brutally murdering you because they're
Mhm.
fucking gigantic.
And they're hungry as
Um,
well.
Yeah.
And they eat people for their food.
And they're just like, yeah, we captured them as foundlings.
And they never come up again.
So, like, they use the word foundling. Are they
Yeah.
gonna become Mandalorians, or are they
Yeah.
just, like, gonna ride them? It's so confusing.
I just want to see like a scene of the armorer making just a giant fucking bird helmet and then putting it on. The bird's like,
It just suffocates
he
because
understands
it's
the
got,
word.
Like, no air.
He understands what he's saying. He can take the vow.
They just turn it into the next interpretation of the mythosaur.
And it doesn't come back up.
Nope.
Like,
It's ignored.
it's just like, yeah, we kept them. This is the most, like, man, this feels like an
Wait, they
AI
eat
wrote
them?
this script.
Oh yeah, they do. They put them on the spit and roast them.
Oh, wait, do they?
Yeah, they give them as that's what they eat at the feast in episode 7.
Oh my god.
That's funny.
Wait, but
Yeah.
they call them foundlings. Wait, what
Yeah,
the
they
fuck?
just eat them.
I mean, okay. And then
Maybe they
Bo-Katan
called them
lost an
foundlings
armor
as a
piece.
joke. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm
Maybe-
going to die laughing if they release another Bo-Katan figure and it's just a different like armor piece for her shoulder pad because she loses a shoulder pad and gets a new one.
Yeah, it's true.
And then yeah, she says, "What would you say if I saw a mythosaur?" And then she'd say, "Oh, it's you'd be very lucky." It's like
Yeah, this
basically
part.
saying, "Oh, it was a dream."
Yeah.
And then Bo-Katan's like, "Nah, that shit wasn't a dream." And then she's like, "This is the way." And then the episode ends.
She's like, "Hey, can you give me some examples and like information on this thing that happened?" And she's like, "No." It's like, "No, it's too hard for me to answer. This is the way."
Yeah, she literally says, "But it was real," and the armor says, "This is the way."
Yep.
I hate how "this is the way" is just used as like a conversation ender.
Yeah.
Like
it's
a
just
character will
default.
ask like a very important and meaningful question that you probably like need the answer for, and then they'll just be like, "Oh, this is the way," and then they're just like, "Oh, okay," and then we just move on.
Yep.
It's like John is sitting there writing the dialogue, and then he just gets stuck, and he's like, "Just throw this in there. It's
Yep.
good enough." It's very
This'll do.
frustrating. Because every time it's used, it's always like, okay, but no, I wanted to hear like what you were gonna say. Like, that's not what I wanted to hear.
This is the way. It's just like Aldani.
And that is the end of episode 4. Jesus Christ.
Episode 4, when I first saw it, was in contention for worst Mandalorian episode, right up there alongside the tragedy. This episode pissed me the fuck off when I watched
Yeah,
it with
this
Uvu and
episode
Wervos.
is fucking wild.
Yeah.
It is so bad.
This into the is it the Jack Black episode that comes directly after us, or this one? Oh no, the pirate comes after this. But like, this is the episode where people are like, "Well, what exactly are we doing here? Like, what where is this go? Like, what is this? What is this little side quest?"
And like, I struggle to determine whether or not this episode or 6 is worse. I think this one might still just be the worst.
Well, I mean, the first thing I
Maybe
noticed
maybe
when
it's 7 though. 7 is also pretty bad.
It's very bad. Yeah.
the first
7 and
thing
8,
I
yeah.
mentioned when I saw this episode was just the giant pterodactyl thing. I screamed at the top of my lungs, how the fuck is this thing allowed to even show up here? You guys are telling me you don't have any sort of scouts, any sort of like tower defenses built up alongside this thing, you know, with snipers who can basically see these things approaching from over the horizon. You guys can't even hear this fucking thing coming by. You don't have access to ships so you can chase these things down. Oh no, you're
Yeah,
chasing
it's not
after
like this
it in
was
a
an
fucking...
isolated incident. This happened before.
Yeah. No, I was yelling this before I even knew that this happened before. When I found out this happened before, I was like, no fucking ways you let this happen again. I was already pissed off and now I'm peeved. What the fuck? Like, there's just so much basic information that's just lacking in this episode that you can use to explain why they just didn't do anything and they don't even try. Like, you could be like, oh, well, you see, this is our only area that's, like, big enough to house this many Mandalorians that we use as a training ground, or... No,
yeah, or it's ancestral, or it's an old covert that we've come back to, or, you know, like, literally anything.
Literally anything. They just decide, nah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We can do it. It's okay.
This is fine.
We don't need to try. But, like, come on. Like, if this was any other show, people would have complained. I honestly hope more people were complaining, but anytime I, like, check, there's a lot of people being like, yeah, it was fine, it was okay, like, it could have been better, it was kind of mid. I don't really see anyone going, no, this is actually kind of dog shit. What were you thinking? So, Boorin, I don't know if you've got, like, alternative opinions on that one, but the majority of the time, I just see people going, yeah.
Copium.
Yeah. I mean, it was cool, you know. Yeah, you know. That's the majority of the sentiment that I've seen around this episode. Episode 4 is a waste of time, but episode 6 actually felt like an insult. The unnecessary celebrity cameos, the reversal character progression, the horrible un-Star Warsy tone. Yeah, if you said episode 6 is worse, I wouldn't even disagree. I would...
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I would agree, but I wouldn't disagree.
Like, this is the episode where Bo gets the Darksaber. Like, it's incredibly plot critical that this happens.
Like... Yeah, I actually think episode 6 would probably be considered the worst one, because that's the one where, like, the normies are like, yeah, no, this isn't actually Star Wars anymore, this is actually just insulting. What is this? If you can manage to piss off the normie fan base, if you can get the normies to be like, yeah, no, I didn't sign up for this, I didn't sign up for, like, the Jack Black happy hour with Lizzo, then, yeah, you've probably made
You fucked up along the way.
you fucked up several times along the way.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the whole point of that episode is them trying to talk to Axe Woves, and 40 minutes of it is this random side plot that they don't even need to do, because Bo-Katan's, like, literally the owner of the Darksaber and the fucking Mandalore Queen, but they're like, yo, I'm gonna rope you into this thing by stealing your ship, and, like, literally forcing you against your will to do my droid subplot so that you can talk to these people. Can't you just land by them and talk to them? No, because they stole their ship. Jack Black is holding them hostage to do the side quest.
I really despise it when you get like these incredibly goofy characters that are supposed to be taken as a joke, but then you still make them like somewhat competent so that the main characters have to be like, yeah, fine, we'll do what you want just so you can actually like leave us the fuck alone. It's like, no, that's stupid. Don't do that. That's fucking gross. No one would agree to that. That's retarded. Bo-Katan and Amanda would probably just like fucking left straight from the get-go. There's no way they would have just stuck around.
Yeah, the Super Battle Droid running in like mocap style is just like one of the low points of the series. So fucking weird.
The entire show is a low point for the series. I don't know how much lower you can get after that point. I suppose you could like scrape the gum off of their shoe or something. Has had that one episode that turns off normies because of how absurd it is. What was that episode in Kenobi? Was that the one where they like walk out of the base with Leia like underneath his cloak? I feel like that's the one.
I am back.
Hi, back.
Hi, Shandy.
Hello. We're currently molding over the Jack Black episode. We were trying to discover which
Oh,
one's the
yeah.
worst, and
Yeah, it's pretty shit.
yeah.
The thing about the Jack Black episode is I don't think it looks as bad. This episode both looks really shit and is just complete nonsense.
I disagree. I think the Jack Black episode's the worst one to look at. It hurt my eyes. I don't know what
Well,
it
I'm not
is,
saying it's
but
good to look at. I just think like there's less in the air action shots of people landing. You can see the volume more apparently. I don't think the Jack Black episode is very busy. They're trying to do a lot with like the colors and the set design of the city.
I think the only time it looked better was when they were actually in the city, but the opening shot of them landing on the planet looks hideous.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know why. It just I mentioned it earlier on, but I think it's just the absurdly over contrasted coloring thing that they've got going on. It's just way too light. Way
Yeah.
too bright. Uvu, I think, said he's gonna go get some food. He read what you said and
That's
was like,
okay.
you know what, I'm hungry too.
No, I didn't. I just muted for something.
Ah, okay.
I was just gonna say that just 4 just feels like the most unnecessary side quest of all time.
Six
Yeah,
is 6 is like the definition of a side quest.
Oh yeah, it's like a forced side quest, yeah, but this one it doesn't go anywhere, it doesn't mean anything. They eat the birds, that's about all that comes out of it. It's like, fuck. How?
Cinematography takes a nosedive, even the dialogue composition isn't framed properly, and this is a Bryce Dallas Howard episode 2, which hasn't had that issue before. Well, it's something that I mentioned earlier on that I don't even agree with the idea that these episodes are directed by different people, because they all feel the same. There's nothing unique about any of these episodes where I'd be like, oh, that's a Bryce Dallas Howard episode, that's a Jon Favreau episode, that's a Dave Filoni episode, whatever. I don't know who directed these fucking things. But
The only one that feels different is the Pershing episode.
Yep.
yeah, that. But I'm talking like the Mandalorian stuff. I'm not talking like the Pershing Andor Light episode.
I think you
Everything.
could tell in the older seasons more. So like Bryce's episode in 2X3, I think it's a terrible episode, but there's a shot there that she did specifically because it plays off of movies that her father did, I think. Because her father was also director. And Dave Filoni's episode with Ahsoka feels much different than everything else in that season. Robert Rodriguez's episode feels much different.
Oh yeah,
than...
I can tell which one's the Robert Rodriguez episode. Believe me, but I don't feel the same way with this season, which is another reason why I think it's worse than 2. It's because it feels very samey. Like it doesn't feel unique. Like the episodes in season 2 were uniquely shit, especially the Robert Rodriguez episode. But like you could tell, this is a Robert Rodriguez episode. This is a Bryce Dallas Howard episode. This is a Dave Filoni episode. Like everything had a little bit going for it that felt different. Yeah, it's kind of like not that, except for the Pershing episode. But I don't really count that one because it feels like a different show entirely. So, but yeah, episode 5. Where do we want to start with this one?
So it starts with Pirate King Gorian Shard hailing Grief Karga. Very important. He called Grief Karga, basically saying, "I'm taking over your shit. You can play it on screen." He speaks as a hologram, and he looks absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up now. There we go.
He's not like saying these words. His mouth is terrible.
Yeah, it's again something we mentioned earlier on that the lip sync for this creature is not on point. In fact, it is off the point. It is quite nasty.
At at the very end of it, Gorian Shard's like, "Now, don't hail me again." But
Even though he's the one who hailed him to start off with, yeah. Good job,
yeah.
guys. You did good. You did good.
I just love how he's like, "Oh, this is Grief Karga, the guildmaster of the Navarro hunters, but you're just a pampered nobleman now." And then he's instantly like, "Why did you gun down my people in cold blood?"
True, actually. Like, yeah. Why did you gun down my people
Yeah,
in
he's
cold
like,
blood?
"Why'd you
You're
gun down
supposed
my
you're supposed to
people?"
be like a fucking nobody at this point.
Yeah. He said, "Why'd you gun down my people?" And then he's like, "Well, they shot first." And then Gorian Shard's like, "Well, now I will shoot first." Like, okay, bro. Very
But
cool
you're shooting
dialogue.
first after I shot first, therefore you shot second. This is actual dialogue, by the way. Trust
Don't
me.
hail me again.
So, like,
Don't help me again.
you say you have like hope for Ahsoka, but Dave Filoni helped write episode 4. Dave Filoni helped write episode 7. And they're some of the worst fucking episodes of the show.
Dave Filoni
I have
has
no
the Clone
faith.
Wars as a child
Yeah,
project.
he also has Clone Wars and
yeah,
Rebels
like
and
I have no
Tales.
faith anything Dave Filoni makes will be good. Like fucking hell. Been
Dear
watching
God,
a few
Tales.
episodes of season 2 recently with the boys, and oh my god, is it just so shit to get through. That one episode where Anakin is like getting cucked. Oh, I just realized that I've had episode 5 playing, but I didn't have the thing showing the actual episode. I forgot to change the transition. So I'm gonna go back to the Gorian Shard thing so everyone can see that in all its glory. The lack of convincing lip sync. Maybe I should put subtitles on just so we can all see what he's saying too. I'll put it in Chinese. No longer under the protection of Moff Gideon. Oh wait, no, this is what he's saying. Actually, fuck it, this is just annoying. Turning it off. Ugh.
He then starts opening fire on the citizens.
Yep.
And we see a bunch of citizens run out of the town, which we'll see later as well. And then we cut to Adelphi, I think. This is the Adelphi base. And we see Carson Teva.
Who's
Zeb
Carson Teva?
appears. Carson Teva's the pilot dude.
Right.
The rebel pilot. Zeb shows up. Looks pretty good. Looks a bit wonky, but I much prefer having aliens like Zeb than fucking Pirate Gorian Shard.
That man.
Who's just racist against
Um,
green people.
He gets Grief's message, and
Yep.
then he goes to Coruscant, which is a long fucking way away. They even have the guy he meets, he's like a security colonel or something, basically say like, "Oh, you're a long ways from home."
Yeah. Also,
Took him
they
a while
say-
to get here.
Yeah, also, they're aware of how swamped Coruscant is with things like this, and maybe if they used some of those giant star destroyers, they probably wouldn't have any problems. But you know, X-wings.
Now they're getting rid of their.
No
own
one knows
fleet
what an
now.
X-wing is.
So yeah, so he goes to Coruscant.
We basically have this guy explain New Republic is really backed up the requests, and we're obviously going to prioritize member worlds because they're part of us, which I think is pretty based.
Yeah. That's fine.
And then Elia Kane walks in,
Mm.
has faced no consequences, and she has like a really weird, pretentious conversation with Carson Teva. And I don't like her character, mainly because like she shouldn't be here. She's 100% be.
Yeah.
Wait, so
Also,
where,
what is she
where am I
doing?
supposed
Is
to be
she-
looking?
Is just after this.
Just
Yeah,
after
next
this?
scene after this.
Oh, right. Is this
Hey,
the
it's Tony.
conversation with Green Man? Yeah?
Also like oh no, it's oh
We're
I
at
think it's
Coruscant.
a
I'm
bit
at
behind.
11 minutes right now.
Yeah.
That's where I am in the plot.
Time frame? Where am I looking?
11 minutes is where I am.
11 minutes. Okay. There we go.
we have like their whole conversation basically. And then he's like, all right, if you're not going to help me, I'll find someone who will. And then we cut back to Grief, who has taken a bunch of people from the town, like, off to the side, way out in the open. I don't know how the fuck the pirates didn't see them come out here. And he walks them on to the next volume set, which is conveniently a circle.
You gotta take them
all
to
these
the
people-
lava flats, is what he said.
Yeah, all these people just fucking chill here. And he's basically just like, we're just gonna have to make camp for a short while. Smile. Help will arrive soon. And then we cut to Carson Teva on the Mandalorian planet. He lands, basically walks up, and they're just like, get the fuck out of here. Din walks out, and he's like, how did you find us? Teva says, oh, droid I was working with in the rebellion is actually amongst your ranks. And R5 rolls out. I have so many questions. Like, my first question is, how did Carson know that Mando had this droid? Because, like, let's say this was a droid he used to work with. I guess he has a monitor, like a specific location monitor on it that he can monitor. He pops it up and he sees this planet. How does he know that this is where Mando is? Like, how does he know that this is the droid that Mando has? There's seemingly no reason.
This droid just so happens to be the same droid that worked with him during the Rebellion wars against the Empire. And
I mean,
the only reason this place... Wait, no, hold on, my brain hurts. The only reason this droid is here is because Mando decided to go back to Tatooine for some reason so he could find a random part for B1 battle droid or IG-11 battle droid, whatever the fucking thing is called. And then he got scammed into buying one of these things, even though he really didn't want one.
Yeah, this just could easily have led him to Tatooine. He just sees that it's moved off-world, and he's like, okay, that must be someone good, right? Like, what?
Why would he have any reason to just assume Mando had this thing? Unless it's like what Boorin said, like... What?
Even if he has a location, like, monitor for it, he has no idea that Mando has it. And it's made even worse by the fact that Mando got conned into taking this.
Yeah.
He could have just said
he
that
should
the
have
only
even
reason...
gone there to look for the part he needed.
Yeah.
He could have
Like, it's so fucked.
You could have just said that he's been having Mando's ship movements tracked because he's, like, aware of him being a bounty hunter and he, like, needs to have his services from time to time. That would have been fine.
I mean, it would have tied into what he does at the end, yeah?
We see this droid in the OT, because it's R5 from Tatooine. So Teva was a rebel pilot and discarded this thing on Tatooine like many years before it probably got even to Tatooine because it's old there and it's like old and blown out.
It's like not only did it end up on Tatooine in the first place with the Jawas, but it ended back up on Tatooine when he like ditched it.
Well, he says rebellion, so that would be before A New Hope. I imagine he was part of the rebellion.
Oh, okay.
He served with this droid and then ended up on Tatooine, and then years later Peli had it and conned it off to Mando. It's just, there's so many coincidences that make this the case, and it still isn't valid for like a reason he would be able to find them.
Yeah, it's all fucked.
And then Carson basically is just like, you gotta help. Mando's like, no. And then he's like, well, you should. And Mando's like, okay.
Alright.
So they go into the caves, and Mando basically gives like the super impassioned speech of we should help Grief. And then Paz steps up, and he's like, hey yo, fuck this guy. I've seen so many people die to protect one foundling, but this is the way.
Yeah, and then everyone's like, okay, yeah, you make some good points.
He says, I've had my disagreements with this man, but he risks his life to save my son. Even, like...
Darth, I really don't know what's going on. I've got the filter to all messages, including spam, so I don't know why yours is just not coming through. Maybe it's got something to do with my actual chat settings that I have for every stream, but I can't really change that right now.
Also, the line that Mando has is really weird. He says, Now, many of you don't know Grief Cargo, and those who do fought against him when you rescued me from his ambush many cycles ago on the streets of Navarro, yet we know that they all died. Or the ones that went off-world have come back here somehow, and they know that they're here somehow. So...
I don't know why you're sticking true to that. Clearly it's been retconned, so it's fine.
Despite the fact that only one Mando can leave at a time.
Wait,
and then
what?
they just all leave. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. Like one of them can be on the streets at the time, so they don't get their covert fucked, and then like all of them have enough ships to leave
I
from the
completely
sewers of
forgot about
Navarro.
that. See, this is what
And then
happens
their
when I
ships-
don't watch the rest.
Yeah, and then their ships explode when they get here, so because they don't have ships.
That's very
They
silly.
say that in this episode.
Yeah. And then Bo basically plans the war party to go and attack, or not attack, but take back Navarro. The pirates are there. They're just basically, pillaging and whatever, getting drinks.
Yeah,
whatever.
grunting and laughing and being goobs.
Yeah. We see His Grace, Pirate King Gordian Shard.
Yep, the man himself.
Again, just still fabulous. And then Mando appears out of nowhere. We get a wee woo. And
Wee woo.
he immediately shoots at the pirate ship, who are like horribly ineffective. Their bridge is extremely small. The ship steers with a steering wheel, which is fucking hilarious. Or like
Yeah, it's a pirate.
Yeah. It takes them forever to like mobilize fighters and actually start shooting at the ships.
Yeah, despite them coming out of the roof instantly.
Yeah, and they only have like 3-4 fighters.
Yeah, despite the hologram that Bo-Katan showed us of the ship having like more than that, having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And
But
then we just get more terrible action of ships crashing into each other because they're stupid. And then we get the Mandos descending on the town. They have jetpacks, and still they decide to play on the low ground.
Yep.
Even though like high ground has fucking X10 damage in Star Wars.
Yeah, and we know that because they pull out a blaster and pin them on the streets later on. They pull out a Gatling gun that pins them, despite the fact that they can get on the roofs at any time.
Yeah.
And there are lots of places around that are higher that they can shoot down on from. Like, there are a couple of domed buildings above the magistrate's office that they can shoot down on these guys from, but they just don't.
And then we've got the scene of all the Mandalorians jetpacking down.
And the horrible Ugnaught and Gorian Shard mouth movements. Yep.
And basically all of the fighters die, and they blow up the ship.
Yep.
It crashes, and Pirate King Gorian Shard is dead.
He is
Rest
gone.
in peace, the king.
Also, funny thing that someone said in the chat earlier is like, I'm glad that the people that ran out to the lava flats didn't get abducted by those giant bat things in the first season.
Oh my god, true. And they were there for fucking ever.
Maybe they're nocturnal, I don't know.
I mean, to be fair, they forgot about force healing immediately after they used it.
To be fair, no one ever gets hurt in the show, so it doesn't really matter. Also, Gorian Shard's just firing torpedoes at the rocks on top of the roofs, and they do no damage.
And then Grief basically gives the Mandalorians a giant plot of land, and they're like, sick. He's like, you can call this place a home.
Yeah, it's probably
And
a
then
lot
they're
better
like,
than where
"Alright,
they are
cool."
now.
Anyways, let's leave to go take back Mandalore.
Yeah. Fuck you, Grief.
It's like, it's so fast. We go from that you're gonna make this your home. You can have this giant ass plot of land to immediately like, alright, well, we're gonna go like find a different place.
And it's like not even that they don't have the access to the things they need. The covert is still there. They go into the covert. They could just reclaim it.
Yeah, they do. They do reclaim it. Or I mean,
Yeah,
not
but
reclaim
then they
it,
leave.
They go to it right afterwards. Bo-Katan walks down,
Yeah, and then they just fuck off.
and she has the conversation with the armorer, where the armorer is like, "You can walk both ways for reasons."
Yeah. It's like no one else can, but because you put your helmet on, then took it off, and then had a bath, you can lead us. It's like, what? What? She walks both worlds.
She walks both worlds because she saw a mythosaur. And we get the line, I was taught that the mythosaur existed only in legends. And everyone coomed.
Yep.
She walks out with her helmet off. People are obviously upset, and the armor is just like, this is the way.
Yep. They're like not
She walks
not worried
both
about
worlds. And then the episode ends with the shot of Teva coming up to the Imperial ship. And he's like, Moff Gideon never made it to trial. It's like,
yeah,
wait.
so there've been like 3 or 4 hints about Moff Gideon, like in the 3rd episode they're talking about him never making it or like escaping, and then in the 1st episode they're like, oh, he was sent to a tribunal, and then in this episode it's like, oh, they were transporting him in this dinky ship with no fucking protection, and then he got ganked. It's like, what was he doing for the last year of his life? Was he in prison? Was he like, what? If there's been a time skip, what's happening here? Why did it take so long? Is the legislative system in the New Republic just so shit that it takes that long to get a major war criminal to tribunal? Like, I don't... And then it's like, oh, it's Beskar. Oh, no.
My main thing is, like, as soon as this ship doesn't arrive, he's on his way to trial. As soon as he doesn't arrive on the scheduled trial date, you know he didn't make it, and you know that this is the ship.
Yeah, no one comes to try and find him. And then it's like, oh, there's a Beskar shard in the wall because the Beskar broke somehow. Okay.
It's so weird.
It is very weird.
But yeah, that's the end of episode 5, The Pirate. Rest in peace, our boy.
Yep, he's dead.
Best character of the season, of the IP.
Of the IP.
So now we start. Yeah.
This episode.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, look, it's the episode where Mando didn't drown.
Oh, Darth just said, look at them using an Imperial shuttle to transport him, so much for not using Imperial technology.
Yeah, oh my, yeah, true.
Come on.
You walk both worlds, this is the way. What an oxymoron. Yeah, exactly. This is antithetical to our creed. This is the way.
Why would Special Forces be transporting Gideon? Also, Lamau, Kek W, get fucked, Cara Dune.
Lol.
Such a silly fucking character.
Oh yeah, I saw that in Star Wars chat earlier on, where apparently one of the creators actually confirmed that Cara Dune's dead.
He was on
That's so fucking funny. They give her like the special forces send off, and then they're just like, nah, Lamau, she died. Holy shit! Where's Drunk 3PO right now? Is he fucking losing his mind?
Drunk 3PO? Who would that be? Oh, is he one of those like pro Cara Dune characters, something?
Yeah. There's many such cases.
Many such cases. Imagine being pro such a boring character. My lord. Oh no!
I don't know if he's like necessarily pro her character. I mean, I imagine he is. He was just he was one of the people that interviewed her right after she got fired. She did a bunch of interviews and stuff with YouTubers.
Oh right.
So the next episode starts with a scene from episode 3 of season 2 about Bo-Katan, and then it says something about the Darksaber's lore, and then it says and then it shows him being captured in season 2. So you know in episode 2. So you know exactly where they're going with this, and the joking. Oh, the robot got me, and then you got the robot, so you have the sword now, and it's like, okay. That's what they're setting up in that intro. The previously on.
Very goofy.
Okay, give me a quick second here, lads. I'm going to do a funny little transition. Copy link. Woohoo!
Damn, that is kind of funny.
Ain't it though?
Just a little fuck you based.
Okay. As you guys can see, the tweet on screen, this is the thing I was referring to. She was in a shuttle when Moff Gideon escaped. They showed a little bit of her armor and frozen hand. Such a petty but deserved fuck you. Now, I don't know if I care enough to go and double check to make sure if that is true or not, but if it is, then if it isn't, then oh well. It sucks to suck, Die in piss.
I hope it just spawns more cope, because the cope is always very funny to deal with
The cope is
around
pretty
Gina
funny.
Carano's firing, because it was pretty justified.
Yep.
Yeah. So
What
back
I've heard.
to
Back to
to
this
the
trash.
way.
The way.
Just need to line it up again so I don't have my not safe for work background showing up. There you go.
It's that reply is so funny, Lamau, cope harder lefty, because righties should absolutely support Disney's right as a company to fire their employee for damaging their brand.
Should have made her die of space COVID. She did. It's called suffocation.
Yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, Disney asked Gina to stop tweeting 3 times because it was causing public backlash and was damaging for their brand, and she deliberately disobeyed their orders. Or not orders, but like requests.
This is the gay. True.
So episode 6 starts with this really weird fish subplot. The Quarren.
Oh yeah, this thing.
Yeah. And Axe Woves.
He's doing contracting stuff.
There's even more just bad alien dialogue and delivery. It's also like a lot of the times it's just delivered like a regular human. Like there's no attempt to make it sound like it's coming from an alien, which is weird.
Yeah, that's the real problem. Is it's just like they have these alien designs and things like that, and there's no like gargling or specific cadence that they have that would. Thank you, Shandy. Very cool. That would come with having a literal squid face. And we know that they have their own language, and by the end of this, they're having like a heartfelt send-off to each other, but they do it in English, they do it in Basic instead of their own language. They just miss every mark. It's so bad. Also, the Axe Wolves thing, where he's like, where they're leaving, and they're like, oh, I thought Mandalorians were supposed to be honorable, and one of them says, yeah, we are, for money, and it's like, what?
Oh my god.
What exactly is the point of having a fish tank in your command center? Like, why would you just have so much water near all these panels that require, like, not water to function?
Maybe they're waterproof, I don't know.
Maybe. Waterproof
also,
spaceship.
Yeah, Darth said part of the reason why it looks so janky is because in Season 1 they didn't have human eyes, whereas in this they do, or at least the female lady does.
I can't remember much of what they looked like in Season 1, so I can't say.
At least the males do. Maybe the females are like half human. I don't know.
Unlucky.
Yeah, it just looks bad, and it is bad, and they're just trying to shove Axe Wolves back into the show and give a reason for why they go to this planet in the first place.
Also, like this captain lady, her prince boy that she's with comes and is like, we love each other, and she's like, I'm sorry, I just can't like risk it all.
If I
but like that's what you were doing. That's what
you're
doing here. Like, what do you mean? It's
she's like absconded from the royal palace by kidnapping one of the royalty, and then she's like, nah, I can't go through with this. And then she's like, is this all this was to you? A little fling? And she's like, nah, not really. Our love's great. And then they leave. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Also, the Mandalorians just like get on their ship somehow. They just like are there. How did they get here?
Get to the bridge instantly. No one else on the ship.
They just like let you land and get all the way through their ship to their bridge. Oh, okay. And then we cut to Bo, and they land on Plazir 15. This domed planet. There is a technology that takes complete control of their ship and lands it for them. What the fuck? What?
Also, like, how do they find X in the first place? Is that ever explained? Why do they go to this planet? Why are they here?
How do they know, to be honest.
They're just here, and then they're like, oh, cool, that's our fleet. I can go talk to Axe Wolves. And then Jack Black takes control of their ship using a previously unseen technology that would completely break all space battle and change the face of practically everything in Star Wars forever. But it's never seen again, and we don't know why he has it, or how he has it, or how it works. And there are many explanations as to why it wouldn't work in any other piece of media, but he just has it, and he just abducts them to do a side quest. It's very strange.
Yeah, it's so weird. And like, if it's a matter of just, oh, you need like a big enough thing to do it, why didn't the Death Star have this? Why don't
Mhm.
ISDs have this?
Well, I don't
Like,
really know
it's
how
so
big this thing
weird.
has to be, but surely it could fit on a Star Destroyer.
Yeah, that's what he said.
No, he said the
It
Death
is
Star.
very.
I'm talking Star
He said
Destroyers.
ISDs, Imperial Star Destroyers.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Right, okay, sorry, I didn't really know what that stood for.
That's alright. I had to figure it out too, so I yelled at you for nothing.
Yeah, but like
Anyway,
anyway,
Yeah, they get to Plaisir 15. They walk out to this little like, I don't know, train. It's like a singular train car.
a hyperloop, yeah, that's what they call it.
Um, and it takes them all the way to this little, I don't know, palace dinner area where we meet Jack Black and Lizzo.
Also, it's just funny, like, they're openly hostile to Jack Black and Lizzo while they're in the Hyperloop. It's like, does it not have any, like, comms? Do they not know what they're saying in there? They're basically like, fuck these guys, we might have to shoot our way out. And then Jack Black's just like, ha ha, the French! It's like, well,
the French. Maybe they just, honor privacy. They'll
not
abduct
only
you,
that,
but
not
they'll
only
let
that,
you
but
be private about it.
not only that, but they actually do talk to them while they're on the Hyperloop because they make them scan their chain code. They
Of
both
course
have a
they do.
chain code, which is like a galactic fucking social security number that everyone has and tells you the age of someone and their DNA, and you can track people with. So they both like have chain codes canonically, despite being rebels and people that probably wouldn't want to be tracked using them. But
I absolutely despise how this episode makes me dislike Jack Black. And I like Jack Black, he's cool. But this episode
he's
makes
cool.
me think the opposite of that.
Yeah, he's kind of just a bumbling fuck.
He's just a fucking
I hope you like secretions.
silly sausage of a character. It's like, why? Why would you do this? As Darth mentioned earlier on in chat, like this just feels very anti-Star Wars, and I've seen that sentiment being shown a lot. Like, Episode 4 was bad, and I think a lot of people fell off, but this is like the episode that just pissed everyone off. They're like, why would you make this? This is garbage. And it takes something truly special for Star Wars fans to be like, yeah, this isn't Star Wars, this is kind of shit. So, good job, you've done something right.
We get there's so many lines on like how this society functions that just make no sense. Because of the like Jack Black's imperial past, they're not allowed to have a military, but they're allowed to hire Mandalorians as like a fighting force. But it can't, like, they can still direct them to do things, but it can't be like representative of the government. It's just like a really weird loophole. There's a lot of loopholes in this episode that we'll get to. And they basically just say, we want to talk to the other Mandalorians, and they're like, we have a droid problem. We need you to do something for us, which is our whole side quest that we get for this episode.
So I'm gonna
Uvu,
go.
you have the specific lines for like they mention that they're a direct democracy, that everybody directly votes on everything, and that they have no workers. Like everything is done by droids, but that's not true. Like we see a whole room of people who have jobs, seemingly.
I wouldn't exactly
as well
call
as
them
like
people.
Are we just like implicitly saying that Ugnaughts aren't people, or like they don't vote in the society, like they don't have a vote? Because like they're working clearly. What the fuck? What's wrong with Ugnaughts, man?
Maybe they're just doing it as a hobby. Maybe they just like being busy. You don't know. Do you? Boorin.
Sorry, what?
Maybe they just like being busy. Maybe they're doing this as a hobby.
Yeah, perhaps. But it's still a job.
No, because they're not getting paid.
They basically say like, oh yeah, we have a battle droid problem, and Bo is like, the Mandalorians over there can make quick use of your battle droids. And then that's when they say the charter forbids them from having a military. Not even the constables are allowed to carry blasters, so they also have constables, another job. And the only reason that they're allowed to be armed, Din and Bo, is because it's part of their religion to have weaponry, so it's fine. But like, the other people are also Mandalorians, so
I just realized
What are
you're
we doing?
talking about the people inside the command center, not the Ugnaughts.
yeah, both groups. But yeah,
Oops. I was
there's
talking
people
about
in the
the
command
Ugnaughts.
center and the Ugnaughts.
Yeah. Uvu?
Um,
Oh, he's buggered off. Alright.
but yeah, they basically just mention that they're not allowed to have the Mandalorian force handle their droid problem. They need these specific people because they're Mandalorians, and the weapons are their religion, so they're allowed to have them there.
Except they're not, because you're not allowed to make weapons out of Beskar.
That too. But also, yeah, the other people are Mandalorians. Why can't you just use the same loophole?
Darth just said something in chat. I think what especially insults me about this episode is that there's a really cool way this could have gone. Imagine if this was a planet entirely run by droids. I actually think something similar to that gets done in Titan AE, where they visit a specific planet that's like mostly controlled by droids. I haven't seen the movie in a while, but it would be cool. And yeah, as a concept, that would be pretty neat. It would be a nice little contrast compared to every other place that uh, Mando's been throughout the show, not just the season. If it's just like an entire planet run by droids, which would be funny for him as a character who's supposedly despises droids, to have to like work together with them in order to complete whatever side quest is active that week, so he can
Which is
get his
kind of
fucking
what he
bonus
does in this
XP.
episode. Except
but
he
he's-
doesn't, because he just threatens them.
He just threatens them, yeah, and he works with people, but like the idea that he would be doing this for droids specifically, and droids would be the ones paying him and like acting as the pseudo people in the situation, despite him being like, "You're a fucking robot." That would be
Had
kind of
some
cool.
development there.
Use Beskar
Nah.
to make whistling birds, not for weapons.
Yeah, and the flamethrower casings as well.
Yeah.
But they have to melt down the spear because it's a weapon. Kick W.
Wait, did they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why?
I just told
Uh,
you.
Yeah,
I
Book of Boba
realized
Fett,
that, but why? You could have just
um,
made it a
Beskar
ceremonial
can't be used
fucking
for
thing.
weapons.
Actually, I know why, Shandy. This is the way.
Fuck
True.
you. Fuck you. Honestly. Fuck you.
Our next scene is we get introduced to Christopher Lloyd's character. They basically say there's an issue with a bunch of the droids. They show a bunch of droids just like malfunctioning and doing crazy shit. And then he says the citizens voted that no interruption of droid services can happen, so there is no kill switch. It's just like, okay. The citizens are no longer required to work. I guess that is just they don't have to work, but you can. But like, why would you?
Clearly, they kind of have to be. Someone has to be here to work, otherwise, the entire system just doesn't operate.
Well, yeah, the supervisors work, the Ugnaughts work. I mean, the droids work in the bar.
My comments earlier on were more so referring to the Ugnaughts because I completely forgot about this room of people working here.
Yeah. And they mention constables, which are more people that have jobs.
They voted on who
Um,
could be these people who have been given jobs. Maybe, I don't know. It's a really stupid fucking society.
Bo and Din go to talk to the Ugnaughts. Din says, "I have spoken," so they trust him.
Yep. They ignore Bo-Katan for like the whole scene. And then
Yeah,
he's
they
just
just
like,
basically
I know
stonewall her.
Queel. I have spoken, and they're like, "Oh, Queel, I know who that guy is on like random Mudhorn planet." This means something.
And they basically give them the location of where the droids are. So they go to this like yard of some sort where just a bunch of droids carrying things. A B1 walks up. That's the foreman. Starts talking to Bo, and then Din just starts kicking robots.
So a couple things. In the Ugnaught scene, they're like,
Oh yeah.
"Oh, there are no bad droids here," and then Mando's like, "Yeah, there are. We've got like literal video footage." And then they're like, "No, we know everything that happens in the city." And then Mando's like, "No, but like really though." And then he's like, and then they're like, "Oh, okay, we'll give you the locations of the droids that are malfunctioning." It's like, what? How do you know? How? But what? What? How do you know where they
Wait,
are? How do
yeah.
you-
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
And the like the B1 battle droid that they talk to is like the most serious B1 battle droid ever compared to like the sequels, the prequels, where they're complete nonsense. Yeah, and then he starts kicking droids.
And then he starts kicking droids.
Yep, kicking droids. Let's go.
To see which one is evil.
Because
kicks
it's
one of
definitely
them. It turns around, backhand punches him, and then just takes off running like a fucking human being.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Like, first of all, when the fuck did they ever, or were they ever able to do this? He literally rips shit out of the ground and throws it at them. Like, he's a fucking Terminator. Like, he's Thanos. He's just running around like an absolute fucking demon. Imagine if B2s could do this during the Clone Wars. I don't understand how the Separatists lost. And like, you go to the movies and you see there's just so many clips of they just are standing and walking forward very slowly. Like, they were very much, the B2s were like tanky, and they had like their wrist rockets and their heavy blasters.
Keep in mind, Bo-Katan has her jetpack, and these jetpacks have been shown to be able to catch up with like flying pterodactyl things. And she only uses it to dodge out the way of a fucking basket that gets thrown at her face.
They also move faster than starships.
We also get the shot of Din just like completely breaking the laws of time and space.
Yeah.
Where they're running straight at a B2, and then Din takes a left and then jumps out of a window, hitting the B2. Like, he just teleported ahead of him and just jumped into him.
I will try and get to that.
Yeah, I can find it. It's
and then Bo's just there as well to shoot the droid.
I'll just go back 10 seconds.
Because Bo caught up somehow.
No, yeah. In season 1, we see them act exactly like that.
In the concept art, Mando's the one that shoots it because that makes sense. But here it's like Bo's like just teleports to them.
Yeah.
And we have the robot police droid things showing up. So
and then we get the scene of the droid bar, where all of the droids are just hanging out, being social. It's kind of weird. I guess I like the look of it, but they drop a lot of weird lines in here.
Yeah.
About like the droids wanting to help and being like, I don't know. Droids are already kind of a touchy, iffy subject in Star Wars, but they're just making it worse.
The gray area in terms of how much they are close to humans and their sentience and things like that, and how they actually work, and this just grays it out even more. And then they're like, oh, we want to help organics because they created us.
So they start asking questions, and the droid bartender basically explains that all of the bad droids came from this bad batch of Nepenthe, which is something they drink.
Before that...
Oh yeah, go for it.
When they first rock in, they're like, all of these strings of malfunctions have led to your area, and then, like, no. No, they haven't. You found a random chip on a random droid that happened to malfunction and lead you to this exact place. Could have just been a place that he hung out. But then he's like, no. And then he, like you can see on screen right now, he's literally fucking torturing a droid or trying to threaten him with being shut down, ripped out his memory circuits and his hearing implants. Yet the droid is being 100% fucking functional and cooperative. And he's just, like, racist randomly.
He hates droids.
No, yeah, exactly. It's a great foundation for the future episode where they cannibalize a sentient droid and shove their stupid fucking baby in it.
Yep.
Hey, man. He tried to murder them in episode 3. It's justified. Or episode 1, sorry.
But yeah, basically, this droid explains that they all came from this, like, bad batch of Nepenthe. I don't know how this droid knows that. Just, like, off the top of his head, he's just like, oh yeah, like, they all malfunctioned because of this bad, stuff. I'm just like, wait, you know about this shit? Huh?
Yeah, and, like, any 3-year-old could figure out that this is what's happening. I don't know why they need Mando to do this. I don't know why they don't have their own independent contractors. I guess everyone's just lazy because droid planet, but they never try and do anything with that, so I have to make it up.
One of the droids also drops the line, some droids on Plaisir date back to the Clone Wars. The New Republic would send them to scrap. Yeah. But here on Plaisir, they're given a second chance. You're part of the Republic.
Yeah, they're under the Republic charter.
Yeah, but they're Imperial. No, they're
He's literally
separatists.
he's part of the amnesty program.
I like how he can be in the same boat as fucking Pershing, but Pershing gets put in forced confinement and doesn't get to use any of his shit at all. But this one rich guy can just be like, "Yo, I'm gonna own this planet." It's like, okay, what?
They go to get the remains of the droid, and they basically like scan his shit. One of the droids in the medical bay just like goes psycho and tries to kill them.
Oh yeah, random mandated Mando action scene.
Yeah, it's just like the IG action scene in episode 1. And then they basically are like, oh, there's this nanotech technology, and actually there's a chain code written on the technology.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so
and look at that. It goes back to Christopher Lloyd.
The Techno Union. And then it's
Yeah, the
like,
Techno Union, yeah.
they literally wrote their fucking initials on the thing that he's using to destroy the droids and never thought it would come back to him. Like, what is he doing? Also, this Nepenthe thing is just, it's stupid. It's like,
It's so
the droids
silly.
go to a bar and then they have a drink and then the drink reprograms them like patch notes when you can just do it wirelessly or like in any other way.
Or even
So
like wire
weird.
updates, if that's
Yeah.
how it's needed. It's so weird that it's a fucking like nanotech liquid.
Lube? It's lube with subparticles in it. What?
They confront Christopher Lloyd.
It's a man
and
DeLorean talking to a man in a DeLorean. Woohoo! Because this is the guy from Back to the Future. I just thought of that now.
Good
Sorry.
for you, man.
Christopher Lloyd is basically like, I want to take all of the battle droids and unleash them upon the citizens of
Yeah.
Plaisir.
Gonna
And you're
kill
just
them
like,
all.
wait, huh? And he's like, don't make me do it.
I liked Count Dooku.
I liked Count Snooku. He was a political idealist.
He says, "Oh, he's a visionary and Count Dooku," and then they just tase him, and then both Bo-Katan and Mando say, "Politics."
He says he supports democracy, but he literally lives in a direct democracy that gave him these out, like, it gave him the situation he's in, and he's like, I fucking hate this shit. I want democracy. You're like, wait.
Democracy.
And then they bring him to Lizzo and Jack Black, and then he's immediately just like, I'm sorry. And he says the stupid fucking line that they keep saying. If that isn't the Quackta calling the Stifling slimy, stop it. Stop saying it. It's not funny. Stop making up these fucking nonsense words because you don't want to use, like, contemporary references or whatever. It's so annoying.
Yeah, so they go back here, and Baby Yoda's doing some weird mini quest, mini game side thing.
Yeah, and they knight him.
Yeah, they knight him on the
for-
spot, and they also have the key to the city just lying around to give to Mando, as if this was like something they planned. Is that the Skuglock turd talking to Stifling slimy? Yeah, okay, cool, bro.
Yeah, so now we go to the next volume set.
There's still a little bit. There's still a little bit here for this.
Oh yeah, you can talk about it.
They
I'm gonna grab a
send
screenshot.
Mr. Hellgate to a moon, and it's like you were literally committed high treason and are about to like hold the entire planet hostage, and they're like, okay, we'll just exile you. It's like, wait, what? What are you talking about? Kill the motherfucker.
They'd probably need to vote on it.
He's a shenaniganizer.
Shenaniganizer. That's a word. Okay, so the next volume sets. Here we go. It's the
Yeah,
Yeah, he
Mando
just did it
guy.
because he hated Jack Black. That's it.
Gonna take a big sip out of my Mandalorian Beskar mug because I cannot use
I'm
weapons.
just-
Has it got a hole in it?
I just want to draw the arrows to where you can see the edge of the volume in this shot.
I think I can see it already.
I'm gonna link it right now.
Okay, time to.
You can see the edge. It's so obvious.
Okay.
You can see the edge of it.
Okay,
You can
so
see on the lower part of the line, you can see the grass is very much in detail and in focus, and then right above it, it just blurs because that's the fucked up depth of field you get from the volume with your backgrounds.
Does look very hideous.
quite insidious.
And you can see it in more shots. Things that are real, things that aren't like right after that shot. There's another shot where you can see the line in the dirt, and then everything behind them is just stuff that was
Yeah,
projected
you
onto the
actually
volume that was
you
filmed
actually
in a
can if you
different
just
area.
like gaze from left to right. You can actually just see like a solid line on this grass in the screenshot you provided. Like it just starts and then ends on this like blurry looking environment.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Quite spectacular. And you watch something like the Batman or even Thor: Love and Thunder, which looks terrible, but at least it's not this bad. But the Batman's pretty fucking good, so I'll use that as like the good example, and then Love and Thunder's the example, and then this is the bad one. So I'm just gonna turn back on my thingy.
Bo shows up to challenge Axe because Axe doesn't want to fuck with Bo anymore. And they fight. He like shoots a fucking rocket at her immediately, and then she flies in. Nobody's wearing helmets because why would you want to wear helmets in a 1v1 fight to the death? There's like a bunch of telegraphed moves that are just you're clearly able to see. Bad use of weapons at the wrong times, not
Tiny
using
shield.
jetpacks when it's clearly available and the best option.
Also, this whole fight. Also, in that shot, Grogu doesn't have a shadow. But also in this fight, it didn't really even need to happen. If they just showed up and went, "Yo, she has the dark saber now because of this loophole," this fight wouldn't have happened.
Yep.
It's just weird.
Speaking of which, afterwards, she's like, yeah, or Din is like, you have the Darksaber because loophole.
Yeah.
And then they're all just like, oh, well, this fundamentally changes my outlook. Anyways, I follow you now.
Hold on, this
Yeah.
bat just shot another rocket at her face, but she dodges it, and then like it almost hits like 6 of his men in the background. It's like, why would you try that? But also, yeah, with the Darksaber thing, I'm pretty sure he could still like challenge her to the use of the Darksaber, because then they'd be like, okay, well then how the fuck did you get it off of Mando and he's still alive? And then she'd be like, oh, you know, I fought the spider creature that defeated him in combat, and so therefore I am now the rightful owner because I beat the thing that beat him. And it's like, okay, well then what if I beat you? And then I have the Darksaber. Then what if she beats me and then she has the Darksaber? It just keeps going on and on until everyone in the camp is dead.
Yep.
Except Mando, because he's just like, this shit is so fucking stupid.
He's invulnerable. So yeah.
He's the one with the pure
So-
best guy. He's the only one that survives.
This image is also really funny. The image I linked you of just her standing center frame with the Darksaber, and Din is just kind of like awkwardly standing next to her. Just like, hi, I'm here.
Aye.
Hello. And you can see in this screenshot, the sides of the screen are warping upward.
Ooh, stay away from me to like. Hold on. Zoom. Okay, that should be fine. Wait, hold on. Why is there a black border? Okay. Yep. Transition. There we go. It's on screen now.
Yeah. Do you see the edges of it? How it just warps up on the sides of the screen in the background?
Yep.
That's the
Just-
volume.
Lift it up a little bit more. There we go. So that should be easier to see now. Yeah, you kind of just like see a little bit of just a straight line in the background as well.
Yep.
I think it's mostly on the grass or just above the grass. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like a bar, like a solid, like it's faint, but you can see it. It's really
yeah,
weird.
it's in most of the shots. You can tell where the edge is. It's so bad.
I like that you're sending me screenshots of like the actual thing in question, and Uvu sends me this. I might as well just show chat this as well. That's funny.
Mando
Oh,
does
yeah,
look
Mando's
really
just-
awkward. Like
Yeah, he's just off to the
there.
side, like, okay, I will follow you now, my lady Kratan. Your song is not written yet,
we'll just
even though it
search
is, and it's filled with domestic terrorism. But you know,
True.
domestic terrorism. Oh no, that's like super terrorism, and it's domesticated.
And it was terrorism specifically to cause division.
thing that she complains about next episode. She's like, "Oh, our people are so divided, and they all hate each other." It's like, yeah, you're the fucking reason.
Sucks to suck.
That is such a gorgeous screenshot.
Amazing.
Okay, so
All
now
right. And then the episode ends. Rancid Stinky. Oh, now for the fucking bangers.
Here they come.
the banger episode. So I was gonna let this play for chat so they can see it. Wow, wow.
Ooh, do you wanna run us through the spies?
Sure.
What the fucking spies?
So yeah, we begin with the intro, which is Mando's remark on the atmosphere of Mandalore, that it's breathable, and Bo-Katan is correct, and it's not cursed. Which we've got different information on, and I've got notes on that there, but we've already talked about that, so I can skip through. Here we go. Then there's an axe wove scene. Grogu. Then there's the shot of the guy finding the ship that Moff Gideon was supposed to be on, and it cuts to the thing from episode 3 where the guy's like, I knew that he never made it to trial.
Yes.
Yeah, which is just weird. And I've said here that I don't even know how they've kept him in captivity for a year and only just transported him now, or what they're doing, or what's going on here. And then there's a Pershing shot, which doesn't come up again because Pershing's dead, or at least lobotomized. And then we begin with Gideon. We begin with the Gideon talk, and what's her name again? The lady?
Elia Kane.
Elia Kane. Yeah, she walks out of this alleyway, and the music follows her out into the alleyway from the club. I don't know, it's got outside speakers or something like that. And they start talking about Navarro, which apparently was either Moff Gideon's doing, or at least in part endorsed by Moff Gideon. And yeah, I don't know why he was involved with the giant pile of seaweed. I don't know why this happened. I don't know why it took so long. I don't know what he was doing while he was in prison. I don't know how he was doing all this Beskar stuff. Who's his second in command? He doesn't really have anyone else other than the Shadow Council, which doesn't want to be involved with them, which is who we see in the next scene. Gif Midian, Moff Gideon, is on Mandalore. He is in his secret base on Mandalore, which we don't know yet, but he goes and walks into his little area to talk to the Shadow Council and walks past his stupid security system of fucking stormtroopers in laser grid arrangement behind walls. I don't know what this is, and it's very bad.
And they can fall off the side.
Yeah, they can fall off the side at any time
into the infinite chasms of whatever.
Like, and the weird thing is, he either has also the Discord the overlay's fucked up.
I know.
He either has 2 rooms like this, or the floor in which he talks to the people, the floor in which he talks to the Shadow Council in, like, drops out and turns into his lab. Because in the next episode, Mando walks directly from the laser grid straight into his lab, whereas in this episode, he walks from the laser grid straight into. Oh no, he walks past the clones. Never mind. But yeah, like he walks past the clones and then goes into here. And apparently he can talk with people off-world despite Mandalore having no comms from the surface.
This is even worse for later. The Shadow Council room is right next to the vault of all the clones. It's one room away.
Yeah, so they can literally just go in here and then probably check the old comms and be like, whoa, what's going on here? So we get Pelion, we get Hux, someone called Hux, which I presume is Hux's dad. I don't know. He's the clone guy, and he's talking about where Pershing is. And Gideon's like, nah, he's dead, lol, for some reason. I don't know. He doesn't want to give him over to the clone guy. He doesn't want to have him around in case something goes wrong with his clones. He just kills him off, despite having the ability to get him out of there at any time. He can send a fucking drone down to the surface of Coruscant with no one batting an eye. I'm sure he can get one person off planet. And then, yeah, they have this conversation where Pelion's there as well, which is Thrawn's right-hand man, and so we get a little bit of Thrawn stuff. And he's like, oh, Thrawn should be the leader here. Thrawn should be our guy. And then one of the other guys is like, we should create more piracy. And then the other guys are like, no, the New Republic will get us, despite the New Republic being completely useless at their job. And then one of the ladies is like, we should just start a rebellion so that the people that are on world and like us can rise up and become part of our people. And he's like, oh, and that's like the most sensible thing that's said in the entire fucking area, in the entire scene. And then Moff Gideon's like, oh, hey, can I have like 5 bombers and 3 Praetorian guards and 10 TIE interceptors and stuff like that? Because 30 random Mandalorians are going to reclaim their planet that's destroyed and doesn't have any comms and you can't plant anything on and is covered in kaiju. And then everyone's like, oh, I hate Mandalorians. Yeah, give them the stuff. So they give them the stuff. And then that's the scene. It's like, what? Oh yeah, and they also mention, not only is this collective of goofs called the Shadow Council, which is a laughable, hilarious name, but they're intent on enacting Project Necromancer. It's like, oh shit.
Like, why
real,
do you call
real
your
edgy
hidden
the
secret
hedgy
project
content.
exactly what it is? That's like the U.S. being like,
Project Nukem.
Nuke Japan. Like,
Project Nuke Japan.
like, guys, surely it won't leak, okay? They'll never
Project
know.
Mobamba.
True.
We'll go with that one.
Which is what we presume is, I don't know, taking some form of Palpatine's essence and converting it into Snoke. And these look like the sort of founders of the First Order, so we'll see where that goes from there, but we don't see them again, so it doesn't really matter. They just give him the stuff, and then he's like, yeah.
I have absolutely zero faith.
They give him 3 Praetorian guards to protect him, because they're like, oh, are you anticipating an assassination attempt? And then they don't give them jetpacks, and he has a jetpack, so, he's I don't know. This episode it starts right up.
Oh yeah, it's already
White
silly.
shit.
And then... oh yeah, and he says, long live the Empire, which is basically, this is the way for the evil guys, because everyone cheers. And then we cut to Griefed Cargo, which is, and Navarro is despite it being bombed like yesterday, it's like perfectly fine. There are like some rubble bricks and stuff, so you know something went down, but like nothing's like destroyed or anything like that. And then they go to X-Woves, X-Woves and Bo-Katan together now, and they go and meet up with the other covert that's on Navarro. And they're like, oh, it's an Imperial fleet, and then they look at it and they're like, oh no, it's X-Woves. And the two factions come together and just sort of stare at each other. And they don't really know each other that well, they just sort of hate each other because all Mandalorians just hate each other for some reason. Must be a Clone Wars thing, I guess. I didn't watch it, so Borod's the guy for that. But yeah, just all of the coexisting stuff that would happen between the two of them would be so incredibly awkward. The fact that half of the people can't take off their helmets and eat with the rest of them, like it just starts up and just gets worse and worse throughout the episode until you get the crowning achievement, that is the chess scene, where Mr. Paz rages like a little baby about his chess match, tries to kill X-Woves. But yeah, anyway, they're like, oh, let's meet up with each other, and they're like, put the children inside, and then Ragnar grabs a child and takes him inside, and then they meet up with each other, and they're like, oh, this is really awkward and tense, and then the armorer smashes her stuff together, and she's like, "Yo, let's have a feast for our new guests." And I guess this is the part where we'll see the shot of the dead birds, the birds that they're eating, it'll be in like the next 30 seconds after where we are now. But yeah, it's just some silly. Just everything to do with the two factions coexisting is just silly, and they don't want to deal with it. They'll have to deal with it next season if they go back, but they probably won't. They'll probably just go off on side quests with
You haven't mentioned the part where Baby Yoda gets put in the IG-11 unit, and then like
it hasn't happened yet.
Oh,
Yeah,
because
that's right after.
the bird thing happens in the next scene, like at 1706, which is like
Okay.
yeah.
My
So
bad.
I thought you
Nah.
were talking about that.
No,
one,
that's
so-
no, it's all right. I just got my things mixed up.
Yep. I'll go back to
'cause I
Grief
haven't seen
Cargo
that.
Mando.
Yeah,
So Grief
Yeah, so
Cargo
they,
meets up with Mando. Yeah.
yeah. So Grief Cargo, he comes in and gives Mando a bottle of Chateau du Picard, which he never drinks and we never see again. And I was really hyped to see where that bottle of wine went, but it just never used again. It's
Up
just
his arse.
lost. And then the Eva theme starts playing as IG-12 rolls in with fucking a fucking Babu Frick in them, and he's like, "Hey!" So they've literally hollowed out the IG-11 unit that Mando saw as a friend, lobotomized him, turned him into a vegetable fucking suit that Grogu can pilot. I don't even understand. Like, Mando doesn't even care either. I wrote here, they've hollowed out his insides and turned him into a vegetable to be twisted and controlled from within like a puppet by Green Satan. Now, despite Mando's protest, now the beast gains power, he gains movement, he gains control. He presents this control by spamming text-to-speech at Mando, stealing from a hardworking fruit merchant and damaging his merchandise. Yeah. That does happen. He just, he immediately goes rampant with his newfound power and starts, like, terrorizing all of the merchants in the city. Like, it wasn't enough that their houses got bombed, now there's a fucking Grogu Evangelion going around stealing shit.
Also, like the naming structure, IG-12. That's just not how it would work.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a
it's
new
just-
model or anything, it's literally just an IG-11 skeleton with a hole in it.
Yeah. And he goes back to being IG-11 with like
Okay.
completely new parts. Like,
Now
what?
we have the roast chicken.
Oh, before that, I just want to mention that, like, this scene is, like, 5 minutes or so of just comic relief in the penultimate episode of the series. It's just... yeah, and it happens in the next episode, too, with the R5 unit and the mouse droids, but we'll get to that. It's just the show just doesn't know what it's doing tone-wise. Those are the birds there. Are
Yep.
they them? I can't really see it.
I don't really
I
know,
can't
to
tell
be
if that's
honest.
like a dragon type creature or like a wyvern or something. I don't know if that's the chickens.
It's
It
a
looks too
werewolf.
small.
They're eating a werewolf.
I accidentally downloaded season 1, episode 7, and I instantly skipped, and it was Gina Carano, and I was like, wait a minute.
Oh no, they're eating Gina Carano.
That's what it is. It's a dead body.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. Bo's like, hey, all my people, the planet is not cursed, much to everyone's surprise. But there are dangers on the surface, such as dormant species that awaken from the bombings. The planet's magnetic field is fucked, and it allows no communications from the surface to the air, or surface to the orbit.
Which we know is not
Um,
true because of
Well, it's
Muff.
wrong.
yeah.
It's just wrong. It's just inconsistent. It is true. It's just inconsistent.
Oh.
They just kind of forgo because it works the same. It works correctly in most of the scenes that it's in, and you don't get any comms until you go above the cloud layer or whatever. Despite the magnetic field being like larger than that, but whatever. We're not going into that. They just forgo. And also, why the fuck would you build here? You've got no land to plant on other than the caves that we see, and they can barely make 3 people survive because the people are literally dying from hunger. There are giant fucking demon beast shits, monster hunter looking asses all over the fucking planet. And the caves are filled with people that kill you 100% of the time, according to the dialogue. All of the people that went underground died for some reason, despite, like, you know, well, I guess those fucking those man-eating alien, ugly-looking guys killed them all. But it's just like, yeah, why would you build here? You need a space elevator. You need some drone that goes up and down in the atmosphere just to receive comms. How would you even trade with other people? How would you keep an eye on the universe? How would you do anything? Just go to fucking Concordia. Go to the planet that Bo-Katan was on with the giant castle that's not bombed and looks really nice.
It's
and
like
then just
right next door.
Scout from there and just scout from there. Like, what? I don't understand. But and the planet's fucked as well. There's like nothing there except the forge, which is incredibly important for some reason. They keep talking about the importance of the forge, and they never explain why it's important, other than the fact that it forges things, and they already have things. So I don't know. Then I guess they want more things. I don't know why it's better. I don't know why. Like, can it forge more stuff at once? Can it forge of higher quality? If so, why isn't the armor that Moff Gideon's troopers have of superior quality, considering he lives right next to the forge and could probably use it, or at least figure out why it's so special? Like, there's everything is fucked. Everything is fucked. And then what do we do? Well, we go into the planet and descend to the planet's surface, and all the Mandos were like, "Oh man, this is horrible," and they all shake their heads in unison, or one after each other, and it looks very funny. And they basically say, one of them's like, "I was here when it happened," and no one says anything to him. It's just like, okay, cool. It's like, you left, and apparently everyone else left, but 3 people are still here. And I don't understand what they're doing walking around either in these horrible volume shots. They drop down to the planet's surface. They said that they can't scan from the outside, but they obviously can scan when they're on the planet's surface. And they should know where the Great Forge is, because it hasn't just fucking got up and moved. It doesn't have legs. It's not like the maps of their planet would be outdated. They're the same as they were when it was bombed. Like,
Yeah,
maybe you'd
Bo-Katan's
need
been
an
there
extra...
many times.
Maybe, yeah, Bo-Katan's been there. And maybe you could, yeah, she'd know where to go. And it's like, maybe you could say, the entrance to it would be collapsed because of the earthquakes or whatever. But there's a fucking hole right above it that fucking axe goes up out of. There's a hole right above the Great Forge that they could have just landed right next to and got rid of the hobo boat, got rid of the fucking chest scene, got rid of the kaiju, and then just, like, went in there. But no, they had to have this fucking side quest where they find these 3 guys that don't actually contribute anything to the plot. And that's the hobo boat.
They have a giant fucking ship, and apparently these guys never found Gideon, and Gideon never found these guys.
Yeah. Or he's just, like,
also,
laughing at them.
One of them has like a trench coat type cape, and you can see it flap around in front of his jetpack flames, and it just never catches on fire.
Also, Uvu, I think you've got your notes mixed around a little bit, because I skipped forward to the part where they actually, like, go inside the tunnels, and that's directly after the hobo ship.
I haven't got to the hobo shit yet.
What the fuck?
I was talking about them walking around on the planet after just getting out of the...
Okay, then I must have misheard what you
ship.
said, because I thought that you said they went inside to go and look for the forge.
No, they're going to look for the forge. I'm just saying, why did they land so far away and start walking towards it?
Right, okay. I missed that part.
And then the hobo boat appears, so
Yes.
we walk up to the one piece of land on the entire planet, most likely, where this thing can function, because everywhere else on the planet is covered in, like, rocky crystal formations. So I guess they just go back and forth on this one, like, area, and then they bump into Bo-Katan, and they're like, "Oh my god, is that Bo-Katan, Kreese?" And then they fly over, and they're like, "We're the only ones left." Yeah. And, let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, we have the fucking Bo-Katan's great reveal where she's like, "Oh, the planet was destroyed because she refused to surrender, but she actually did." And then Moff Gideon was like, "Oh, they did the Night of 1,000 Tears or whatever and killed a bunch of Mandalorians." And then she made a deal with Gideon to save her, and then gave him the Darksaber, the thing that she didn't know where it was in season 2, but should be intimately familiar with who had it.
Yep.
And yeah. And we don't ever figure out why Moff Gideon hates the Mandalorians in particular, or what like problem he has with them, or why he's so obsessed with them and making himself like one and putting on Beskar armor and donning his own fucking fan fiction outfit, and I don't know. I don't know.
in 2X3, Bo-Katan is trying to ask the Imperial pilot of the ship, or not the pilot, but the commandant of the ship or whatever. She goes up to him, threatens him at knife point, and says, "Gideon, like the Darksaber, does he have it?" Like she is asking him whether or not Gideon has the Darksaber, when she would absolutely know, right? If she handed it to him.
It's not like he just fucking dropped it somewhere.
There's no plan. And they're not going to stay consistent with what they're doing.
Yeah. And then even funnier, she starts talking about how her people are always divided and start squabbling with the factions. And then she says, Mandalore has always been too powerful for any enemy to defeat. It is always our own division that destroys us, despite the fact that Moff Gideon, like, killed them in the last, scene that you were talking about. And, you know, you surrendered to him and they destroyed you, you know? Remember that? But whatever. And the fact that she purposely incited a division as well in her history. So, like, either she's intimately aware and is being ironic, or she's stupid and Filoni wants us to forget completely what character she was, which is probably the latter.
Yep.
This is the way.
Yeah, well, that's what he says next. He says, we were taught that everyone but us had forsaken the way, and that you were selfish and uncaring. And it's like, no one ever talks to each other. They never catch up with each other because they hate each other so much because of Bo-Katan. It's like, I don't know, man. And then was like, oh, we're gonna get rid of all of Bo-Katan's past stuff. Now she's just a blank slate, and she has to fight Gideon for this heroic sacrifice of her people, and as a comeback for him destroying everyone. And then Mando's like, for thousands of years we've been on the verge of extinction, and for thousands of years we have survived. It's like the most powerful fucking thing, most powerful planet in the universe, the most powerful planet that the fucking Empire had to make an example out of by destroying it, and the most legendary force that rode fucking mythosaurs, and it was on the verge of collapse for 1,000 years. Okay, cool. Yeah, sure, that line makes no goddamn sense.
Maybe if they rode space whales, they'd be more powerful.
Maybe. They can survive in space, according to ex-wolves. So I don't see why not. And then Mando's like, oh, I don't care about this weapon. It means nothing to me or my people, nor does station or bloodline. It's like, okay, but like you literally said in episode 3 that all the Mandalorians can trace their bloodline back to Mandalore, despite that being wrong. So it clearly means something. But okay. And then he's like, I will serve you because it's my honor, and you're loyal, and you have character, and I will serve you because your song is not yet written, and I will serve you until it is.
She's my queen.
She's my queen. And then we have the scene, and the Mandalorian theme blares really loudly. We see them coasting across the ground as we've got the Mandalorian, Paz Vizsla, ex-Woves and his covert. We've got the Armorer. We've got Bo-Katan trying to like finally finish her arc. And you can just imagine if this was in a show like Andor and every character mattered, and we had backup for Paz and his sacrifice, and we had backup for Bo, and we had like some sort of characterization for Mando and fucking ex-Woves. And you can imagine this would be a good scene. It would be a good scene because we'd know everything that's happening in it, and it would be a triumphant return. And I think that's what happens, is that people like watch it and they go, this is a good scene, because they've invented everything that's in the show. They've invented fucking the plot lines for all of these characters because they don't have them, and that's why they see it as good when it's not. It's like you need the setup before the payoff. That's the problem with Mandalorian in general. And then the chess scene happens. And they have different rules in chess because I guess the covert that they're in, and because it's a weird one, has like one rule that the other guys don't, and this causes different chess rules. And then Paz stands up with his fucking gun, with his vibro dagger or whatever, and then they start having a fight. They start fighting over a chess match, and it's like, how are these people compatible? How are these two tribes even gonna coexist? And it would be cool. It'd be cool character drama. It'd be a way to do something. But they don't have it because they don't have the time. They don't have the writing skills to put it in place. And then Grogu steps in. Oh, sorry. Bo's like, Mandalorian is like, should I step in? And Bo's like, neither side can step in. It was bound to happen sooner or later. And she's like, wait, what? It's like, don't you control these people? Can't you pull out the Darksaber at any time and go stop it? And then IG-12 with Grogu, and it has to step in, spamming no and catching their hands, and then they just instantly defuse the situation.
And Bo says you taught your apprentice well. It's just complete whiplash.
Yeah, you taught your apprentice well, and then he says, He didn't learn that from me. It's like, okay, this is like the one fucking inkling to Luke's training that we have of Grogu, and yet he's like a static character. He does nothing of any note.
I like how Bo-Katan's like, no one from either side can stop this, it was bound to happen anytime, and then Grogu, who is Din Djarin's apprentice, who is on one side of the spectrum of Mandalorians, steps in and does something, and then she's like, good job, you did great, kid. Within like 2 seconds of screen time. It's like, one side can't change anything, but one side did something and it changed everything, therefore, then she dies.
And then they run into a random kaiju that smashes the ship, and a bunch of them die. It's very funny. And then they run down a hole.
Appears.
Yeah, and then they run down a hole, and they find the Great Forge, and they're like, oh my god, it's the Great Forge. Holy shit, the Great Forge. It's our civilization's heart. And then Paz is like, you lived here? And then they're like, we all did. It's like, no shit, they lived here. It was the heart of their civilization. What the fuck are you on about? And they said they survived by migrating along the surface until the war ended, despite the planet's surface being bombed twice over. And they just outran it. I guess they outran the bombs. And then they're like, some tried to explore below, but none survived. Like, okay, this planet is fucked. Like, this planet is beyond fucked. And then
0 ships. Like,
yeah,
none of them could get a ship to get off.
Yeah, no one could fucking fix a ship, but they can jerry rig a giant hobo boat.
Yeah.
Very cool.
This is the way.
This is
just like Aldani.
Just like
Aldani.
And then the fuckers come in with their jetpacks. And Axe Woves is like, more survivors? And then they're like, those aren't Mandalorians. And then the fight begins. The fight starts. And it's just a synthesis of all the terrible things that Beskar has done to the IP. So that they come in and they say, they're Imperials, take cover, and they start shooting them. They shoot them 2 or 3 times, shoot 2 or 3 different people, the bullets bounce directly off no matter what they're fired from, and they go, oh shit, they're wearing Beskar armor, we're pinned down and we need backup. So this allows Axe Woves to fly up into the ceiling, and then as soon as he does that, the Beskar switch is flipped, and now Paz can one-shot them. So Paz's gun starts one-shotting every single fucking character that he hits, no matter where he hits them. Then fucking Din Djarin's pistol starts one-hitting them, despite them having Beskar armor, and then you can just sort of punch them by the end of the fucking encounter. And he does another season 2, episode 3 hallway scene where he runs at them and gets all the shots bounced off him, and it's super epic, despite that making no sense. And then they just sort of punch them and they die. And it's just fucking horrible. And then they run after like 3 guys, despite them obviously leading them into a trap and acting really sus, and them passing through Imperial fucking iconography hallways, and they don't understand what's going on, and then they get trapped and fucking ambushed. It's just like, they get trapped and they get fucking put in blast doors. 3 or 4 people are trapped outside the blast doors. I think Mando, Paz, and some other guy or whatever, they're trapped outside. Or wait, am I misremembering that? I know Mando is though, and he gets captured.
Yeah, it's Mando. I think it's just Mando, and then Paz comes in after him.
Alright, yeah. So
yeah, I'm looking at it now, and Bo and Paz are locked behind the door.
Right,
she
yeah.
very hardly slams her pistol against the.
Yeah. So they're like, "Oh no, we're trapped." They start shooting at the blast door. They start punching it, and then Bo's like, despite mentioning this thing and this thing that keeps this entire place together and makes me the owner of the planet and the true leader of Mandalore, the thing that can cut through literally any material, I'm not going to use this to go through the door. I'm not going to save Mando. And Grogu's like, I'm not going to use the Force to stop this. I'm just going to stand here and do nothing and teleport later on. And then fucking Moff Gideon appears in his fucking Mando suit, and he's like, as you can see, Mandalore will live on with me as your time has passed, and I have created the next generation Dark Trooper suit forged from Beskar alloy. And it's like, the most impressive improvement is that it has me in it, despite the fucking last Dark Troopers not having a person in them for a reason.
Yeah, but you see, he's better than Dark Troopers.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, if they had as many Dark Troopers as they had the Beskar wielding fucking troopers, they would have won. Because the Dark Troopers are like fucking impenetrable to all fire. They're really fucking strong. They can punch people into oblivion. I mean, I guess Din's armor reflects their punches for some reason, but other than that, they're like as strong as the suit of armor that he is in right now. But nah. And it's not like a resource thing either, because he has access to infinite Beskar. He has access to infinite ways to craft the Beskar. He's on the planet that created Beskar armor in the first place, so he can at least find some sort of information on how to do it, or, you know, get some of the armor that's lying around everywhere and analyze it, or even just fucking put it on his troopers, because it's better than the shit they're wearing.
Oh, but you don't understand. If he used the Beskar to make Dark Troopers, then he wouldn't have enough Beskar to pay for the Beskar.
Bro. He pays his workers in Beskar. Gives them 1 crumb of Beskar per month.
Per month? That's enough to feed them for like 2 weeks.
Yep.
And then we just get the pointless Paz sacrifice.
Yeah, so he's like, he's gonna aggregate the best of the Mandalorians, the Jedis, and the cloners to make an army that'll bring order to the galaxy. So yeah, essentially he's been trying to create Force clones. Who would have guessed, you know, the thing that he has been doing the whole time because of Grogu. Yeah, it's like, what else would it fucking be? We see a Kaminoan guy in the first fucking episode. Oh, like whatever the Grogu episode is. It's like Kamino fucking iconography, clones, and we see a vat with clone in it, and it's like, yeah, what else would it fucking be? And then he's like, why don't I take your fleet off the board while we still have the element of surprise? And so they activate all the interceptors, which drop down directly, and then fly up and out of the hangar. And it's like, if you weren't paying attention, you'd just be dropped into the floor and fucking die, but yeah, whatever. Pretty weird in terms of, like, a hangar design. I guess it's space efficient. I don't know, I need to look at that more. And then Bo's like, I should have killed you when I had the chance. And it's like, yeah, you should have. Why didn't you? And why didn't Moff Gideon kill himself? He tried to, and he had access to the same thing the guys in Season 2, Episode 3 did, which is when you bite down and kill yourself with an electric shock. Yeah. But I guess not. I guess he just needs to be in this fucking... Well, he's not a coward, because he almost shot himself.
No, he's scared.
And they kicked the gun out of his hands.
He's scared.
He's scared. And then he says, in a few moments, the purge of Mandalore will be complete. It's like, no, it won't. Like, there's still Mandalorians out there. We know this. There's still some back on the other planet. There's still some on Navarro. Like, why would you think that these are the last ones left? But whatever. Everything he says is just wrong. And then they take Mando away. And then Bo-Katan's like... He's like, oh, Bo-Katan, you're here. Can you give me the Darksaber? And he puts his hand out and tries to... I don't know, is it going to go through, like, a doggy door or a flap on the wall or something like that? And they're like... He's like, give me the Darksaber through this fucking blast door. Okay.
And it's worse than that. He says, give the Darksaber back to its rightful
owner. Yeah.
Yeah, or rightful owner.
Surrender the Darksaber and tell these people that this planet is mine, despite the fact you lost the thing that lets you tell the people the planet's yours, but okay.
Okay. Yeah. So first of all, he was handed it by Bo, and then he lost to Din. So, like, bruh, it's not yours in any conceivable way.
Yep, and yeah, it's just like Gideon was on this place the entire time, building a complex to mine Beskar, and somehow communicates perfectly with his army across the galaxy despite being in a fucking disruptive magnetic field that just blocks all fucking communications. And then Bo's like, oh shit, when he mentions the Darksaber, she like does a double take, and she's like, oh fuck, I do have that thing that can cut through anything. So she runs back and cuts open the door behind them, and it's like, does Moff Gideon not have any other blast doors that he can close. They ran through like 5 different doorways just to get here. Is he not going to send people in the way that they came in to destroy them? He did that before with the jetpacks. Surely he can block them in here. But no, they get out in the next episode, so it doesn't matter. And then Paz is like, "This is the way," and goes in with his fucking Gatling gun that one shots like 50 fucking troopers. It's just like not only does he stop himself from receiving any help, but he stands on the other side of the blast door and closes it, meaning that he would take out all of them or die instantly, and then they'll just press the button and then chase the heroes. It's like,
He actually is just one-shotting them left and right.
Yeah, he sacrificed himself for absolutely no reason. He has a jetpack. He can leave at any point when the Praetorians come out, and then there's a puff of smoke, and the Praetorians come out. I don't know where they were before this. I don't know why they're here now. I get that everyone else had to jetpack here, and the Praetorians don't, so I guess they ran down a hallway to get here, or something like that, so that's why they're late. But, yeah, they teleport in, and they just brutalize Paz, and he instantly dies. And the Paz thing is problematic in so many different ways. For a start, A, he didn't need to do it. B, he didn't need to continue to do it. And C, he has left his fucking son in a world that he helped created, in a society with his sworn enemies that he tried to fucking kill over a game of chess. And he's just like, oh, I'll kill myself and leave my son in this world. He's just a dick. Like, one of my favorite fucking things that I've seen him come out of the season was people were reacting to Paz's death, and one of them was like this girl with like tears coming down her cheeks, like, oh no, and then he died, and then she's like, who's gonna carry his gun? It's like so funny. Like, who's gonna use his gun now? Oh my god, it's just
Jesus Christ,
just hilarity.
Whoops.
Ridiculous. Yeah, so he dies, and the Praetorians walk off into another puff of smoke and disappear. They don't grab his body to get the Beskar. They don't group up with the troopers to try and cut off everyone. They don't try and get rid of like go after Bo-Katan. They don't go and try and make sure that Mando gets to the processing area intact before IG-12 can come and teleport in. They just disappear until the next episode, and then they come in another puff of smoke. It's ridiculously fucking childish.
Agreed.
Anyway, mini rant over. I think that's everything I have to say about that episode.
It was quite fucking awful.
Yep.
And so the episode title is The Spies, plural. But apparently it's a biblical reference and has nothing to do with the show. But like, bro, you named your episodes The Spies, and then you started it with your spy subplot. Like,
and then you never reveal another spy.
Yeah. Like,
and so it led to wacky shit like people thinking the armorer was the spy.
Which is just so obviously nonsense.
Yeah.
Okay, I was so used to just sheer bad that the show was offering by episode 6 that when I reached episode 7, I didn't really like have it in me left to laugh, so I just kept on playing Fallout 4 and pretending like nothing was happening. And then episode 8 happened, and then I saw the fucking Yoda fighting off the Praetorian guards that just killed off this Giga Chad Mandalorian character, and I'm like, oh no. Oh no, it's happening again! But the next episode's on. Like, I'm
plugging my mouth because it died. Give me a sec.
I am going to be doing a video on this show season by season, but that's going to be like a while away and probably going to be a lot shorter than this stream. I don't really care enough to go into a lot of detail about the show because it doesn't care enough to actually provide anything of substance to go into detail about. So it's probably just going to be a funny of me making fun of it.
Which is fine, because it deserves to be made fun of.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's just weird. Imagine making a theory to be true just to mitigate bad writing. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we play. Skip intro, you shitter. There we go. Cool. So, am I waiting for Borin or am I waiting for you? Oh yeah, the
Uh,
perfect shot, the Black Adam reference shot of him just flying up into space.
yeah, this episode's all kinds of bad. Okay, so yeah, we start. The first thing that happens in this episode is actually, in the intro part, people. First thing it says, what has become of Dr. Pershing? And it's like Dr. Pershing was captured by the New Republic, and then it's like all that line is in there for is just to justify the clones that we see in this episode. No, they don't care about Pershing. They don't care about telling us anything more about what has happened to him or what's going on. He's just treated as dead. It's over. And then basically the intro is just a rerun of the fight from the last episode. And then we see Axe Woves literally flying into space within minutes. Yeah. He literally flies from the planet's surface to space, a journey which is encompassing many tens of thousands of kilometers, yet they don't have enough fuel to fly after a fucking pterosaur in the fourth episode. But whatever, I guess they were low on fuel despite having fuel. I don't fucking know, man.
Maybe the distance from the surface of this planet to the top of the atmosphere into his ship is shorter than the distance needed to catch up with that fucking bird. You don't know.
Yeah, maybe the pterosaur looped around the planet a couple times.
Hey man, they flew for a long time, longer than he flew here, so clearly the distance is much shorter.
Yeah.
You just don't know anything about analyzing film.
Clearly. Yes, someone played Outer Wilds and thought you could leave planets like that in real life. Yeah, it's true. Just jump into space, bruh. Yeah, and then we cut to the fucking abysmal scene where they've put 2 clone troopers on the Mandalorian. The Mandalorian of all people. They put 2 clone. They didn't use the Praetorian guards to go and help him. They didn't do anything. They put 2 fucking Beskar troopers on the Mandalorian, and he kicks their ass because they keep punching his fucking helmet. Because they keep...
There is like 7 helmet punches in this episode. It's crazy how many people go for helmet punches.
And he's about to die, and then Grogu appears out of thin air. I don't know how he got past the blast door. I don't know when he split off from Bo. I don't know if Bo cut a hole in the wall for him. I don't know when this happened. I don't know why this happened. I don't know how he got past anyone. I don't know how no one saw him. I don't know how any of the fucking mouse droids didn't see him. But he's here now, and he's here to stay. So he saves Mando from the troopers and says no, 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 no. And then they kill them, and he's like, oh no, I've been stripped of all my weapons. I also don't have any whistling birds because I never got any more. And I also don't have any flamethrower ammo or whatever. But I'm not going to pick up these blasters that the troopers have just left on the floor. I'm not going to get the knives that are concealed in their armor. I'm not going to get any weaponry of any form to besiege this place. I'm just going to fuck off. So he fucks off. And then... He says to Grogu, we need to take out Moff Gideon or this will never end. No shit, you should have done it last season, but whatever. And then we cut to... he says, Bo-Katan, I am safe, I have escaped with the kid, and I'm going after Moff Gideon. And then Bo-Katan says, we're under attack, I need to get the troops to safety. And then we cut to Bo-Katan... Oh, actually, no, we cut to Moff Gideon, who's saying, the capital ship will soon be destroyed because my fighters and bombers have launched. And then Moff Gideon says, but the Mandalorian has escaped. And he's looking at he's looking at this HUD, this heads-up display of Mando and Grogu is conveniently green. So you know it's Grogu, and Mando is red. And he just has access to their location at all times. So keep that in mind, because it's really important. And I don't know how. I don't know if he planted a tracker on him when he went to take him away. I don't know if he still has Grogu's location because of the chain code fob bullshit from the first season. I don't know how he knows any of this, but he does. And he doesn't do anything with the information anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But he says, I'll go and take care of him myself. And then Mando's like, yo, R5, come out of my ship, or wherever the fuck he was. I don't actually know where he was before this, but he's like, come over here and sneak into this base and put your little wing wang in the wall and like they do in the other movies and get some information off of this place. And it's just a random side port on a wall, not in like anywhere near any security stuff. It's like literally one of the most easiest places to secretly access in existence. And he just goes and fucking starts scomping the base. Starts scomping the base to look for the command center. And then we have this stupid fucking scene with the mouse droid. There's a mouse droid rolling around, and it doesn't see R5. And then Mando's like, I'm gonna go and fight these troopers one by one. So he lets down the first guard door in a scene reminiscent of the Phantom Menace, but worse. And then doesn't use any weaponry because he didn't pick any up from the fucking guards that he killed. And then just sort of fist fights the guys, tries to grab a gun as one of them falls into a pit and dies. And then pulls a dagger off one of the other ones, and it's like a fucking Dark Souls 1v1 or 2v1 battle thing that they just continuously do. And during all this, R5 has been noticed by the mouse droids, which
instead of like notifying people of somebody's hacking, it just goes and gets its 4 mouse friend buddies to go and ram into fucking R5. Like that's doing
so
anything.
Not only does it like it sees him, doesn't raise an alarm, doesn't raise any sort of thing. Gideon can't see him on his little shitty bullshit monitor. No one else is guarding the halls. There are just like 2 troopers left in the entire place because everyone else left, I guess. And then the mouse droid's like, yo, what I'm going to do is instead of like sending out a signal, I'm going to leave. So he leaves after R5 zaps him. And then he comes back with like 5 more mouse droids and they just start butting into him. It's like, okay, you don't have any droids? You don't have any troopers?
No
Are the only
security.
troopers left at the base the ones that are stuck behind these force fields?
You can't signal like a lockdown of the mainframe
Yeah.
or anything.
Nah. Yeah, exactly. Like you can see them. Like you can see this guy literally hacking into your system, and you're like, okay, lol. Just silly. And then they get into the command center. There's a bunch of it's an okay fight, I guess. It's not as horrible as the other 3-4 fights in the episode. It's not great by any standards, but it's like not hideously awful. And then the room fills with smoke for some reason. I guess there are a bunch of like incinerators at the bottom of those pits that are burning the troopers' bodies, and that's why the room's filled with smoke. But I don't know. And then he walks into the room full of all the clones. Because Gideon's like, I know exactly where he is, and he's in your command center. I'll go take care of him. No one reads him off the like he leaves knowing where Mando is, I guess, and then he just doesn't have any way to verify his location after that, and there's no one in the command center or the center that he's in, which is separate from the command center. I don't know why he's not in the command center. I don't know why the place with the HUD and the security isn't in part of the command center, but I guess the command center is just 8 troopers, a bunch of clones in the Shadow Room Council. So it's like a Shadow Council room. So I was like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, Gideon's fully aware of where he is, and then Mando's just like, yo, what does this button do? And he kills all of the Moff Gideon clones. There's a bunch of Moff
we get a
Gideon
Gideon
clones.
jump scare as well.
Yeah,
which was
Gideon's
weird.
in the tube and he opens his eyes and Grogu goes, "Ree!" and then Mando presses one button, which for some reason exists and for some reason kills everything. It's just... And then Moff Gideon comes in, he's like, you killed my clones before they could draw their first breath. And it's like, you let me kill your clones. What are you doing, my man? Like,
You
the
literally let me
mustacheless
kill them, yeah.
Gideon. The mustacheless Gideon comes in, clearly a clone.
Quickly, there's the scene where they walk into the gardens,
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll
where they're
play
like
that now.
struggling to not have food, and then they're just like, oh yeah, anyways, we have like all this green
Yeah,
over here.
yeah. So this episode does some really weird shit with its tension and its pacing. So we'll cut directly from the scene of I don't know, a bunch of troopers or whatever the fight with Mando, directly to this random cave scene and diffuse all tension, and then we'll randomly cut back to like another tension-filled scene, and then just cut back to like R5 doing like wacky droid shit, and it's like, what the fuck is going on with the tone in this episode? It's so fucking weird, and it's right off the fucking sacrifice of Paz. That was the last thing that we saw in the last episode.
Yeah.
And we open with this goofy fucking fight that IG-12 has to stop. And then this goofy fucking cave garden scene that adds nothing and probably should have been in the last episode if they were wanting to actually do something with these characters. But I don't know. I guess they'll come up in season 4, you know? What's the bit that in season 4 they're just gonna abandon Mandalore? It's just gonna be Din and Grogu jumping around the galaxy again like it should have been 4 seasons ago.
It blows up.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Mm-hmm. And then then the fleet comes down and leaves Axe-Woves in the air in his ship. And I don't think he does his sacrifice thing yet, but they basically all fly out of the ships in their jetpacks, and the jetpacks are faster than the ships. The jetpacks move faster than the ships. The starfighters, the literal space travel ready spaceships that can go into an atmosphere in seconds, they move as fast as that. Yet they can't fucking catch a terrorist or whatever. Anyway, we go back to fucking Moff Gideon. And he's like, my clones are going to be perfect.
Wait, hold on. I just want to comment real quick on the scene where it's like 40 or so Mandos flying at like 50 to 60 of these Imperial Beskar troops.
Yeah.
Nobody shoots anybody for like 10 to 15 seconds, and the armor is flying through aerial combat with hammer and tongs.
Yes.
Like, what the fuck are we doing, man?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
and then she kills people midair with them.
She does. Really weird.
She's the funniest for me because she's wearing like barely any Beskar. She should just die immediately.
Also, in the concept art of that, she's wielding a fucking flamethrower. She's got a real weapon, and then they're just like, nah, you know what we should do? Fucking tongs. Yeah, and then after that, they're like, oh yeah, Bo-Katan pulls out the Darksaber, and then they just all slam into each other and start doing some shitty aerial combat. And there are a bunch of like GoPro-esque shots that things are attached to, like the camera's attached to the characters' helmets or a ship, and they look really bad. I don't know what the fuck that's on about. They look really awkward. They're supposed to be POV shots, but they just look like it looks like the fucking GoPro shot from the Hobbit movies. It's not that bad, but it's pretty bad. And then I guess Moff Gideon, is this the part where Moff Gideon just starts beating the shit out of him?
Yeah, he left. Moff Gideon left the earlier scene by putting his helmet on, and then he shows up again with his helmet off to put it back on.
Yeah, and then didn't start shooting at him, misses all of his shots, and then he's like, oh shit, I should put this on, puts his helmet on. He had a mandated amount of shots he had to have without his helmet on, and since they left him out of the show for like most of it, he had to do all of them at once.
That actually might be the case.
It's probably what happened.
That's funny.
But yeah, anyway, there's a stupid fight between Din and Moff Gideon. He's in like a super powerful exoskeleton that can crush the Darksaber, which is made out of pure Beskar and presumably created in the Great Forge, so it's of the purest quality. Yet Din's fucking windpipe stands up to that shit twice. He has him by the neck twice.
There are so many helmet punches, man.
Yep.
Helmet kicks, Gideon just throwing Din around the entire fight.
Yep.
Like, openly punching the ground and missing, and then we get the Praetorian guards walk in, and we get just as bad of a choreographed fight as TLJ. Like, you literally have
people stopping,
Praetorian guards missing or like stopping their shots. Like, there's the infamous scene in TLJ where you have the one guy swinging and then he just stops in the middle of a swing for no reason. They do the exact same thing here.
He's definitely up there. Sad. It's definitely up there with the Praetorian Guard in Rise of Skywalker that's just shooting the ceiling during the finale. Like, there are 5 or 6 of them surrounding Rey with guns, and then they just shoot the ceiling. One of them's just like...
That is true. Wait, so Beskar can't be used for weapons, except I can make
my Beskar tools
and then use those for weapons.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Bo-Katan uses knee rockets, or it's not Bo-Katan, it's Casca Reeves. I think uses knee rockets.
No,
in
it's
the middle of
Bo.
that
I'm
fight.
pretty sure. Oh, I mean they're both in armor, so actually you may be right. I don't actually think it's Bo.
Yeah,
but-
the Mando that uses it is the all blue helmet, which is Casca, because Bo has the white Night Owl eyes.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just giga awful. And then Grogu appears again, and he's like, "Don't hurt him," because Din's on the ground being tased. And then they all just run after Grogu, and he's like, "Ah." And Mando tries to stop them, but he can't because Gideon keeps like blowing him up and getting his grappling hook and stopping him, whatever. And then Grogu lasts longer in an IG suit that he's just worn for the first time ever, and has about a day experience in. He lasts longer against 3 Praetorian guards than Paz did. he's like fine, and then we cut back, and it's been about 30 seconds, and the Praetorian guards just swing their weapons once, which literally disarms IG. It cuts both of his arms off. He jumps onto a shitty fucking chandelier-looking thing, and then just starts
hopping
dancing around. He just starts dancing around, and the Praetorians are swinging at him like he's a fucking like a bug. They're like swinging their swatters at him instead of cutting down the fucking thing which they do in the end accidentally, instead of cutting down the thing that he's standing on, cutting it in half and making it harder for him to jump around. But yeah, and he's just like goofily force pushing them and shit. Did the Darksaber just stab straight through Beskar? I don't know, actually. I don't think we ever see it. In the Moff Gideon fight, it bounces off him like every shot.
It
But
can't.
the Praetorian Guards' weapons can.
It
So-
can't because in season 2 he uses a Beskar pole arm and he basically uses it
And
to
his
fend against
gauntlets.
and the gauntlets. So it's not very consistent.
Yeah, it just does whatever they want, I guess. Just does whatever they want.
But yeah,
Mando
I
comes
see
in
what you're
to-
talking about. I just saw the scene again. She stabs straight through a supposed Beskar plate.
Oh right, yeah, no, if it can defeat the clone troopers because they're like level 3, right? So the armor penetration stat is higher enough on Bo to go through, but not the other guys because they're stronger. And Moff
Boba
Gideon,
LDR.
yeah, Moff Gideon's like level 15. Also, someone was pointing out the fact that Bo should be whooping his ass because she's like a trained fighter for 50 years and he's like some random ISB pen pusher.
Yeah, absolutely. She's
We
like
never
a
see
trained
him-
military official.
We never see him actually fighting outside of the battles with the. We never see him training or anything.
And he looks quite shit in the season 2 fight.
Whereas I've
Uh,
seen like a clip from I think Clone Wars or Rebels where Thrawn's just like practicing against Dark Troopers. And it's like, yeah, that's what you need. You need like something to show me that he's actually a threat, which he's
Yeah.
not because he dies.
You get the shot of Din just like lightly punching the guy to death.
Yeah, he pushes over a guard. He fucking. Oh.
Shandy, it's go to like 2333 and there'll be
Yeah,
a shot.
I'm there anyways right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a shot of Din and he just like lightly pushes his hand forward and kills a guard. It's so silly.
Moff Gideon trained the guards. Makes too much
Oh
sense.
yeah, I see what you mean. He just pushes him slightly and he dies.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just pushes him. and he
Shoots
dies
the
of
other
cringe.
one. Yeah.
He stabs one of them in the chin.
It just mooks. Look at that guy, he's just swinging his fucking weapon around and then goes after Grogu, falls over, stands up and starts swinging his weapon around again and then gets force pushed, and then gets pushed over and fucking dies.
Oh, yeah,
He
we go.
lightly taps him and he dies.
Yeah, he just taps him.
This is the fox dude or what wolf name? What I forgot his fucking name. Coming in with the starter's ship, about to blow everyone up.
Oh yeah, woes. Axe
Yeah.
woes.
Axe wolves, yeah.
Yeah, Axe woes flies the ship down. Bo attempts to fight Gideon, loses.
Yep. So we
She
got
brings out her. Go ahead.
we got a double dip on the Axe Woves and Praetorian Guards nonsense. But what we didn't get is any form of aerial space battle. The fucking ships just went up, disappeared, and they're never heard of again. The interceptors are gone. The bombers are gone. They didn't even bomb anything.
Yep. They did
And he just-
literally nothing.
He just crashes into the fucking planet.
Crushes the Darksaber while she's holding it. Somehow does not crush her hand.
I think it breaks her hand, if I remember correctly. But Bo uses the stupid little like arm shield that the Mandos have, which I think is just so pointless now that they've done the Beskar stuff. Because like it's a shield that basically only covers your forearm anyways, and your forearm has a Beskar thing protecting it.
Yeah, I commented
The shields were
on that
already
when
silly.
I saw the episode. I have no idea what the fuck the point of that shield is.
Yeah, it's a thing from Clone Wars, but it's still stupid in Clone Wars because it's such a small, ineffective shield.
What? The thing is stupid and ineffective, but it's from Clone Wars, but it's still stupid and ineffective? Say it ain't so. I will not go.
Yo.
Turn the lights on. Carry me home.
Axe crashes the ship into the whole base, and then there's a large plume of fire that presumably incinerates Moff Gideon, and then
Well, I mean,
Baby
we already
Yoda
know that
just
people wearing
force
Beskar
bubbles.
armor are like immune to fire for some reason, so he's probably still fine. You will see him in season 4. It's just fire. I don't see what's the big deal.
Baby Yoda then creates a force bubble.
He creates a force bubble
Around
because again,
everybody.
it's just fire. I don't understand what the big deal is.
Yeah, like fuck the structural integrity of the ground beneath them, or any of the structural integrity of what's around them that could maybe fall on them, or push a piece of rock into them or something
The
like
base
that.
is made of Beskar.
is
That's where it's all been going.
We find out that in
yeah,
season
it's
4
just-
he just
it's
makes
not
like
believable.
the Series 4 Dark Trooper, but it's just the Series 2 or Series 3 again without any pilots.
Can the force also just keep the heat out? Because you can't just keep the fire back. You have to keep the heat out. Because even if you're just moving the fire around you here, you're still dead. Or your
Yeah.
hair is completely gone.
It's
or
radiative
your skin is
heat.
violently burned. Yeah,
I guess the Force just can create a vacuum.
Lamau.
He's just like canon.
There's people that say Gideon isn't dead because that one was
Mustache.
clearly a clone because he didn't have a mustache. But if that was a clone, why didn't he use the Force during any of that fight?
Lol. It was a trick.
And then
Willow, the show is fucking terrible. Both the live action stuff and the animated stuff. I'm on season 2 now, and ugh, pain.
Then we just do Ragnar's ceremony again for some reason. I don't know why we're doing this now. Like, if the point is like, oh well, it didn't get completed because of crocodile attack. It's like, you really waited this long? Because you had a fight with him with Grogu, and he had his helmet on and he couldn't take it off. So like,
Yeah.
why are you
Not
doing
like
this
he's taking
here?
it off.
And Ragnar just has no words about the death of his father. Just zero. No reflection about it.
This
Doesn't
is the
really
way.
seem fucked up about it. It's just this is the way.
Oh yeah, this scene pissed me off tremendously because I think the phrase "this is the way" gets said like 7 or 8 times.
Yep.
It's insane.
And then we double loophole Grogu into being a Mandalorian. It's like, oh, he has to remain a foundling because he can't speak. And it's like, oh well, what about his parents? And he's like, well, his parents are probably dead or gone, far from here. And he's like, oh well, what if I adopt him? And they're just like, yeah, it seems fine. They just like try to double loophole our way into doing it. And then they do the stupid name thing again. Like,
Yeah.
we're back to just the nonsense decisions that are just, you can't rationalize in your head. He goes by Din Grogu, which is so confusing. Because that's not how the Mandalorian last names work.
Yeah. Paz
We had
Vizsla,
Pre
Free
Vizsla,
Vizsla.
and then Paz Vizsla. We
And
have
then
the
Po- yeah.
Kryze clan. We have the Ren clan, which
Wait.
is Sabine Wren. We have the Kryze clan, which is Bo-Katan Kryze, Satine Kryze. All of these clans. That's just not how the names work. It's just not how it works.
Why isn't Ragnar called Post Vizsla?
Yeah, but like Ragnar doesn't seem to have like he's not going by Paz or Vizsla. He's going by Ragnar, like a different first name. He's probably Ragnar Vizsla. It's so weird. I don't even know why they would choose it because it doesn't flow as good as Grogu Jaren does. Yeah, that flows like way better than Din Grogu. That's so
Din
weird. Like, why
Grogu.
did you make this decision? You didn't have to do it this way, but you chose to for some reason.
This
And
is
then
the
we
way.
just get all the Mandalorians like cheering on Mandalore, screaming. Axwove's actor really tried. I feel bad for him that he didn't get to play a fucking character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you want
and
to
then
see that
we-
actor doing something really well, watch Agents of Shield. He's in there and he's fucking
Oh yeah, he's
great.
in it. I've seen it. Yeah,
Good
He's great.
man. He's pretty good.
And then Din is back at the Adelphi base. Dave Filoni is in the background wearing a cowboy hat.
We're there now, so I'm just gonna
Um,
skip forward.
Yeah.
Dave Filoni's there and he's wearing a cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Uh,
And
or
he's basically just like, "Hey, can we reset the premise of this show to season 1?" And he's
Yeah.
like, "I think we can." Basically, I want to do bounties under the table for the New Republic, but not on the books. So really, it's like, if you guys need help, you pay me. I don't know where you're gonna get the money to pay me because I'm really expensive, but like, you know.
lying around.
Anyways, I'll take this IG head,
Yeah.
and then we'll go back to Navarro,
Bye,
and
Darth.
they have a
See you
new
later.
marshal
Oh yeah, he's like, I will
named
help you, and the
IG-11.
guy's like, I'll have to think about it. And he's like, you already have, and it's like you're implying some like past history between the two, and it's like, not really. There's not much really there to justify this. And then they're just like, oh, I'll take my advance payment now. Give me the IG head. What?
What?
And is that really worth like significant value? Like, it's just
It's
something sitting up
probably
there.
not. Okay, so I'll give it this. It's probably not worth anything. He just wants to take it as like a meaningful payment because it means something to Grogu. Probably. I don't fucking know. But that's probably the intention that they're going for. It's like, yeah, you don't have to pay me, but I will take your IG-11 helmet. Or head, or whatever it's called. So.
And
maybe-
then we go back to Navarro. Grief is like, here's this cabin that you can use in between your missions. And then we end the season with more Grogu frog torture.
Yeah, and he sits down in this little Looney Tunes circle, and it's like,
That's all, folks.
yeah, pretty much.
Wait, how'd they get the rest of the IG unit after being incinerated?
Yeah, well, we
Hey,
That's a good question.
You know?
We
you
hope
watch the
we
start of the stream.
people glad.
People glad.
Oh no, there's a bunch of them now. All the fucking Babu fricks.
Yeah.
Hey, it's
Fun
the
bricks.
Gina Carallo, whatever her name is, replacement.
Frickin' fricks.
You freaking fricks! But yeah, no, we don't have to really see this part. We'll just see Mando Bing chilling with some frog torture to cap off the show. And for those of you who haven't seen this yet, this is how season 3 ends, with this Looney Tunes-esque circle closing in on everyone. And then that's it. Now you have to wait 3 years for the next one. That was the Mandalorian season 3.
Thank you for coming. It was quite a good little rundown there. Probably missed some things here or there just to the incompleteness of the notes, but
Yeah.
I think we did a pretty decent job.
Yeah, you guys really did. I didn't really contribute much because, again, you guys were the ones who did all the prep work. I just commented on what I could. But that's fine.
5.5
I'm happy to
hours.
host it. 5.5 hours is quite a long. I
Not
think this
bad.
is the longest stream I've done so far on this channel, not including the Uvufal stuff. Because then, oh boy, back then we go for 10. Double this, which is just monstrous to think of now.
Yes.
But yeah, no, that was fun. Do you guys think we'll be doing something like this again in the future with maybe Ahsoka? Because I would be keen.
Depends.
Yeah, possibly. It just depends.
That
Yeah,
catches my fancy.
Catches your pantsy.
depends on if the show is worth talking about when it comes out.
Yeah, maybe. That's alright then. I'm going to close off Disney Plus. There we go. That's that done. You guys should look at the disappearing guard and the Praetorian scene. It's great. I think we commented on that. Maybe.
Yeah. There's a. I don't know about a disappearing guard. There is a guard that goes to swing, and then the next cut is no swing, and then there's a shot where you can see the guard swinging, and he just stops his swing midair.
If you could
Because
get
he-
a time code, maybe.
Yeah, if you can get a time code, pull it up.
Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Where he go?
Where the go? Where the go?
Where the go?
Honestly, I don't really think it's all that important to be commenting on. I kind of want to like dip out and go do something else for a bit. So,
Okay.
yeah, Uvu, you are currently working on your own Mandalorian script that you want to get at some point, along with your Promised Neverland video. Is there anything else that you would like to mention?
Uh, not at this stage. No, those are the next two things I'm working with.
Okay. And Borin, I know Uvu is helping you with your own Mandalorian and/or Andor video. Uh, besides that, was there anything else that you'd like to comment on or to promote that I can put in the description?
Not necessarily. I don't plan on making a video on this show. It's rather fucking rancid, and I don't care to put in the time for that, but I hope to be making something on Andor, in the future, because that show is actually quite neat.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, well, besides that, I think I will be seeing everyone again sometime later when we've got something else to discuss. Hopefully, with one of the newer movies that's coming out that might actually be worth watching, like the new Barbie movie or something. I definitely want to do something on Into the Spider-Verse, but that will be like June. So I am currently still working on my Amazing Spider-Man 1 video, and I have mentioned this already, but I do want to start working on a Mando video going over every season because I think it's fucking rancid. So yeah, that's what you've got to look forward to from me. So thanks for coming. See you guys all next time, and hope you